before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot. But after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotics class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our life. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork.
My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up. not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
So I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We did this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot, but after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotics class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our lives. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with Absa.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork.
My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
So I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We need this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot, but after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotic class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our life. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can kindly request for us to kindly please take our seats. We're going to be starting in the next minute or so. If we could get settled and kindly claim our seats, we're going to get started the next minute or so.
How are you doing?
Good.
Good to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Thank you to this side of the room, which seems to be very awake this morning. Thank you very much. Let me try the middle of the room. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, fabulous. I think maybe this far end are going to be outperformers now that we've decided to make it competitive. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This side had arms and all, so I really do appreciate that. A very warm welcome to our second day of the Trialogue Business and Society Conference for 2026. For those who are joining us today, my name is Nozipho Shabalala, and it's such a privilege to be back once again at Trialogue and to be serving you as your conference chairperson. I just want to highlight a few things that will be important just to ensure that we're all aligned again. Starting off, of course, by welcoming our online audience who have been smack bang on time from 8:30. Thank you for waiting for us and thank you for your continued engagement, irrespective of where you're joining us from, whether it is from different parts of the country or across the continent, as we saw yesterday. Our anchor for today remains the same anchor as we did yesterday: voices, values, and vision. And how that translates today, I'll talk a little bit about the themes we're going to cover. But before I go there, let me take a quick moment to steep ourselves back into our tradition of gratitude, to acknowledge our sponsors once again for the support that they extend to us and for making this work possible. So a big thank you once again to First Rand Foundation, which is our platinum content and registration sponsor. And then ABSA, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, Edu Invest, powered by Westgrow, MTN, and the Vodacom Foundation, who are our gold content partners. Without you, none of this. Thank you so much for your support. And then we also extend support to the Volkswagen South Africa for the notebooks that we continue to use as a critical part of our experience of capturing our thoughts and our insights. And those are the notebooks and pens that they have sponsored for us. Of course, we have Standard Bank, which is our non-profit partner. Thank you to Standard Bank. And yesterday we had the privilege of having Clement Manyatela broadcasting live outside from our Johannesburg venue. And that is, of course, courtesy of the media partnership that we enjoy with Prime Media Care. So might I please kindly ask that we just give our sponsors a round of applause again. So very quickly, just a quick recap of yesterday. Some of the themes that we explored yesterday, we kicked off our day with the First Rand Foundation and had really interesting conversation on what it takes to really have effective multi-stakeholder engagement. We spoke a little bit about employee volunteer programs as part of that engagement. We then moved and transitioned to a conversation with ABSA where we looked at economic pathways for young people. We steeped ourselves in a conversation around entrepreneurship and an entrepreneurial mindset and what that looks like. And you might remember Lerato, who was absolutely fantastic, part of that panel, who made the conversation so real for us and so helped us to move from the theoretical to the practical very quickly in that conversation. And then we went into a conversation which I personally found exceptionally interesting, which was the conversation around catalytic capital. And we did that with EduInvest, powered by Westgrow. And it was catalytic capital in the context of education. And what was really interesting was what appears to be a gap between the work for catalytic capital and the expectation of what catalytic capital should deliver, and the gaps and bridges that it should be working on. We closed off our day, I think, and rightfully so, by lifting our heads for a moment and saying, what does it take to move from working at a programmatic level and beginning to effect change at a systems level? And we had that conversation in partnership with MTN, and it was a really strong close to the day before we went into our reflective sessions, and of course before we heard from President Bundle, who was absolute fire. And so if you missed yesterday, you missed the future president on stage, is all I'm going to say. We'll be voting for her in 2050 something. I do want to then just talk a little bit about how we then transition to today and what our focus is going to be today. We're going to be unpacking investing in ECD infrastructure, and we're going to be having that conversation with the DBSA. And we'll remember that ECD infrastructure actually was one of the key talking points that came out from one of the polls yesterday. So that conversation is already well positioned, and I think it's going to be really interesting as we lean in with the DBSA. And then with the Vodacom Foundation, we're going to be asking the question, how do we drive partnerships or build partnerships that can drive meaningful inclusion, and to do that through digital access? And I think the part of the conversation that's probably been missing has really been the digital access conversation, and the extent to which we're able to close that loop today, I think lands us at a very holistic and meaningful experience over the 2 days. There are probably two really special additions to today that are quite different from yesterday. The first of these is the closing keynote, which is something I would really encourage that you make a point to stay for. The CEO of the Development Impact Fund and the Justice Fund, that's Lorenzo Davids, is going to be delivering this year's closing keynote, an absolute highlight that we are anticipating. He is an absolutely leading voice on justice and inclusivity and public engagement, and I would really encourage all of us to stay for that closing keynote. But also after lunch, there is going to be a session where some of our sponsors and 3 nonprofits, I believe, are going to be coming up onto the stage and really walking us through a funding playbook that focuses on partnerships. And I think therein lies those moments that makes Trialogue so special, because we don't just sit over 2 days in conversation, but we also have opportunities to roll up our sleeves and do work together and to tap into our collective curiosity and see what emerges on the other end. And so again, I encourage you to make sure that you're in the room for that conversation. A couple of reminders that I have to make, because there are some people that were not here yesterday. A quick reminder on the exhibitions. The exhibition is not only on the ground floor, it's also on the first floor. Please don't miss that. We do have a feedback form that we've been filling in as we go along. I hope since yesterday this was in your program. Just a quick reminder that after Lorenzo's closing keynote today, we're going to be doing that draw for that feedback form for the delegates that are in the room. A quick reminder that we're talking about a double-page spread in the Trialogue Business and Society Handbook worth 110,000 Rand, so you don't want to miss that. And all you need to do is you make sure that before 4 p.m. that your feedback form is deposited into the box that is at the Trialogue stand. Of course, if you're joining us online, we will, of course, at the end of the day today also put in a feedback form for you, because your feedback is just as important. A few people are going to really appreciate me for this. So I'm going to give up the secret that I found yesterday. I did mention it yesterday, but I think a lot of people might have missed it because there's just so many announcements. If you go through that door and you go downstairs, the bathrooms are the best bathrooms in Joburg, right? So Don't get stuck in the lines everywhere else. Go through that door, go downstairs. That's where there's another set of bathrooms there. There are also bathrooms upstairs. There's also bathrooms here, but these are the bathrooms you want to access. Also, if you went to the cocktail event yesterday and you have a little bit of a headache, I'm not saying anything happened and whatever, there is a medic just outside these doors. It typically takes a grandpa and a little can of cream soda and you're good to go. So outside of the main doors, emergency doors, and the medic is going to be there. Our other emergency door is there as well. Final comment just on connectivity. If I could just have the Wi-Fi slide. If you're not connected to the Wi-Fi, there we are. You go to the conference Wi-Fi first. It takes you to a web page. On the web page, you have an option of join now or connect now. We connect now. And then it will ask you for that code, BIZ2026, and that's what you put in so that we make sure that we are connected. Remember also that hashtag BIZ2026 is our social media hashtag for today as well. So if you're posting anything on any platform, we're using that as our hashtag. And then finally, if for the platform, especially if you've only joined us today, there's two quick ways. One is there's a QR code right behind me. You're going to need to be on the platform because this is the only way in which you can participate in the full experience of the conference. This is for your questions. This is for polls. This is for you to participate in the chat and really just all around have a full experience. If you don't use a QR code, you can also check the emails that you got from Trialogue, specifically the one from Thursday last week, has a link to the platform, but I think this is a lot easier. We're going to end off with the poll, but before I do that, I wanted to, yesterday, one of the things that we were doing is we're going through the NPO listings and giving away those NPO listings based on those who are giving us engagement through their reflections, through social media. And there is one more person that we are going to be acknowledging because of their contribution yesterday. And that is Khomotso Buthelezi. I saw you earlier. Khomotso, are you still in the room? I think he's just stepped out. So Khomotso was one of the people that yesterday really gave a fantastic reflection. My monitor is screaming at me that I need to start wrapping up. So I won't read out Khomotso's comment, but I will remind you that I actually did read it out yesterday. And that was during the final conversation with MTN and when we're talking about the moving and transitioning from programmatic plays to systemic plays. And he had made that powerful comment about the importance of culture and how it actually sits at the foundation of everything that we do. So, Khomotso, there is an NPO listing for you. Then let's do our poll very quickly. We want to make sure that we're just getting our fingers warmed up for the day. It should pop up right now on your screen. And it is this morning's poll, which is what is the biggest factor influencing your CSI and development strategy in 2026. So we want to have a look at that and see what that poll reads like. On my side, it is, while it comes up, allow me just to also remind you that we're going to rate every session. There's a 5-star rating that we're going to be using, and I'm going to remind you to do that while it's still fresh in your minds. All right, so just a quick check, if I can get a thumbs up from the technical team if the poll has been launched. If not, we can always come back. It has been launched. Thank you so much. And there it is. So what is the biggest factor influencing your CSI and development strategy in 2026? We're taking a pulse of where the room is at with regards to this. And I think it's a great way of really leading us into the conversation for today. I'm looking at the moment, we're about 20 or so people, so I'm going to give it this another 30 seconds or so. But if you allow me just to voice over our options, the economic pressure, and we're referring to inflation, interest rates, and budget constraints, that's what's shaping your strategy this year. Is it about staff capacity and in particular their well-being and us being a lot more alive to the whole holistic wellness of our teams? Is it about political and geopolitical instability, which seems to have been certainly the theme of the year so far? Is it about ESG scrutiny, which we spoke about yesterday, and stakeholder expectations and how we balance these? We touched very briefly yesterday on energy and climate-related challenges with Shamila in her opening address. Is that top of mind for you as you build your strategy and execute against it? Or is it social pressures? Some of the challenges we find at a societal level, which is inequality, unemployment, and community unrest, amongst others. And so I'm going to pause that there, and thank you very much for your participation. So I'm going to ask that we drive this number up as we go out throughout the day. This is 82, 85, almost 90 people who have participated. In a conference of 550 people, I expect that number to be a little bit higher as the day goes on. But I know that I've overstayed my welcome on the stage. So what's interesting here is that the vast majority of the room, almost 50% of those who have participated, are saying, actually, the biggest thing that's top of mind for us as we build the strategy, as we execute against the strategy, is actually the social pressures. It's what's happening on the ground at a community level. It's the inequality we see. It's the unemployment that our communities are confronted with. And it's how that is also translating into community unrest. It's interesting for me that at 3%, what's happening at a macro level, which is the geopolitical instability, is like not actually something that is top of mind, but also energy and climate-related challenges. And that's quite interesting, given that energy and climate have potentially been the biggest conversation at a global level, at least for the last 5 years. And this is how it's playing out in the moment. So I'll pause it there, and I'll say thank you for your participation. Technical team, I might call on the slide at some point in the first conversation, so please have it on standby for me. The last thing I need to do before we go into our first conversation is, you'll recall that yesterday, after we had the address by Bunhle, it was so powerful that we made the call that we're actually going to close the conference at that point. And so we missed a video that we're now bringing back into the program now. So we're going to turn our focus now to a video from Butselo Mtomboti. Now, this video is titled Making Rands and Cents, how poetry can make maths and accounting more accessible. I want to just give you a little bit of background as to who Butselo is. She's a financial management graduate, she's a poet, and she's an author. And she uses poetry to help learners to understand maths and accounting principles. One of her many published books is titled Poetic Atmosphere of Mathematics. And so with that, let's turn our attention to the screen, please.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Butselo Margaret Mtomboti. It's so unfortunate that I couldn't make it physically to present at the Trialogue Business in Society Conference 2026. However, I am grateful for the opportunity given to me by the Trialogue team. And I hope this video will make a positive impact within society, as well as advocate for maths and accounting. I am Butselo Mtomboti. I am 23 years of age. I'm an accounting science student at UNISA, an accountant by profession, a financial management graduate, a maths and accounting science author. I am the author of a book called Poetic Atmosphere of Mathematics. It's a book full of pure maths poems, which aims to help struggling pure maths students understand the subject better through poetry. I strongly believe that people are different, and so is our way of understanding information. Some people understand information better through music, others through visuals, or even poetry. This book introduces a new way and a fun way of learning pure maths. Remember, a pure maths class has always been a serious class. This book introduces a fun way of learning pure maths, and that's through poetry. According to research, poetry improves memory skills and vocabulary. So why not do it in maths? I've had some positive feedback from people within the education department, as well as internationally, as well as learners who've purchased this book. Grades are getting better, and that's what we want to see. I mean, we all know that South Africa needs more statisticians, if not mathematicians. So this book covers the basics so that we lay a foundation, when they get into the trigonometry. I also have a book about poetry accounting. My first book is called A Black Child Transformed by Accounting, which is a book full of accounting poems, and it aims to help struggling accounting students understand the subject better through poetry. My second book is titled The Poetic Atmosphere of Income Tax. It's also a book full of income tax poems, which aims to help struggling taxation students understand the subject better through poetry. We have my third book, which is called Poetic Atmosphere of Mathematics, which is a book full of pure maths poems. My message to the young ones is that if something makes sense to you, go for it, and go for it wholeheartedly. When I presented this idea of pure maths poetry to even qualified mathematicians, they didn't buy the idea. I remember one mathematician saying to me, "Botselo, I think this thing is getting to your mind, this maths thing." But now the very same mathematicians, they are amazed by this brilliant idea because it's making a positive impact. I want to see this field inspiring the young ones to venture into it. I want to see the young ones enjoying maths during a pure maths class. So I'm going to perform one of my pure maths poem, which is titled Multiplication and Division of Variables. And again, this is one of the challenging subjects, or rather sections within the maths subject. So here it goes. Be ready and do enjoy. Multiplication and division of variables. Oh, multiplication. I will add exponents of the like variables when I deal with you. 8h times 9h, you must be equivalent to 72h to the power 2. 6j times 3j, you must be equivalent to 18j to the power 2. I also know that I will not add exponents of unlike variables. 2h times 8j, you must be equivalent to 16hj. Oh, division. I will subtract exponents of the like variables when I deal with you. 10b divided by 2b, you must be equivalent to 5. I am a dedicated pure math student and I know my story. I will pass math. Thank you.
That's a very, very big thank you to Botselo. And I can see others are triggered because they've been taken back to maths and income tax. I heard the income tax group here giggling as well. But how amazing that young people can find a convergence between poetry and mathematics. And make it in such a fun way that it becomes more accessible. And we're talking about someone who's published multiple times, and so her work is valued greatly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to transition now to our very first dialogue with Trialogue, which we always have as part of our program, and a key highlight on the second day. It's how we kick off the day and almost gives us a frame and a state of the state of what is happening in the CSI space. I'm going to not lead with what I typically do, which is setting of the context. I think everybody understands the context of what some of the big trends that are at play, and we'll tease them out of the conversation. And so I'm going to invite my three speakers to kindly please join me on stage. Nick Rocky, Trialogue Managing Director, is with us. I'd like Professor Beginkosi Moyo, who's also with us. Prof. Moyo is the Director and Adjunct Professor at CAPSI, which is the Center on African Philanthropy and Social Investment that sits at the University of the Witwatersrand. And then Tembeka Nkambule from Sanlam. Thank you very much, Tembeka. And Tembeka is Chief Transformation Officer at Sanlam. Thank you very much. And of course, Sanlam, just a quick reminder, was the winner of the 2025 Trialogue Strategic CSI Award. And this was for its Youth for Tourism initiative, which we'll talk about a little bit. Well done. Yeah, well done. I like the gender balance. We'll forget that it's not matching on the screen. That's absolutely okay. What we've typically done in all of the conversations up until this point is that we've kicked off with the poll, but I'm going to break the pattern a little bit, because I think the poll that we've just did collectively in the room is just as important in this conversation. And then what we'll do is we'll end off with the poll that we're supposed to start off with in this conversation. And Nick, I maybe want to start off with you, because the question I want to bring actually links a comment that came from the reflection yesterday as we closed the day, and allows us to bring that reflection into today. What we do know is that the environment is quite volatile. We saw that in that poll that there is reference to geopolitical instability. There are economic pressures. There are social pressures. What I'm interested in is, how is this reshaping how CSI actually sits inside companies? Is it being seen as discretionary spend, risk mitigation, or is it a strategic lever for resilience? And the reason why I say this links to a comment that was made yesterday was that a lady, I think it was Google, stood up yesterday and said, nothing's changing. We're having the same conversation over and over. So I'd like you to bring that arc of both what's happening in the moment right now, but what's the long horizon that you're seeing in terms of where CSI is evolving to?
No, thank you. So, you know, I think we've been speaking about these shifts in CSI for a more leveraged strategic space. And that language is familiar. You know, we've been talking about that for years. I think the difference is, and it really came through quite strongly yesterday, is that language is now kind of mainstream. We're talking about catalytic capital like it's an old friend, you know. It's the amount of time systemic change was mentioned yesterday. So I think the language has shifted, but we also, I believe, are seeing practices shift as well.
Yeah.
You know, we at PASA looked at a series of case studies on collective impact, which is a form of collaboration. We're doing the same thing. We're doing case studies on that. We're finding real life examples of outcomes-based funds, collective processes. We're finding examples of projects where CSI or philanthropy money has fed into let's say, a community farming project, followed up by impact capital coming through on the back of that. So where these examples are starting to take place, I think you're actually seeing a real shift. And to your question just about the discretionary side and the economic impact, and it was an interesting slide that came out here. And I was not surprised. I felt that was kind of how I would see the
Can
situation.
we pull it up, please, again, technical team, just that poll? Yes, go ahead, Nick.
Yes, I mean, obviously when there are economic pressures, discretionary funds going to come under pressure. But if CSI is more strategic, and we strongly believe there's a case to make it strategic where there's a business and a developmental benefit, and there are multiple business elements that you can justify through a CSI program if it is strategic.
Yeah.
Not just the compliance, and not just a tick box, and not just a reputation driver, and how it can actually feed into risk processes, how it can actually make competitive differences. If your CSI programs meet those or tick those boxes, they're not going to be cut. You know, they're going to be a lot more stable. They're not going to be as fickle. They're going to endure for longer, and the budgets are going to come through. We're seeing, I think, even in this turmoil, that there's a general holding of CSI. Obviously, it changes from one company to the next. But generally, we see that there's a marginal growth even through these difficult times through CSI programs. And I think the strategic levers are partly responsible for that.
And so what I'm almost hearing you say, Nick, is perhaps two things. One is there actually has been a positive evolution as you talk about the mainstreaming of CSI, not only just the language, but the significance of CSI. And what I'm hearing you say that even with the economic pressures, macro pressures, micro pressures, the marginal growth is indicative of CSI actually being expected to play a more strategic role and to actually close some of those gaps that are emerging. I want to build on that. I want to maybe just jump to you, Prof, on this a little bit, and to ask us to take us a little bit into the global philanthropy space. I've had the privilege of moderating you in different parts of the world where this has really been the key conversation, the retreat of global capital, the retreat, I wouldn't even call it a hesitation, but an absolute retreat of donor funding around the space. I'm interested in two things. One, what you think of this poll as we see it, but two, what that retreat means for the opportunity for corporates to, especially, and I'm going to talk about corporates in South Africa because we're here, what that means for corporates in terms of the opportunity to step in and play in some of those vacuums that have been created.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I wanted to start on a celebratory mood. I just asked Kathy, how many times have you done this? And she said 19 times.
Yeah.
And I'm raising that because we existing in an environment where support and aid, as we know it, has been redrawn. The aid map has been redrawn in such drastic ways that it has given us some patterns which I think are important, and they do speak to some of the results that came from the poll, which seem to be suggesting a bit of almost we are not connected to the global world in many ways, especially if you look at what really drives CSI according to the poll. I'm sure maybe if you do it later, the results will change, because the global configurations of aid and the aid architecture and developmental assistance has completely changed. And what we see currently is that there's a rise of other new players that are on the horizon. So, for example, the rise of China, the Gulf and Persian states are really beginning to play, or are expected to play massive roles, both from the point of view of their bilateral assistance, but also from their corporate practices. But we also see that also from countries such as Brazil, India, among others. China is the second contributor right now as we speak to the United Nations, and that has implications for how new rules are going to be drawn. And those rules have implications on what we do even on this part of the continent. So there are huge expectations that have risen, firstly on high net worth individuals. High net worth individuals are expected increasingly to close the gap that has been created by the withdrawal, not just of USAID and American support, but overall, over the last 10 years, we have actually been witnessing a slow but dramatic decline in terms of overseas development assistance. But the other expectation is for the multilaterals to also close that gap. And I'm sure you have seen the Africa Development Bank has actually even recruited somebody who used to work in Asia. And the idea is that we will start looking towards the East as opposed to our usual global North. And then, of course, the other expectation is that the private sector must actually come to close those gaps that have been created by the withdrawal of these donors. And over the last couple of years, over the top 20 corporate givers globally, pharmaceuticals have actually been the top 4 in terms of that. And so I think there's something to look into that in terms of the role that pharmaceuticals are playing when it comes to corporate social investment. But I think there are certain expectations and also the role that the private sector ought to play in this current moment. And I think a lot of this could have been covered yesterday, but I want to highlight a few. The first is that we're expecting the corporate to have a soul. A corporate to have a soul, right? And I'm saying this because I've just been following a lot of what's happening with different corporates. And in particular, I don't know how many of you follow the work of Safaricom, which is a subsidiary, I think, of Vodacom, but in Kenya. A couple of years ago, Safaricom hired somebody called Bobby Collymore. He's late now. And of late, people have been going back and resuscitating videos of Bobby Collymore and saying, even though Safaricom is implementing great ideas, it's not the same. They are lacking that touch that Bob Colmore had, which had purpose, people, and profits. And I think that's important in this particular moment, because if we don't have corporates that are socially conscious, it's going to have an impact also on young people. Young people want to work for companies that are socially conscious. We see this in terms of how young people are giving, in terms of how they are looking at the world, but also if you look at how young people are susceptible to mental wellness these days, they can't be working in corporates that are not treating them as total human beings. So that's very important in today's world, because if we don't pay attention to that, we are going to lose an entire generation. And so corporates must invest in innovation, they must invest in ESG, but most importantly, they must invest in community development and invest in young people and make sure that the future is guaranteed. So there are a couple of other things that we can talk about, but I wanted to bring back the idea of purpose, people, and profits. Thanks.
Sure. So I was quite intrigued by the ripple laughter to the reference to the soul, to your comment, because I think what you've done is you've taken the language a little bit further. We used to talk about a corporate responsibility. And then we said maybe citizenship is a little bit better because, you know, if you're a citizen, you have a sense of responsibility and a legitimacy to be there. But soul, man, Prof, I think is going to be one of those that is going to leave us with a positive discomfort for us to engage with. But as I now come to you, Tembek, I think it's quite important that we talk about your program, because I think it really is quite significant what Sanlam has done with this Sanlam for Youth for Tourism initiative, because it exists within the context that's been described by Nick, within the context that's been described by Prof. Tell us a little bit about the program. Tell us about how does it work, but potentially also tell us a little bit about what's made it so successful. Thanks, Tim. We can take the poll down.
So for us, as the largest non-banking financial services provider on the continent, we know that we have a responsibility. It's a huge responsibility, not only look after the monies that our clients have entrusted with us, but also to serve the communities in ensuring that there is inclusive economic growth for all. So that is the basis upon which a lot of our programs are on. And with this in particular, we looked post-COVID, we all know what happened to the tourism industry. And post that, we said, how can we play a part in ensuring that we are driving not only the economic growth for our country, but we're also doing the right thing for the communities that we serve. So we trained youth, which are an important pillar in our communities, and we gave them various skills, from content creation to baristas to various elements that are within the tourism industry. But what was powerful is that we didn't do it alone, because not us alone can fix anything. And to not also be egotistical about it, that we need the scale as we partner with other corporates that we are in this together. So through our youth employment services as the catalyst for us, we partnered with various corporates in South Africa, some of whom are in the room as well, where everybody contributed towards the funding for these youth. And linked to that, it just doesn't stop at training. We go the next mile to say, okay, you have received your certificate, you have received the skill, what next? Which is actually one of the challenges that we have in the country. We have a lot of youth that are sitting at home with beautiful certificates. So we then assist with opening access to markets for them. In simple ways. Right now, for us as an example, a lot of the youth that did the training for content creation, they're involved now. This Friday, we're having a shoot with our marketing department for one of the ads, and the youth are involved in that. So it's not just a singular or one instance that happens, once off. It's people that have finished the training, then they've gone into our procurement and they're in our supply chain, and we are actually using them as well. And the beauty there is it's an ecosystem. Look at it.
Yeah.
So that it's not just about training. It's not just a program. It's actually an ecosystem that is not just Sanlam brand. It is other corporates within South Africa. And it's more longer term than just one program that trains and just pushes out trainees.
Thank you very much for that, because I think what you've done is literally put a ribbon around many of the conversations that we had yesterday. We kicked off with a conversation yesterday about how do we actually rally people around a common purpose. And as you talk about the work of bringing different partners around that common purpose, but also the question was raised, I think it was in the catalytic capital conversation, to say maybe just focusing on access on itself is not enough. And what I'm hearing you saying is that, yes, it's access to skills plus, and so access to markets has also been an important part of the ecosystem that you've built around these young people. Nick, I want to build a little bit in around the ESG conversation, because what we know is that ESG has become a little bit more politically contested. We're seeing a lot more companies doing their work a little bit more quietly. And so the question to you is this: how is this changing how CSI is done, but also what does doing less but doing it better actually look like?
Yeah, so I think just firstly on the topic of ESG, there was some ESG pushback. And if you looked into the space, you could almost understand why. There was a lot of froth of activity going on, people reporting, adhering to codes and standards, a lot of wastage of time without real value to the business. And we spoke a lot about, Shamila yesterday spoke about purpose and how important that is. And, you know, the issues that companies are faced are more complex day by day. You know, corporates are operating in a very complex space. They need to navigate that space, and they need to have a sustainability lens to do so. And in doing that, what's required is really to understand their impacts on society, to understand how they navigate through that space through material and management of material issues, but importantly, doing things, not just talking about things.
Yeah.
And for those companies that have got a strong purpose and they're driven by purpose and they link in a sustainability agenda, I think it's a business as usual. They are still driving a sustainability agenda without just going through necessarily the focus and the distraction of filling out ESG compliance forms. You know, I mean, if a company if you're going out writing a report and you've got to go and find someone to give you information on a particular topic, you can be sure that that topic's not being managed in the organization. So I think that it has quietened down. Some of the noise has quietened down, but I think the substance has remained. And I think that CSI is a very important part of the ESG conversation, part of the mix. It's a critical element, particularly in a country where we've got these social pressures. And you see from that poll that came out, it's the one element of the sort of ESG matrix that actually extends out beyond the value chain. You're able to reach into communities, you're able to do more, you're able to be seen to be doing more, you're able to involve your staff, you're able to Becky's point, you know, provide a mechanism to give the company some soul.
Yeah.
And it's a very important mechanism, and it's seen like that in this country. So, as I said earlier, I don't think there's a pullback on that. I think CSI is very important, an important element of that all. Doing less with doing more, you know, I don't think that we are doing less, but I think we are focusing on whether it counts.
Sure.
And there's a strong, I think, emphasis on making sure that we can see the impact of our programs through monitoring and evaluation type programs, and leveraging that work that we do as per the Sanlam approach now, bringing others into a space, and actually saying, okay, together we can actually achieve more.
Yeah.
So I think it's maybe not less, but it's certainly aiming to try and achieve more and be part of the bigger solution and system, as opposed to operating as an isolated project on its own.
Yeah, I think the point you make about what's left is the substance really sits in the room, and it also gives me the impression that pushback is not always a bad thing, because it allows us to weed out the frivolous activity that actually isn't adding the value, so that we really get to focus on the things that matter. And that's what I'm hearing you say is where we've kind of landed with that. I want to bring a question from Laurel, Prof, to you. Laurel, thank you so much. So Laurel's back on the platform asking questions. So a quick reminder that the platform remains open to everyone. And Laurel says, one of the key gaps in the withdrawal of global funding is for social justice work that is often not the easier feel-good work, such as health, food, entrepreneurship, and education, that seems to be getting all the support from business. And the question is, are there any examples of corporates supporting more systemic and fundamental social change that you've come across?
Not at the top of my head, but I know that there are progressive corporates globally that have invested in collaborations to begin with, because I think it's important to also think about collaborations as a form of support, but as a journey towards a justice or a socially just world that you want. And so I think under the Human Global Compact, we see lots of corporates that have defined themselves along those progressive values. So I think that could be one example that we could do. But I also think during COVID, we also saw a lot of corporates that were very keen on supporting those issues that could be defined as social justice. But I think there's also this succession that is happening, not just in corporates, but also in philanthropy, a succession from your elderly owners of capital, let's say in most cases it would have been old white male, into young people. And in this case, most of the people who are taking over from their elders, usually young people who are keen on socially conscious investments. So for them, financial investment is not enough if it doesn't translate to social upliftment. Sure. And I think we should be looking into those kind of transitions that are happening at the moment around this succession debate, and then building collaborations and partnerships and solidarity with those individuals and those corporates.
So I want to bring a quick question from Tamiko to you, Prof, before I move on to Tembeka. And the question is, how will the global changes with China and the Gulf states impact CSI and sustainability in South Africa? And I think it's a good question, because we often tend just to focus on the US, maybe even the UK, of course, broadly Europe and what's happening there. But the spotlight now is what's happening in China. The spotlight is on the Gulf states. What is the thinking about how that might translate on the ground?
Yeah, so before the war in Iran, we knew already that there was a lot of movement around China, the Persian Gulf states, moving into African continent to invest, whether it's around infrastructure. And most of them, they were giving their money through government partnerships to invest in education, agriculture, among others. And other countries like Brazil had actually reopened their embassies, which they had closed before. So we know that for a fact. And we know that there's an increase in Chinese companies in African countries, in South Africa in particular. There are so many Chinese companies as we speak right now. And that has an impact on what the CSI would look like, driven by those values. We have so many studies on American companies. That's because we've got centers that are dedicated towards that. I wish we could have invited the Chinese center from UJ to speak about whether they are actually doing studies on that, but also centers that might be coming up looking at the Persian and Gulf states and how they are investing in the African continent. I have no doubt that in the future we're going to have some particular factors and particular characteristics that are going to be defining CSI, especially driven by those type of companies. If you looked at what used to happen in Mozambique, there were lots of protests to whether it was Brazilian companies or Chinese companies around how they, for example, treat workers, etc., etc. So I think we have to look into that and maybe initiate some commissioned studies to see what the future will look like with more investments coming from the East.
Thank you very much. And I think, Tembeka, you get to take us home now, because what I'm hoping you'll do for us is actually land the global conversation that we've been having, almost the national conversation and the evolution that you've brought for us, Nick, and to invite Tembeka to help us think about how this should be landing at a personal leadership level with the CSI leaders in the room. And the question that I have for you is that we've heard that the environment is constrained. We've heard that the environment is uncertain. We've also heard Prof. Becky saying there are new expectations that are now, whether it's on high net worth individuals, whether it's on private sector, there are new expectations that are on the table. What is the one shift you believe that CSI leaders need to make now to stay credible and to stay effective in this moment that they find themselves in? And I mean, it could be anything from partnership models to funding flexibility and so on. But what do you think is the one thing that leaders should be thinking about at this moment?
I think as CSI leaders, we are afraid of one of Professor's 3 Ps, the big profit word, because we think we should be looking at, it's not only one element. There is an element of profit that we need to put into the conversation, because it is, yes, about enterprise growth. It is about our procurements and supply chains being improved, but it is also about growth for the business. And so it looks different for different organizations. For us, we found a way to see it in our different works that we do. We know that pipeline that we are growing, and I can therefore unlock funding because I am speaking in a way that my actuary can understand as it pertains to what he has to do when he has to shell out funding. So it's very important that we are able to speak in business words so that the people that are providing funding can effectively support us and provide funding for us so that we can really see a more strategic push towards where we're going. Of course, it's important to also look at the whole ecosystem from a perspective of what is it doing to our supply chain as well. We need to make sure that we are training people, or we are doing work that means we must see a shift in our own organizations before we can continue to ask for more funding, because the funding is at the center of it. It's important that we get the right funding from the right people, but we have to be able to factor in, of all the brilliant things that everybody is doing, we have to factor in the P.
So how I'd like to close this panel is actually go back to that first poll, and we'll do a final comment on what you think on the results. So we're going on to poll number 7, please, team. So if you can please load that poll, because I think it actually ties this conversation well. And the questions that you should be seeing coming up very shortly on your device is, which of these do you think is the biggest driver of more effective CSI? So it builds on Tembeka's idea of what is it that we need to look at. And we're already seeing a few, so I'd love to give that another 30 seconds to get more fingers on that poll. But is it about, Nick, fewer initiatives and deeper investments per projects, which was the question I was landing about, doing better while doing less? Is it about stronger measurement and clear outcomes, which is a continuation of a conversation we had yesterday around data? Is it about closer alignment with the core business strategy, Tembeka, which is what you are speaking to us now about, not being afraid of including the profits as we talk about purpose and people? Is it about greater community voice and co-creation, which of course is anchored in our theme over the last 2 days? Is it about more collaborative initiatives like the Tourism for Youth initiative, Tembeka, that you spoke about? Or is it about funding of systemic levers, like funding research, funding policy, funding advocacy, and collaboratives, which would be of interest to you as well, Prof. Becky, as you look at it? And if we look at those numbers right now, there actually isn't a standout lead. It feels like, to me, it's one of those moments where we're like, we have to do everything. So if something is on 7%, let me quickly cast my vote there so that it can at least make the 7 and 8 so that it doesn't get left behind. But let's just say maybe a quarter of those who participated are saying we just need to get better at measurement and clear outcomes. That's 24%. Then we go to fewer initiatives and deeper investment per project. The lowest one is, which is still very interesting for me, 7% saying more collaborative initiatives. Isn't that interesting? So we've got 1 minute on the clock. So your reaction is literally, we've got 1.5, so 30 seconds at best. Nick, your reaction.
So, I mean, it's kind of all of the above, which is why I think you've got that. But I think the last one, funding systemic levers, and you can't do that without all the other features being in place.
Sure.
You know, it's a build program. Do what you're doing, do it well, and then look for opportunities to leverage that in terms of having a greater impact and influence.
Got you. Let's go.
I'll go with more collaborative initiatives, because this is where we're seeing real impact, not only in this program that I'm talking about, but other various programs where we partner with different people. So through that collaboration, it's not only just about our voice, it's not only our funding, it's not only our risk, but it's all shared. So I would go more for collaboration.
All right, so you would take that 7% and you'd make it a good 25, 26%. Prof, what do you make of this reading?
I mean, you trust me to say this is not representative or generalizable. Only 42 people voted. So
yes, Prof.
But I would go with, for me, because I really want corporates to go back to communities, I would probably look more at the greater community voice and co-creation, as well as the funding of systemic problems. But I know my time is up. We are turning 10 years old as CAPSI, and so I wanted to celebrate that together with Trialogue as well. Thank you so much.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. And I think it's a great place to also applaud the three of you for a fantastic conversation. Thank you so much. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Before we transition to our next topic, I just wanted to take a moment to also make an announcement. So happy birthday to CAPSI at 10 years, but also to announce that the applications for the 2026 Trialogue Strategic CSI Awards open today, and that you can actually submit your company's entry by visiting the website. So the application forms and the applications are all loaded on the website, and that goes live today. I just wanted to spend 30 seconds just giving you a little bit of background on the award. A quick reminder that it's launched in 2014 and really goes to one project by one company each year that best represents the concept of strategic CSI, and that is CSI that benefits both society and business. And so to the point of profit, to the point of purpose and people, that it meets all of those. It's judged independently by Prof. Jacob Mati. He's from CAPSI. And so is a colleague of Prof. Moyo, together with Gugu McLaren Oshewonkunze from the National Business Initiative from NBI that we heard from yesterday. And of course, we know that Sanlam won that award last year. And so we are looking forward to your applications, and to just let you know that the winner will be announced at the launch of the Trialogue Business in Society Handbook in December of this year. So we really do look forward to that. A quick reminder to please rate the session. It's live on your app now. It's very quick, 5-star rating. So we'd like to do that while that is quite fresh. We've now set ourselves up, ladies and gentlemen, to transition to topic 5, and that is on building the foundations, why ECD infrastructure matters. And this is a session that is being presented in partnership with the Development Bank of Southern Africa. We retain our pattern of leading with a sponsor introduction before we transition into a panel, which is preceded by a poll. And so it gives me a great pleasure now to introduce Triane Rampele, who is a group executive that looks after infrastructure delivery at the DBSA, to open up this session before we go into the panel. Can we please give Triane a big round of applause? There you go.
Greetings to all of you. Let me also then appreciate the remarks and I don't know whether I must say the the program director or what. As you know, in Parliament, there's a rise on a point of privilege. So, from our side as the DVSA, let me introduce myself again. My name is Chwene Rampele. I'm the Group Executive for Infrastructure Delivery. All what we know is the delivery of infrastructure, both from social and economic infrastructure. We're really very, very grateful that, this association and the collaboration that we really are, in with Trialogue and other related parties. We are saying from our side that this is the beginning. And for us, we would really want to see, real, tangible, measurable results and the impact right there at the society, and that's why we're really going to see all of these things. But from our side as DBSA, infrastructure is crucial for development. And we start there to then say infrastructure is crucial for development. When we come here, we're riding on the roads that we call infrastructure. That's a sector that the DBSA is also looking at. When we look around, we then see there's issues of water, issues of ports, issues of housing, issues of education. That is basically the areas that we really take keen interest in, because we know that infrastructure actually is a catalyst to a real development. Our lens focus on ECD is that of investing in resilient infrastructure to enable sustainable development and inclusive quality early childhood development program. So when we were asked to really begin to deal with the issue of ECD, and some people will say, well, why is DBSA involved in ECD kind of programs? And we said, it is the foundation for us. And you ignore that particular part, what you're going to see down the line is that you're going to see a situation whereby you don't even have the right workforce. Because what you're breeding, you'll be breeding people that are misaligned to basically where the society needs to really be at. And that's why DBSA's development position is motivated by the goal of contributing to an increased access to services, education and health, etc. It is evidently clear that building of or improvement of infrastructure has a direct impact on the sustainable development goals. We also are really of a view that we must go beyond just for the success of for us to see the success of the sustainable development goals is when we see people having real tangible experience of water coming out of their taps, of education being of that quality. And that's basically for us what drives our motivation. We believe that ramping investment in the ECD is the right approach to design a productive generation that will be environmentally, socially, and economically relevant. And therefore, DBSA views ECD infrastructure as a critical infrastructure. It is critical because if it fails, it has a detrimental effect on human and ultimately economic development. We need to collectively and collaboratively put ECD infrastructure that promotes children's growth and well-being. We continue to value partnerships, and we have got partnerships with the organizations such as Early Child Foundation, Redline Africa. Let us use our smart partnerships to ensure construction of safe structures integrated with dignifying sanitation facilities, clean potable water, access to safe energy, proper food preparation facilities, and appropriate outdoor spaces. That's just beginning to indicate our commitment from the fact that when we look at ECD, we don't just look at it as just a structure there. We also look at the network infrastructure that needs to really be in a position to ensure that ECD is quite well functional. On that note, that's basically to assert our DBSA's commitment towards ensuring that we use all our tools, whether it's CSR, whether it's infrastructure investments, financing, debt, all of this, to really drive this particular agenda. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, my good sir. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Let's kindly please, Mr. Rampele, a big round of applause. I think one of the lines that stays with me is that we're investing in infrastructure for a productive generation. I think that's really powerful when we begin to see the much bigger frame of what it means to actually lay a strong foundation that translates beyond as a legacy for the country, but also for the people of the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite my panelists to kindly please join me up on stage. I'm going to invite Ipeleng Muhlala. Ipeleng got a woo. Oh, that's nice. Ipeleng is a bit of a fan club happening. Ipeleng is the CEO of the Early Care Foundation. She comes into this conversation with experience in leading large-scale ECD programs focused on governance, compliance, and institutional sustainability. And her work is grounded in community-driven, on-the-ground implementation that centers ECD practitioners. Let me also welcome Tracy Webster, who is the CEO of the Oppenheimer Memorial Trust. Guys, I need that woo for everyone now. Thank you. Tracy works across education, social justice, arts and culture, and she comes onto the stage with over 25 years of experience in social development, having also previously served as executive director of the African Leadership Institute and CEO of the Branson Center of Entrepreneurship. Welcome, Tracy. And then we're joined by Senzo. Senzo is the acting CEO of Ilifa Labantwana, and he, in his role, he looks after partnerships as well as impact, and he's engaged extensively with government departments on ECD policy programming. And then I noticed the error that I made with Mr. Rampele Chwene. So now you get a woo, which you didn't get when you first came up. So let's woo you all the way back up. Well done. Thank you so much, and thank you for indulging me. As I take my seat, let me just kindly please remind us all again that your voice is so important in these conversations. It's one thing for me to ask the questions, but actually so much more powerful when all of us bring our collective insights and perspectives. So please, again, go to the green button at the bottom of the device, put in those questions, and then I'll try and integrate them into the conversation as best as I can. Let's kick off with our poll for this session that we'll then revisit once we've got a few questions underway. That should have, it's already popped up on our screens, and the question is, what do you think is the most underappreciated benefit of ECD facilities? What do you think is the most underappreciated benefit of ECD facilities? I'd like to see more than 42 people participate in this one, please. Is it the fact that it creates stable, meaningful employment in communities that we're not quite appreciating? Is it that it actually frees caregivers to participate in economic life? Is it that it anchors other services such as health, nutrition, and social support? Is it that it builds community ownership and pride in a shared public good? Or is it that it breaks the intergenerational cycle of poverty? And so we'll let that run in the background and just really encourage so many more of us just to put our fingers on the pulse of this one. And then we'll revisit it together with the panelists in a short while. So let me get back into the conversation. Trina, where you left us is, which I really resonated with, is just a reminder that we could talk about the SDGs until we're blue in the face, but if we don't understand that in the absence of infrastructure, a tap will open and nothing will come out. You know, in the absence of infrastructure, we'll talk about quality education, but our children will be sitting under trees and actually not having access to that education. But what we also know that all of that is core business for the DBSA. And so the question to you is, firstly, do you think it's overlooked by other companies who could step in as partners and funders in the work that you do? And do you think that there is a role that other companies should really be, who are not infrastructure players in the main, should be stepping into? And I'm going to add this as just an end thought for you to consider as you respond to that, is that there's always this perception that infrastructure is the primary business of government and public institutions. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts on whether we are beginning to dispel that perception, because we actually need to crowd in a lot more funds in order to meet our infrastructure ambition.
No, thank you so much. I think the starting point for me would then be to then say, you know, the one thing that we ignore in the whole entire infrastructure value chain is that, as you rightfully say, we can really have a bridge then built, we can have a house built, we can have all of these things built. One thing for sure that you'll see is that there is that, innate ignorance of dealing with the issue of maintenance. And that goes back to the issues of capacity. And that's why we're really very keen to then say, we need to develop human capacity, because there's a whole lot of new infrastructure that we've built. And I can tell you from CSI, we have also supported over 140 ECDs in the main. We've also built quite a number of infrastructure that we really put through in the system. But you go there after 3 months or after you've completed, it's just a sheer neglect that you see that there's no maintenance. And therefore, the consequences, you then get service delivery failure. And once there's service delivery failure, people are not getting the services. So that's why you'll find a tap that you open, there's no water, because we don't have people that have to deal with process controllers at the treatment plant. And now you see that because of the lack of process controllers at the treatment plant, then the effluent gets into the river, then people get cholera, then we start to intervene in that particular respect. And that's why we are saying the core is to deal with also the issue of human capacity, and not that all of us in our mandates deals with the same thing of infrastructure. That's why we are saying, as DBSA, we have competence in financing infrastructure and also building infrastructure. That's why there is a role for others that specialize in their own areas to then come to the party. That's why the power of collaboration really becomes a very important element for us. And not just collaborate, but connecting also in terms of our mandates and collectively then beginning to then ensure the functionality of this thing to service our nation. But I think the issue of capacity, human capacity and human development becomes an important element. And that's why we want to start from the ACD level, because the culture, you start it from there. If then you don't deal with it at that level, that's why somebody will see a tap, dripping water, it just leaves it. And or will see a child that doesn't close it. You see a child that just throws paper on the ground. It's because we have not basically developed them that way to then deal with the issue. That's why I'm saying we go beyond just infrastructure, but also then beginning to look at our attitudes towards how we really treat the infrastructure. Sure. And I think it's important to then deal with that particular part. But the issue that you're raising in the perception, we always say the problem is enormous. And I don't want us to focus on the enormity of the problem. Sure. But we must focus on terms of what do we do with what we have now and begin to register the right progress. I always talk about the power of progress. The power of progress is going to ensure that any investor knows that this person, even if he has got 10 rands, is able to utilize it appropriately. And that's why the other issue is the issue of governance. And I'm definitely sure that most of you, from the CSR perspective, we're also conscious. We don't just want to get into somebody else that we know the governance is in tatters. That we know that we'll throw our money into that particular space, then the money is gone. And the person is not really aligned to your strategic objectives. So therefore, I think one of the things, this perception is correct to then say, some people view like, it's not government's, only role. That's why we're talking private sector participation to come into the system, to then be in a position to build. We just have to create a conducive environment. And that's why we're pushing that government get towards in creating a conducive environment for anybody to participate. Because you can't say private sector come and participate and then we still have a problem. I always relate this matter to then say, you find a private sector company coming and say, I want to do this wastewater treatment plant. We want an EIA. But now, just from a public partnership, things are not working. A municipality cannot give, I've got a school that we need to open it, elegant school. We need a municipality to sign off for occupation. We can't occupy because they are not issuing out the thing because they've got their own issues. So if government by itself doesn't work together, we can sing the song of saying, come private sector, but how is private sector going to get the EIA or water use license in that regard? So I think as a private sector, we've got a greater role. We just have to then anchor on institutions like DBSA, looking at the governance, all of this, to try and say, you have an established governance, let's deal and rally beyond this and utilize the little money we have to leverage more money to drive development.
And I think what's really helpful in listening to you speak is that you're not just lamenting the issue of an environment that's not conducive, the poor governance, the poor regulation. You're saying there is a pathway. where we rally behind the DBSA, where that capability does exist. Because I think it is true that hesitation will always be there in the absence of a conducive environment if people start feeling that they're putting money into a bottomless pit and not seeing the infrastructure at the end of it. So it's both a challenge and a solution in one, which I appreciate in the conversation. But Ipuleng, I think you get to just make this a little bit more practical for us, because you, as the Early Care Foundation, actually partnered with the DBSA. You've gone into building into the ECD space. Tell us a little bit about that work, more as a first response, but also I'm keen to hear, based on the poll that we did, how do you see the benefit, not only for the children, but for the broader community on the back of these infrastructure assets?
Thanks, Nozipo, and good morning, everyone. The Early Care Foundation has partnered with the DBSA to do minor renovations in terms of infrastructure to also meet the Department of Basic Education compliance requirements. We know that a lot of ECD centers are unable to access funding, they're unable to comply with different departments. And one of the most expensive stumbling blocks has been infrastructure for a long time. And I think as the sector, we have treated infrastructure as a compliance tick box instead of foundational condition for quality early learning. So if children are in unsafe spaces, unhealthy spaces, they are unable to thrive, they are unable to learn, and the teachers as well in those ECD centers are unable to, comply and deliver quality programs, because they are dealing with issues of overcrowding, lack of water, and also nutrition plays quite a big role, and also toilet facilities. So when we came into this space, we were looking at cost-effective measures. How can we use resources and stretch the budget in terms of reaching more ECD centers with a limited budget? So instead of building a new center from scratch, how can we then look at minor renovations that will enable compliance, which will then lead to access to the conditional grants that the DBE has in place? So this work has really challenged us to look at what other different modalities can we look at. So we had to look at the selection criteria, risk factors, and the commitment of ECD centers that we would have selected. And in terms of the question that's on the poll, I think ECD centers do play an important role in enabling economic activity. We know we have a lot of unemployment in the country, and so community members are employed in those centers. There's economic activity. Children are able to access early learning programs, and they are community assets, but they do need to be looked after, and they do need to be compliant. So infrastructure does play an important role in that.
Thank you very much. And again, as you list, there's something that keeps coming back in this conversation. It actually started yesterday. Yesterday we called it culture. Chuene this morning says it's an attitude that we need to be looking at. And I'm hearing you here again coming back and saying it's actually how we treat our assets. And I think it actually speaks to some of the, I call it like the sinew that holds the bones and the flesh together in the things that we're building. And it's quite interesting that it's coming out over the 2 days so strongly. Tracy, let me bring this question to you. Investing in ECD infrastructure is one of many, 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 many needs that I'm sure land in the form of different proposals and requests to philanthropists generally. My question to you is, where does it sit in your list of priorities? And where do you think philanthropists can play a bigger and more effective role in supporting the infrastructure drive, especially at an ECD level?
Thank you, Naziba.
I think we just need to, first of all, acknowledge that we're living in unprecedented times for ECD, and I've never been more excited about the sector right now. And I say that because, our president positioned this front and center in the SONA, which was backed up by Treasury allocating an additional 10 billion to ECD. And that 10 billion that's sitting there is for the child per day subsidy. That many of the people sitting in this room have been funding NGOs, activist organizations to increase that allocation per child per day. And so there's a window of opportunity for us now to unlock that funding. And the only way we're going to do that is if we focus and prioritize infrastructure development. So all of those early learning programs, all of those ECD centers, have an opportunity now for us, together with the DBSA, to come alongside, make sure the soft infrastructure, which OMT is playing a huge role in delivering the health and safety packs. DBSA has put their hand up to say they're going to look at the hard infrastructure of securing those sites and making sure that they comply with government's regulation. Government, by the way, has done a lot in re-looking at that regulation and simplifying it. Sure. So everything is aligned for us to unlock that 10 billion. And once those early learning programs comply with Silver and they unlock that child subsidy per day, suddenly that early learning program becomes more sustainable. You can now focus on nutritious food for that child. The working environment and conditions are a lot better, and they really can focus on delivering quality education for those children. So prior to us getting involved, the one thing our board said is, we don't fund infrastructure, okay? But the other thing they say to us is we're interested in catalytic funding and leveraging our funding to unlock systemic change. That came in the form of this infrastructure, which is how I've convinced my board to say if we put funding into this infrastructure fund, we're able to be catalytic and unlock that 10 billion that Treasury has allocated. My fear is that if we don't all work collaboratively, so I was disappointed to see that percentage out there, if we don't work collaboratively as the private sector and really get behind this infrastructure fund, we're not going to unlock that 10 billion. Everything we've promised, everything we've been working towards in funding NGOs is not going to happen because they're not going to be more sustainable. And I'm concerned that if we don't unlock that funding, Treasury is going to say, you know what, let's allocate it to health, they're ready to go. Sure. And the egg is going to be on our face, the private sector's face. Government's moved ahead, the systems are in place, the research has been done, the monitoring and evaluation is there. The DFI has come and put their hand up, and we are not organized as the private sector, which is actually quite heartbreaking because we should be the innovators, we should be looking at leverage, we understand smart partnerships. So the time is now to really catalyze this opportunity and get the job over the line.
In 30 seconds, where do you think that hesitation comes from?
I think we haven't seen government move so quickly and so fast. And for many, I think we're stuck in an old narrative. I think we're stuck in the old narrative that we're always ahead of the game. We're doing this, we're doing that. And suddenly the shift happened. DBE picked up this ball and they've got out of the starting blocks. They've built a blueprint for delivery. They've asked every single stakeholder to play together to realize this vision. And I think we know who we are as South Africans. We're competitive. We want to get the job over the line. We're innovative. And honestly, the rest of the continent is looking at us to come up with a model for delivery. And I think we are so well positioned to realize the strategy and come up with a very interesting model that the LIMICs can lean on and roll out in their own countries. So we've got to go for it.
Yep. Thank you very much. And I think, again, when things are shifting, there's always the first movers, and then there's the wave of having to catch up. And what I'm hearing you say is that we need to catch up. Things are being done differently. There is first mover. There is trust that's being rebuilt in the system as well, because I think that's probably part of the hesitation. Senzo, let me bring you into this conversation. I'd love for you just to, in very briefly, tell us a little bit about Ilifa Labantwana and what you do. From what I understand is that you work at a systems level, but you also look at the conditions for effective service delivery. I'd love for you to unpack that a little bit, but also tell us a little bit about your take on the state of infrastructure at an ECD level in the country, whether you think this is just a symptom of just a deeper structural failure as a country, or is there something else that we're missing that would help us really maybe do the work that Tracy's inviting us to, which is to really align, collaborate, and get the job done?
So thanks. I guess I'm getting a difficult question. So maybe just to start is Ilifa Labantwana, for those who don't know the organization, is you can translate the name to means children's legacy.
Yes.
That is our mission, to build the legacy for our children. The work that we do, what it seeks to do is to make sure all the efforts that we are all working towards right now will be durable and sustainable for future generations to come, for future generations of children to be born to benefit from. So that's the work that we do. And I'm going to hold it there. So if I get into the ECD space and give you a sense on how it connects to the infrastructure piece, is to the point that Tracy was making, that we've never seen government work so fast and so proactive, and actually finding ourselves catching up with government. It's been a fascinating space to find ourselves in. To give you a sense, in about 2024, the sector worked together to develop a 2030 strategy, outlining what it will take to achieve universal access to affordable and quality ECD for all children. Obviously, for Ilifa, our main focus is on children that come from the 40% poorest households. That's our focus. So those are children who come from quintile 1 and quintile 2, if I use the education language. Those children are found in rural areas, they are found in informal settlements, and they are found in townships. So that's where the focus is. So when you talk about infrastructure, one of the most unfortunate things, which the strategy also recognizes, is that the barriers to access government supports are so high for Gogo Sibia, who has a ECD center of 10 kids in a Rondaville, in Mkanduli, in Eastern Cape, to be able to be connected to the system. And when government comes and say, for Gogo Sibia, who's in an area where there is no potable water, and there is no ablution facilities connected to a running sewage system, but we expect this ECD site in an island to have those features, is really a tall ask to ask. But what it also means for those 10 children in that site, they get denied access to quality ECD service. The strategy recognizes that, but it's not just strategy that will bring about fundamental change. It's the next thing. Since then, civil society, funders in the form of OMT and government have come together to pull together what is a social compact, which is called Banapele, means children first. And in the Banapele, it is enabled by a public digital platform, which Ilifa worked with DBE to develop, called eCares. For the first time in South Africa, government and civil society and funders, we have a sense of where are the early learning programs in the country, the state of which they are at that level, and the kind of support they need to move from where they are to get to a point where they can access subsidy. And as we talk today, we're talking about, at least in the system, there are 15,000 sites that are called bronze approved. Now, this is echo chamber language. Simply put, it's basic registration. This registration does not unlock subsidy yet. The next phase is silver registration. That's what unlocks subsidy, which is 24 Rand a child per day. So to move from being basic registered to silver, one of the biggest stumbling block is infrastructure. And infrastructure is, we're not talking about fancy Sentin level type buildings. Part of it is literally upgrading existing infrastructure. For others, it's adding something that is missing, something as basic as a fence to make sure that children, they are in a safe, healthy, and conducive environment for them to learn. So that's the kind of work I think, DBSA, OMT, and Early Care Foundation and the LIFA, and working with government, are trying to figure out to create an opportunity for which we can roll out an infrastructure support for all Gogosbias, Mamhlope, to be able to access the subsidy, because that's the goal all of us should seek. And that will then unlock the 10 billion rand that Tracy was talking about. And maybe just to end on this point, to bring it home, this year alone, if each one of us in this room, and I'm assuming in this room, and I'm excluding myself here, assuming we're coming from corporates, because I'm assuming a lot of us here are from CSI, there is a Mandela Day coming. This year alone, if we can get 5,000 of that 15,000 I spoke about to get the basic infrastructure support they need, they can get to the subsidy by April next year. So instead of a business running a parallel process, engage with DBSA, engage with OMT, engage with LK, engage with ILIFA, engage with DBE on, can you help us identify sites that are already primed to transition from bronze to silver? And instead of painting, maybe we'll just build a fence and maybe do a little bit of painting, but make sure the kind of infrastructure upgrade you're contributing to is moving a needle to help those sites get closer to subsidy.
And I think the point you make is so wonderful, because it's also another part of data. Because I think when we think about data, sometimes we think big data sets and complex data, but just do we know what's the next best thing we can do on Mandela Day?
Exactly.
And just the difference of knowing that actually, while painting a mural is going to have great pictures, the thing that's actually going to make a fundamental difference is actually going to be the fence. And having access to that data is so important. But again, what I'm loving from this conversation is just the cohesiveness of, I feel like this panel is an example of partnership in play and what's possible when all the partners come together. I did want to tease you, Senzo, because one of the things that I noticed that we do when we want to land a point about something rural, we don't just say a rural area, we say one with a click. And I don't know if you heard his Mkandulo, you know? And I catch myself doing that all the time, and I'll talk about Onge just to land the point. But I'm going to borrow Mkandule from now on. I've got lots of questions that have come from you, and I think it's indicative of how important this conversation is. So I'm going to try my best. Maybe let me go back to Trini, and then I'll follow the same point. Mashadi is saying, instead of focusing only on infrastructure delivery, how can we shift towards a model that builds community ownership and sustainable partnerships from the onset, ensuring that ECD facilities are not just built, but they're actively maintained? Because you raised the point around maintenance training. They're actively monitored and supported by communities and local municipalities. I think, paraphrased, is there one significant shift that we can make in order to realize all of these things that Mashadi is raising?
Yeah, no, thanks. It's a very important question. That's why I'm saying we always want to go beyond just infrastructure as a hard infrastructure. And I think that's why our model is predicated on strong social facilitation and getting the community to really be involved. And I think one of the key things that we normally live is building the governance structures within those communities. Obviously, as it has been indicated, in many cases we get involved in those rural areas, and you'll find that there's a chief, there is those structures that are there. Our aim always the time is we even have budget to support them, to really be in a position to be structured in the approach, including the training of them, including the issue around what we call a basic facilities maintenance, just to ensure that we also look in terms of the local businesses to say we have got the cooperatives here and there. Can we really then be in a position to support them over a particular period for them to begin to continue to maintain this particular infrastructure? Because for us, it's about sustainability. Because otherwise, development impact that we're going to see is going to drive down the line if we don't necessarily deal with those particular kind of issues. That's why we really say we are not much so heavy on the infrastructure. It's easy for us to then build a box.
Yeah.
But the key thing is, how do we then sustain this building for maintenance? And that's why we really get to identify the community leaders and those that are competent in that particular areas, train them and get them to really be aligned in those particular kind of spaces.
Tracy wants to add a layer to your comment, Shwena?
Yeah, I think this is really important. And just to build on from that, there is the conditional infrastructure grant, which is made available by government at a provincial level. And communities really should hold government account to be able to utilize that funding for maintenance going forward, and to be able to use service providers in local communities to ensure that that maintenance is done. So just knowing that that budget allocation is there, is it actually being drawn down and utilized for its intended purposes?
Yeah.
And communities should keep government accountable to that.
And I think Warren, I see your questions, and I'm going to probably just lift one of your comments now, and then I'll bring a question to you, Ipeleng, because Warren is saying, I absolutely agree with Tracy that 10 billion contribution makes infrastructure focus now opportune. And what I'm hearing you say is that there are pockets of ring-fence funds that are available that need to be drawn down. We just need to move. Because Siyabonga was saying, Tracy, what do you mean private sector needs to be organized and prepared already? What does that even look like? What does it look like for you at OMT? What is it that we should actually be doing? And I love questions like this, because what they do is that they force us to focus on the practical, granular detail, and we move away from sort of the big theoretical statements. So if you were to respond to Siyabonga, Tracy, you say, what does readiness mean?
So what it looked like for us was putting up our hand and saying we will actually, in the interim, set up a soft infrastructure fund. We're just managing funds. We targeted several corporates and philanthropists and asked them to put funding into that fund. We were able to raise 45 million. We seconded one of our team members, Nomsa, to the Banapele rollout. And we've been rolling out health and safety packs to early learning programs that are on the EK system. So we've been able to manage an RFP. We've got all the service providers. We manage that rollout across provinces, provide the feedback into the platform to make sure that we're not duplicating any efforts. And for us, we're saying we need to get a match from corporates. We've put in, between a couple of us, 45 million. But if corporates came to us and matched that, we'd be able to roll out to many, many more early learning programs. That's going to help them get towards building towards silver, which is going to unlock that 10 billion. And I mean, the same for DBSA. They're putting their hand up to manage the hard infrastructure fund. So if we pull our funding, and somebody said earlier on the previous panel, money is becoming tight. So doesn't it make more sense? None of us in this room, if we pulled our funding, is going to get to 10 billion. But if we pulled our funding into the DBSA fund or into our soft, the rollout of the health and safety packs, or getting the Nelson Mandela Day guys to deliver health and safety packs to where they needed it most, then together we're going to be able to leverage and unlock that 10 billion. So that's what I mean. Let's not try and spend a lot of money duplicating efforts or trying to, work and get infrastructure done in drips and drabs.
Sure.
Let's be a lot more efficient and streamlined in terms of the way it's managed.
Sure, fabulous. I hope, Siyabonga, that gives you the clarity and that you require, and I appreciate the clarity with which the response was offered. Ipeleng, I would like to bring Tebelihle's question to you, because I think from your lived experience, you might be able to assist. Tebelihle is saying, how can organizations, especially those offering infrastructure development in ECD, be better positioned or recognized as implementation partners within government systems and the ecosystem broadly, so that the work is considered as part of compliance processes?
Thanks for the question. I think in order for us to be inclusive in our approach, infrastructure, or let me say ECD, is quite complex, especially when it comes to compliance requirements. And I think because of where most of our ECDs are sitting, Senzo alluded to this earlier, that where the need is mostly in rural areas, in townships, and the environment there is very different from your peri-urban areas, right? So the need there is, you're looking at informal settlements, you're looking at unproclaimed land, but there are children in those ECD centers. So how do we then look at different modalities to reach children in those ECD centers that are in areas where there aren't many low-hanging fruits in terms of easily funding them for infrastructure. So I think as a sector, we need to be inclusive. We need to also look at how can we broaden the scale of funding and different approaches to reach those that may not be able to comply. In the approach that we took, this was a pilot that was done with DBSA, and out of, we had a lot of ECD centers that we assessed in order to meet our selection criteria. And we were able to only help 20 at the time because of the pilot. But we are sitting with a lot of ECD centers that do need the assistance. So I think it's about having more conversations about different funding modalities we can use, and also collaboration, multi-stakeholder collaboration to unlock that funding.
Kabilisha, I hope that's landed, but I think Ipeleng is also available post this, maybe over during the tea break, if you'd like to touch base, because I think I'm hearing your question, which is, we're ready to go as implementing partners, but where's the door? And how do we make sure that we're well positioned to tap into those opportunities to draw on the funds and actually get the work done? Senzo, let me bring this question from Warren to you. And Warren is saying, ECD is not a building. And I think, Trina, you were making that point as well. And he says early childhood begins from conception to age 5, and children are found in homes, in clinics and communities, informal spaces long before they even enter an ECD center, and many actually never do. Infrastructure matters, but in my opinion, it is not the silver bullet. And here's the question. Are we designing ECD systems around where children actually are, or what is easiest for us to fund and measure?
So I keep getting difficult questions. Cool. No, I think Warren is right. In fact, it's not just conception. ECD starts with the parents, the caregivers. And one of the amazing insights, I guess, just dawned to me is that parents today, most of them were born post-1994. Most of the parents today, by child, if you're looking at population stats. And what that means is the young people who are unemployed, we talk about, the young people who are in basic education system, who are in TVET, are also parents. So yes, you are supporting them to transition from school to world of work. You are supporting them to move from unemployment to opportunities of work. They are also parents. So them being ready, being equipped, being supported to be able to navigate the complexities of pregnancy all the way till the child is born is part of that support that I think the value chain looks like. But I think for the purpose of this conversation, one of the reasons we're focusing so much on places of care is because places of care are the enablers of women to be able to seek livelihood opportunities. So now at home, so my home is in Bopoi, and I hope that's not a click, in Port Shepstone, I have a sister, her name is Mabui. Mabui is currently unemployed. She has a 4-year-old at home she is looking after. She gets a 350 grant. Her daughter, my niece, gets, I think, the child support grant.
Sure.
She, at this point in stage in her life, she has to choose, we support her obviously, between placing that child in an early learning program or keeping it at home. One of the reasons we've taken the child out of an ELP is because the quality of the site is not safe for children. So what we've done there is say, Mabuyi, you can't go look for a job because you have to look after your child. But we've also said to the woman who's micro-enterprising in the community, trying to make a living while providing quality care, we've denied that woman a livelihood opportunity too. So if we invest in infrastructure, we're not just investing in building in this instance, we're actually investing in women. Early childhood development is a women's economic participation enabler in two folds. And that's what we're talking about. And that starts from conception all the way up until the basic education system. Because I will be provocative and say the basic education system is also a childcare space, because for those 8 hours the child is in a school, at least a parent is relieved knowing that there is some adult supervision. They can go look for livelihood elsewhere. But for the first 6 years, there isn't such a thing in South Africa. And that's why we need spaces for where children can be placed. Those spaces must be safe, they must be durable, they must meet health and safety standards that Tracy was speaking about for them to be able to get that. And I think that's the mindset shift we need to make.
Sure, it definitely deserves. And unfortunately, we don't have an NPO listing prize for panelists. You just make powerful comments and we take it. So I'd like to pull the poll back up because I'd like to use that poll to go back to that question, which I thought was also very interestingly phrased around what is most underappreciated. And as I've listened into this conversation, I'd love to hear where our panelists are and how they make sense of these results. So a quick recap is that 40% of the room almost says that it actually is around the opportunity to break the intergenerational cycle of poverty. As you bring your sister's story in, Senzo, that for me just becomes so much clearer that her ability to go and earn an income is so much more powerful than sitting at home and waiting on a grant, and potentially could break or translate into an income for her. There's 34% in the room of those who've participated, 144 people have participated, saying actually what we're most underappreciating is how other services like nutrition, like health and social support actually get leveraged. And the lowest number actually is at 6%, which is meaningful employment in communities. So having had the conversation now, and as a closing shot, I'd love to give you an opportunity to comment on how might we shift the most underappreciated to appreciated? What might we need to do to shift what you think is most important on that list so that it really is appreciated and valued accordingly? Ipeleng, I'm going to start with you and then I'm going to work my way down. Your views on this?
I think looking at the poll, I totally agree with the 39% that, by placing children in ECD centers, we're breaking the cycle of poverty because we're placing into ECD centers children who will benefit from quality early learning programs, and they are, being set for life in terms of foundational learning as they progress. But I'm also looking at the 6% where it says it creates stable, meaningful employment in communities. And I think this has been a battle in the sector for the longest time. ECD centers are set up, grants are made available by the Department of Basic Education, as well as some funders that come through to support those ECD centers. However, there is, something about creating an environment that will enable the workforce of ECD, of the ECD sector to stay in the sector.
Sure.
So we are battling with retention in the sector.
Talent.
We are constantly capacity building, training practitioners, and we see that a lot of them are leaving the sector because the conditions of employment are lacking. And I think I want to challenge the sector. It's been a conversation that has been talked about over the last couple of years, and we're not there yet. We need, multi-stakeholder engagements to happen for
Sure.
us to create those employment opportunities for them to be stable. So
Sure.
that's something that in as much as we're creating health and safety infrastructure facilities, and all of these things that contribute to the foundational learning of children, the employment issue is still a challenge in the sector.
And thank you for bringing that angle in, because we hadn't really spoken about well, we started with the capacity, the human capacity,
Yeah.
but I think you've closed it off. Tracy, as I work my way down, just short and sharp, your reading of this and what your call to action would be on the back of it.
So I agree with the 39%, and I would just add there that you're not only supporting the child's life, the Hickman curve tells us that if you intervene and fund between 0 and 7, you're actually changing the trajectory of your GDP down the line.
Sure.
So it actually has huge economic benefit and health benefits to society as well. On that 6%, I think if we can sort out this infrastructure and we can unlock those grants, yes, the subsidy has increased. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better than it was, and
Yeah.
it will make for a more sustainable environment. But the one thing I think we need to look beyond is the sort of entire value chain of ECD and how we can mobilize young people into the value chain. So if you think about food provisioning, what can we be doing to unlock economic activities for young people in that particular sector? We're working with young people in the Eastern Cape to manufacture toys.
Sure.
And we know that there's already a huge demand for educational toys at that level. The likes of Smart Start, etc., are constantly saying, how can we have homemade toys where we actually own the market over here? So I think we need to really unlock that value chain of employment opportunities in the ECD surrounding and adjacent opportunities.
Thank you so very much. Senzo?
Cool. Briefly, I'll comment probably on the 10%. And that
Yeah.
is, for me, it builds to the point that Warren made before asking the question. And that is, for me, for as long as we're going to build beautiful buildings in communities, that is not shared community ownership. Part of it is we need to invest in shifting the mindset of our own people, of ourselves, in and around what does it mean to create a village that actually will raise a child. So having spaces of play, having places of care is part of that infrastructure. And to me, one of those, for example, is in communities in many ways. I've never heard of a church being burnt down when there are protests.
That's right.
As much as schools do get burnt down and
That's
clinics. So part of that, and that's the psyche we need to engage at in really shifting the mindsets of our own people, in valuing the spaces we are trying to invest in and building. And I think the resource and training organizations in this country that work in the ECD space have in a way cracked that nuts across the country, because they work with communities when they build and identify those spaces. And that's what we need to do to shift that 10%.
Sure. I've never heard of a church being burnt down in any community. Thank you so much. Trene?
No, thank you so much. I think looking at the interconnectivities of these issues, I think surely I agree with the poll, and from where we are sitting, obviously, that's how we don't look at things, as I said, from just we're looking at poverty, we're looking at inequalities, we look at unemployment as the core of those issues that are sitting there. And I think all of these issues that are really mentioned here, really very, very relevant. But I think the point I want to drive home is it's also about ourselves, the people that are really the players in the whole entire space. Because sometimes you focus much more on the problem you see outside and you forget about yourself as organizations. Please continue building your capacity and strengthening your capacity, because one of the key things is the execution, is the implementation of what to do. We need to then be different from the theoretical perspective of just people talking from a policy perspective and so on, as you rightfully said, theory. But we should be seen as those people that when they get into the arena, things happen. And it's when things happen that then people are really getting to get interested to really be in a position to invest even more in yourself. And that's what I'm saying. We need to really be in a position to organize our strength and rally behind each other. That's why we as DBSA, we have the strength in financing infrastructure and even in building infrastructure. Here we are, plug on yourself. You may not necessarily be in that space, but somebody is very good around the health issues and so on and so on. And that's basically the basis of saying, let's then begin to connect and collaborate and cooperate in that particular regard. And for me, one of the key issues is that we are now living in a climate change environment. There's a lot of disasters. I can tell you all the time we're receiving, schools has been wiped off, ECDs has been wiped off, and the response becomes so timid that you can see that, somebody's coming from the other side. We are not even connecting ourselves and collaborating to really begin to leverage in making sure that particular kind of thing. So I'm also saying that we need to then have to look at all of these disasters. How are we then becoming different in the response? Gift of the givers always, coming in, and now where are other players? And somebody raised the issue of us also even to identify those that may just be having the capacity to implement, but they may not necessarily have the resources. As DPSA, we have done that in Umtata. We said, no, let's identify those people that are really able to then be in a position to service this thing. We said look at the governance, they are fine. Let's take these 10 organizations, you service these guys to really be in a position to maintain this infrastructure that we have given in that regard. So, and again, lastly, all of these things are telling us that we must continue to stress the rent. We must continue to utilize what we have to attract more. In terms of leverage. And Tracy has spoken about the issue of the 10 billion. So we can not only get that 10 billion if we really also then take our 2 billion, let's plug it together. The power of the collective then becomes an important element in driving ourselves to the point that we say, yes, government, we see what you do, but we are also supporting you in this particular regard. We are not lamenting. So I think for me, that would be the concluding remarks.
I think it's a beautiful place to close the conversation. Let's give our panelists a big round of applause. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. As I released my panelists, I just wanted to read something from Janet, who wrote a comment here, which I didn't think would be the right place to put it in the panel, but I'm reading it because I know Kathy's sitting in the front row. Nick is here, because perhaps this is more for Trialogue and less for the panelists. And Janet says, based on what Tracy suggested regarding mobilization and implementation of ECD support, outside of only infrastructure, can we commit here and now to unite relevant organizations and stakeholders to jointly develop an implementation strategy and move? Thank you very much, Janet, for that. Thank you very much to my panelists. I didn't want to put your checkbooks on the line. Tracy's, yours in particular. So I thought I'll put it in front of Trialogue, and then they would see what they do with that call for coordinated response out of the 2026 Trialogue Business in Society Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are smack bang on time for our tea break. Please do enjoy. When we come back, I just want to give you a little sneak peek. We're going to have our first Tri Talk for the day. It's focused on a topic that I am itching to listen to: power, ethics, and accountability in business. And it's going to be delivered by Ethel Williams, who's from Oxford Business School, Said Business School, joining us online. So kindly, please, let's be ready and in the room to kick off. That's going to be starting sharply at 11. So if I can ask you to please be in the room at 5 to 11 and seated. And again, to our online audience, if you could be back online at 5 to 11 as well. Thank you so very much.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork.
My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling, because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. the Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We need this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot, but after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotics class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our life. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork.
My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling, because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
Say I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We need this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot, but after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotics class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our life. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork. My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear my voice and you are in the main room, might I kindly invite you to please take your seats. We're going to get started shortly. Might I please invite you to kindly please take your seats. We're going to start shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming back into the room. Might I please ask that we begin to close the main doors so that we can keep out the noise from outside? Thank you so very much. If we can please close the main doors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that we stay on track, I'm going to get us started. Again, if you've joined us and rejoined us online, thank you very much for your attention. If you're in the main room, can I please count on your kind attention? Thank you very much. If you're upstanding, can I ask you to kindly please take your seats? Thank you so very much. Before we get into the Try Talk this morning, I did want to give away some of the NPO listing prizes that have just come through. And might I kindly ask that we close the doors as soon as this trickle of people have come in? Thank you very much. So we're giving away some NPO listing prizes. So the first one is that I'm told by Kathy that Trialogue is breaking the rules for Senzo. And Senzo is going to get an NPO listing because he was just so fabulous. So well done, Senzo. And then we're going to give another one to Khomutso Apane. Khomutso, I don't know if you're back in the room as yet. Khomutso Apane is getting an NPO listing for a fantastic LinkedIn post that he did yesterday on the back of the address that we had from Buntle. The post is very long, so I'm not going to read it out, but I would say that please go and have a look. Khomutso Apane, reflecting on the address from Buntle, and in particular, I'll read the first line. She says, "There's something deeply powerful about young voices refusing to wait their turn." So that really gives you a sense of the tone of what is to follow. I also have another prize that we are giving away to, by the way, Khomutso's from Airports Company South Africa, from AXA. Hey, AXA, now you clap. And then we have another NPO that we're listing that we're giving away to Nicholas Jaff. I haven't got it on with me right now, but what I will do is that I will read it out at the end of the session. What I did promise you is that we're going to kick off with a Try Talk on power, ethics, and accountability in business. Our speaker is Ethel Williams, joining us via video stream. Ethel is an academic and an author. He's currently a senior fellow of management practice and strategy at the University of Oxford's Said Business School. He's also the school's first poet laureate. Williams draws on 2 decades of executive experience in corporate strategy and management consulting that inform his teaching and his research. He was one of the brave whistleblowers who risked their lives to expose state capture corruption and went into exile for his safety. He launched the non-profit Read to Rise to promote literacy in schools in under-resourced communities. Let's give a very big round of applause to Ethel.
Good morning, everyone. Wonderful to join you remotely. The topic of my talk this morning is a question that asks whether CSI fully discharges a company's moral responsibility. And many of us will have a quick answer, yes or no, maybe, to that question. Just a word about the work I typically do. My academic work and my practice work relates to either strategy, which I've been practicing for almost 20 years, strategic leadership and even self-leadership, and then this area of corporate responsibility, particularly with an ethical or moral lens on what corporate responsibility requires. These remarks are going to be primarily from the standpoint of the company. So I know we have NGOs in the room, and obviously us as citizens, we bear responsibility as well. But I'm primarily going to focus on the business, the company, the corporation in these remarks. So broadly, ethics sets out two broad sort of primary questions for us. The first is, what should I do? And so as individuals, as a corporation, we would ask, for us to be ethical, what should we do? What is required of us to be ethical? And I call that the first of these primary ethical questions. What should we do? The second, as you might guess, of these primary ethical questions would be, what shouldn't we do? And so if we're going to say, well, we're an ethical business, or I'm an ethical person, I at least have to, at a basic level, say yes to the primary question. One, I am doing what I ought to do. And secondly, I'm also not doing what I shouldn't do. So that becomes this framing for whether we ask the question of whether CSI is fully discharging our ethical or moral responsibilities. Because as an ethical business, as an ethical institution, we've got to be discharging our full responsibility around what we should do, and secondly, what we shouldn't do. So if we ask, well, what is it ethically that we should do as a corporation and even as individuals, the core argument often is that we have a duty of care. So we have a duty of care to others. Where we see someone suffering, we have a duty to act in a way, to intervene in a way that might ease that suffering. Or where groups are vulnerable or, again, suffering under some burden, the duty of care. So what we should do under this duty of care is intervene in some way to ease that suffering, right? What might the second primary ethical question perhaps lead to when we say, what shouldn't I do? The most basic response to this question is, well, we should do no harm, right? So in all that I'm doing, I can practice these activities as long as I'm doing no harm in the process. So there are two primary ethical questions and guidance, right? Fulfill your responsibility by duty of care, and fulfill your ethical responsibilities by doing no harm. And so at first glance, we could assign CSI to answering that first question. So if companies say, are we fulfilling our duty of care? Are we doing what we ought to do? You could say, yes, we are, because we are practicing CSI. We've got these investments, these social activities that are doing good in areas of our society where there is need, where there is vulnerability, where there is deficit. And so we as business are stepping into that space and fulfilling our duty our duty of care. The important question for us then is saying, but what about the second primary ethical question, right? Yes, we're doing CSI and we're doing all that we should be doing in terms of duty of care, but are we as a business also refraining from those things we shouldn't do, which is primarily around doing harm, right? So an example might be, yes, we're doing fantastic work around education, around social development, but we're not paying our staff fair wages, or we are doing damage to the environment by allowing our effluent to flow into rivers, for example, or we are inculcating an environment at work of harassment, even involved in fraud or corruption, right? And so in this case, the second primary ethical question, which asks us to do no harm, you might say, well, CSI might not be sufficient if that is the requirement, right? So CSI answers our first question in terms of what we should be doing, duty of care, but there's a second ethical question around what we should not be doing, and CSI typically does not address that question. So I want to take that just a little bit further in a few ways. So imagine I'm in a business and I've done some harm, right? And so by the second ethical principle, I shouldn't be doing any harm. And so I've done some harm. And so I violated that ethical principle. What then happens is actually it creates a should do for the company. It says, given that you violated the second primary ethical question by doing harm, you now should make amends for the wrong you've done. So in that context, when a company has been involved in some wrong, currently, in the past, in the immediate past, they now bear responsibility to remedy that. And so that becomes a should do. So our should do responsibilities then become duty of care, yes, CSI, but also we have a duty to remedy the harms we have done. Now, if we take a sort of theoretical view, take a small step back, and we say, under what social conditions might we think about these two primary ethical questions or requirements we have? Imagine a society, a fully just society, a society in which government is fully discharging its responsibilities to protect human rights, to care for its citizens. In that context, the requirement of companies would be significantly diminished, because we wouldn't have a great need for social care, because the government is providing all of that. Again, we wouldn't have a great need for making remedy for the past, because presumably in a just society, a lot of that remedy has happened. So that's under that very theoretical just society where government is doing all it ought to do. There's a second scenario of a world where we don't have a just society and where government isn't fulfilling its full responsibility to protect human rights, to provide for citizens' social needs. And South Africa falls squarely into this scenario. And so under these conditions, the requirements of business to fulfill its ethical responsibilities is heightened. We now have a greater duty of care because of government's either unwillingness or inability or incompetence, whatever it might be, to not fulfill its responsibilities. And so in this condition, CSI does a tremendous amount of good in the world and in a society, but it's a perversity, because basically business is compensating for government's incompetence or unwillingness to address these issues. And so it raises for business, it raises for us this question around whether we ought to just continue doing what we're doing, or whether we ought to be challenging government to fulfill more of its responsibilities, us as business focusing on our social and economic activities, but government not being let off the hook in terms of what it ought to do. But also in this unjust environment where government isn't fulfilling its responsibilities, companies can also get away with a lot more. And so the second rule around doing no harm becomes so much easier because of these conditions. There's a third scenario I want to run. The first was this just society, the second an unjust society. The third one is what happens when you are fulfilling all of your responsibilities, but you observe someone else doing wrong, right? You observe another company acting unethically, or you observe government acting unethically. And this raises difficult questions for companies, but effectively, we bear this responsibility again to intervene, to do something to alleviate the impact of this wrongdoing. And this is the tragedy with state capture, because state capture, other than the looting, it's disabled and weakened a lot of state capacity to do these things that we expect it to do. And so it raises the burden on government. But again, I think we as business have two reactions. One, we can keep doing CSI as we are, which is fantastic. But also we need to be building capacity within government. And that's where business can really support government in terms of building state capacity. So if I was to summarize, if you're on the board of a company wondering whether you're acting fully ethically or fully discharging your ethical responsibilities, you might have a scorecard that says, well, we have a duty of care, and yes, CSI answers that question for us. But we also have a duty to remedy those harms we might have been part of currently or in the past, and CSI doesn't do that. So that we've got to fulfill doing other things. We also might ask, are we involved in doing things we shouldn't do? And that's an important ethical question. And again, CSI doesn't answer that. That we've got to ask separately of saying, are we paying our taxes? Are we paying people fair wages? Are we paying our suppliers on time? And then thirdly, this idea of, are we intervening in our society where those around us are destroying our society and acting unethically? And again, if we are not intervening, if we're not using our corporate power, our influence to ensure that corruption or unethical behavior is stopped, we are missing and not fulfilling our responsibility. And so in that case, again, I would ask the board or suggest the board needs to look elsewhere other than CSI. So in closing, obviously, in our context of South Africa, CSI plays a major role in supporting our societies and our communities. But I do suggest that from a board standpoint, from a business standpoint, even from a management standpoint, that CSI does not fulfill the full range of our ethical responsibilities. And that's not a fault of CSI. That's a call to businesses to be doing and fulfilling the other responsibilities in terms of what would be required as ethical behavior. I leave you with those thoughts. I hope it's something at least that is actionable, and I wish you well for the remainder of your conference. Thank you.
Ethel, thank you very much. It is an absolute round of applause here in Johannesburg. Thank you so much for the question and the provocation that you've led us with. One of the conversations you might be interested in knowing that we had this morning was this idea that CSI and philanthropy broadly has to have a soul. And so what I'm hearing you say in this moment is that maybe the soul starts being cultivated and nurtured through these board engagements, through the management engagements, as they begin to engage with these questions. That's Ethel Williams. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are transitioning swiftly from Ethel on the back of that incredible tri-talk on power, ethics, and accountability in business to the sixth and final topic this morning still. And this is where we begin to ask the question, what needs to be true for partnerships to turn digital access into meaningful inclusion? And this is in partnership with the Vodacom Foundation. Now, as per the pattern we've been holding for the last 2 days, we're going to start off with a sponsor introduction, and then we're going to transition into a panel discussion, which will be preceded by a poll. Offering us the sponsor introduction is Andisa Ntsubane. Andisa is the managing executive looking after brand marketing and communications at Vodacom. He is a chartered marketer and comes into this conversation with over 2 decades of experience working across multiple industries, including FMCG, telecommunications, and banking. He's also an independent non-executive director of Cricket South Africa. So set the scene. Please help me welcome, with a warm round of applause, Andisa Ntsubane.
Dumelang, Absheni, Molweni. Sanbonani, Nda, Khiyamora. It is an absolute privilege and pleasure to be with all of you this morning. I always say that the most successful companies in the world solve problems, and they're able to derive commercial value from those activities. And if you think about it, the continent of Africa has the most problems, and therefore we represent the single largest opportunity to solve real problems and derive commercial value from it. And so there's no place that certainly I'd rather be than here on this continent and in this country, helping to solve real life problems. And I'm truly, truly grateful that sitting here in this room are all the people who wake up with a deep sense of purpose in helping to solve the biggest issues that this country faces. And so for us at Vodacom, it is a deep pleasure to be here today to share a little bit about what we're doing on our side, but also to acknowledge all of the work that each and every single one of you are doing to help drive the agenda forward. And so to Nick and the Trialogue team, and for everybody here, from the bottom of our data bundles, we thank you for this opportunity. I really slept last night in deep thought about what I heard yesterday. A really powerful day, a really insightful day, and thanks to the likes of Mrs. Gugushe from First Rand yesterday. But the person that left the most impression on me yesterday was Hein. And Hein, I want to, again, from the bottom of my data bundles, thank you for your inspirational speech. We truly have no excuse. And so I wondered, as I often do, because you have to personalize these things. If you talk about these things without personalizing them, we aren't able to truly tangibilize them. And so when we talk about digital access and access as a general statement, I often think about how many of us wake up in the morning and before we climb out of bed, we check our phones. I won't embarrass you. However, the converse is also true. How many children and learners and children around South Africa don't have the opportunity to wake up every morning, be able to reach to a device, to search for a job, to search for government services, and to just connect and have opportunities? And we really have to think about this in that context to say, whilst we are privileged, how do we help to close that digital divide? And so from a Vodacom perspective, our history is intimately intertwined with the history of South Africa. We were born the same advent of democracy in this country, and for over 30 years, we've spent decades with one single-minded purpose: to connect South Africans to a better future. And we've spent a lot of money investing in infrastructure, investing in networks, fiber, towers, and we've said we will connect you and connect South Africans from the ground, from the towers, and even from the sky to make sure that we leave nobody behind. And we've invested a significant amount of money to try and do that. Because even though we've made some significant inroads, and Vodacom has been honored and blessed to be recognized as the company that's had the most developmental impact by Trialogue for the past 9 years, we truly recognize that our job has just begun. Because a child sitting in school with Wi-Fi but with no device is not digitally included. A teacher with connected classroom but no training is not digitally empowered. A young person with a matric certificate but no digital skill is not ready for the economy that is already here. Connectivity is the doorway, but what truly matters is what is on the other side. And at Vodacom, our work is anchored in 2 strategic pillars: education and gender empowerment. And we start with education and skills because that's the bridge between connectivity and long-term social and economic participation. But we also understand that to make a meaningful impact, We cannot do it alone. And we have seen the benefit of what cross-sector collaboration can make in terms of its difference. When government, private sector, civil society, and education partner, we see that we move faster, go deeper, and keep the solutions grounded in what the communities really need. So for us, the solution every single time is partners. And in 2018, we began to formalize what we now call our education system, not a CSI line item, not a once-off handout, a system. We started with 13 schools of excellence, and today we support 39 schools of excellence and 39 early childhood development centers across South Africa. But here's what makes the difference. In every school, we don't just install a cable. We upgrade infrastructure, we install proper computer labs, we provide devices, connectivity, as well as integrated whiteboards. We restore dignity, replacing pit latrines with real ablution facilities, because you cannot ask a child to learn if their most basic dignity is not respected. We place ICT coordinators, trained people on the ground who keep the lab alive, who guide educators, who make sure connectivity translates into actual learning. We place psychosocial workers because we understand the space of gender-based violence, and we know that trauma does not remain outside the classroom. In 2024, we expanded this model to include special needs schools because inclusion is not a word you get to use selectively. And then there are the young people that are often not spoken about, the ones who passed matric, the ones who wanted to go further but couldn't afford to, the ones who needed a bridge. And through our Youth Academy, we've built, in partnership with Microsoft, Cisco, and the MIC CETA, we have trained more than 1,800 young South Africans in digital skills. And here's the part I love the most. These are the same young people we now place as ICT coordinators in our schools. The beneficiaries become the enablers. The pipeline feeds itself. This is what true partnership looks like. And so today, I'm not here asking that you take a bow for Vodacom. Today is really about acknowledging the true value and importance of partnerships and the work that all of you do in this room, because each and every single one of you was able to see the opportunity. And everybody knows the famous story. In the 1930s, there were two Dutch shoemaking companies who sent their sales reps to look for opportunities in Uganda. And after 1 month, the first sales rep phoned head office and said, "I'm coming home. Nobody wears shoes." The other sales rep phoned head office and said, "Bring everybody. We're going to open up a factory here." Nobody wears shoes. Same environment, two people, where one saw the opportunity, the other didn't. And my proposition to you is that by virtue of all of you sitting here, you've seen the opportunity to collaborate, to partner, and to help solve some of the biggest issues that South Africa is facing. And for that, we thank you from the bottom of our data bundles. I now invite the team.
Thank you so much, Andisa. You can't include selectively. And how do we look at devices and see dignity instead, or the opportunity to restore dignity? Thank you for setting the scene as we transition into our last panel before lunch today. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Takalani Netechenze. She's a director for External and Regulatory Affairs at Vodacom South Africa. She's also the chairperson of the Vodacom Foundation. She is a public policy development expert with 20 years of experience in law writing, in national security, and also drives environment, social, and governance functions. Let's give her a round of applause. Taki, thank you so much for being here. Joining Taki is Mr. Louis Taylor. He's a director in the Department of Basic Education, and he looks after partnerships. He is the Director for Partnerships, and he brings into this conversation over 15 years of experience building collaborations that strengthen South Africa's education system. He developed and implemented the DBE's partnership framework and its guidelines. Let's give Mr. Louis a big round of applause as well. Thank you very much, sir. Joining Louis and Daki is Staff Sithole. Staff is the CEO of Technogirl Trust. Madame Sithole is the founder and CEO of Technogirl Trust. She's an accomplished businesswoman with over 30 years of experience in both public and private sectors. In 1995, she became one of the first directors in the Gauteng Department of Education, playing a pivotal role in establishing the department. Madam, thank you so much for being here. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you. And then finally, we also have Simphathone Shimange. Simphathone is a youth academy instructor at Limushanang Center. She is an IT and project management professional based in Centurion with over a decade of experience in ICT training, technical support, and project coordination. She has built a career dedicated to empowering communities through technologies. Thank you so much for being here. Let's give her a round of applause. And you know that you've been put in your place when an elder comes onto stage and takes your seat. Mom, stuff, I'll move here. All is well. Nothing is broken. Nothing is broken. Nothing hurts. Thank you so much for making the time. And we're going to keep the standard practice. We're going to lead with our poll. I'm going to extend that reminder to all of us again to say, here's an opportunity to have a voice in this conversation. I will do some opening questions, but for the most part, I really want to bring your voice and help you shape the conversation that we're about to have here. So the poll is up on your devices. And the question is, where is the greatest gap between digital access and real inclusion? Where's the biggest gap between digital access and real inclusion? We should be seeing the options coming up on our devices now. Does the gap lie between teacher training and classroom support? Is it affordable devices and connectivity? Is it relevant digital learning content? Is it ongoing technical and user support? So we have the devices, but we don't have the ongoing technical and user support. Is it more closely in the community with parent and community digital literacy? And are the gaps there? Or is it data to track real learning and inclusion outcomes? Again, the trend or the thread rather of data keeps coming back into the conversation. I'm going to let that run in the background, and then to my panelists, we'll come back and just have a look at that together and see where our audience has landed. And of course, to encourage as many of us as possible to participate, including those who are in the online space. Sister Ki, let me start off with you, and then perhaps building on from some of the comments that Andisa made, but to give you an opportunity to set the scene for this conversation. What's working? What isn't? And what do you think it needs to change in order for us to really realize digital inclusion in South Africa?
Thank you so much for having us. And let me thank Nick again for the partnership. I am going to start where my colleague left off, which is partnerships. For those of you that attend state-sponsored conferences like the South Africa Investment Conference, G20, you name it, partnerships are the must-have. And this is because of the realization that without partnerships, we are not going to be able to solve societal challenges. And Vodacom Group and all its subsidiaries in all the markets in which we operate, we subscribe to partnerships. In fact, we deliver what we deliver through partnerships. And so does the Vodacom Foundation, which is actually a department within Vodacom South Africa sitting in external affairs, where we interface with the regulators, where we deal with ESG, and the foundation finds expression within the S in ESG. We also deal with reputation management in external affairs, and therefore the reputation of Vodacom is very critical to us. We are always mindful in everything that we do not upset the ecosystem. And that is important to us. Our partners include NGOs. We've got small NGOs and big NGOs that we partner with. And we also work with government very closely. We always say in everything that we do in order to support government programs. We work with the Department of Basic Education. We work with Social Development. We work with the National Prosecuting Authority in the Department of Justice. And everything that we do is actually underpinned by the Sustainable Development Goals. So the pillars of our programs are actually derived from there. And from a South African perspective, we cannot not talk about the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. We are very much immersed in digital education. That is the flagship of what we do. And we don't talk about verticals in education. We talk about an ecosystem. And that ecosystem is informed by the white paper on education, which promotes the comprehensive approach to education, where the focus is not just on the learner. And we also have a gender-based violence program, which is also informed by the National Strategic Plan, where we have now incorporated our gender-based violence program and support in the schools. Now, because the Vodacom Foundation operates within Vodacom South Africa, the beauty of that is that we don't have to conduct feasibility studies to understand what are the problems of government. Because government has already conducted a lot of those studies. Sure. We go to government and say, with our resources, what can we do to assist you? And in doing that, we have to avoid running ahead of ourselves, because there's always a tendency of big corporates to run ahead of ourselves because we've got the resources. For instance, when we connect schools, we work with quintile 1, 2, 3 schools, because those are the poorest schools. And we don't choose the schools that we connect. We go to the department so that they choose the schools for us. But there have been instances where we have run ahead of ourselves, and the department, as a credible partner, they've actually pulled us back and say, please don't run ahead of yourselves, let's work together. For instance, during COVID, we were expected to connect virtual classrooms, which are broadcasting schools. It's a broadcasting solution. And once the solution was created by ICASA in the Department of Communications and approved by the Department of Basic Education, we decided to take the shortcut and went to a quintile 4-5 school to run the proof of concept. And quintile 4-5 schools, like private schools, they operate differently from quintile 1, 2, 3. There is a lot of governance because the parents are paying, and therefore anything that you do there, the school governing body has to consult with the parents. So we hit a wall, and we ran back to the department and say, can you please unblock? The department said, hello, remember, our partnership is for you to operate in quintile 1, 2, 3 schools. That is why we have come up with this idea of a virtual classroom, because during COVID, children in quintile 1, 2, 3 schools were actually sitting at home when their counterparts in 4 and 5 and private schools were actually learning online. So that was a big lesson for us. And then the second example of us ensuring that we don't run ahead of ourselves was also with gender-based violence. So what we wanted to do was to go to the department and assist with dental health, because we had spoken with dental experts who told us the issue of dental health is actually a big challenge. Amongst all of us here in the room, if you can ask yourself, when was the last time that you saw a dentist? When we hear the word dentist, we run away, kids run away. So it was a noble cause for us. But when we arrived at the department, they told us that they had just received a letter from the presidency asking the department to address the challenge of bullying in the schools and gender-based violence, because these challenges were actually beginning to impact educational outcomes. That is how our psychosocial support program was born. Now, the challenge with always going to the partner to say, can we do this, can we not do that, is that sometimes you move slowly. And Nick has experienced that when he works with us, because the systems in government are a little bit slower than those that we have in the private sector. And we have experienced those challenges where, for instance, we are setting a Tutuzela Center, which is a one-stop shop for the victims of gender-based violence. Everyone comes to the table coordinated by the Department of Basic Education, and then halfway through the project, then one of the partners in government then decides that they want things to be signed. And then we have a choice to say, do we walk away? Because we have a budget that has been assigned to us. If I don't use that budget, the Treasury Office in Vodacom, they will say, it means the partnership is not working. So what we do is to actually sit with all the internal stakeholders within Vodacom and get them to understand the operational environment of our partners so that we don't lose hope. And we find that when everyone within Vodacom understands the operational environment of our stakeholders and what we want to achieve, then we don't lose the budgets. We actually become patient until the doors are opened.
I've allowed that very comprehensive response because I think it's a beautiful way of actually adding texture to things that we've been talking about a little theoretically about the complexity of partnership. And what I'm hearing you saying is that partnerships are important. They might not always be easy, but it also is about allowing yourselves to be led, irrespective of the strength that you bring into that partnership. And there are moments where you lead and there are moments that you are being led. The way you talk about being restrained or called back by the government is in a very positive frame. It speaks to an openness and a culture to receiving feedback within a partnership so that you can keep that alignment. And I just wanted that not to be lost on us because I think we've had a lot of conversations since yesterday about public-private partnerships, about why partnerships don't work, why they might be difficult. And here we sit with a real-life example to say, actually, it is complex, but it is possible. It just depends on the posture that we all take in that. So I've really appreciated that, and which is why I've just allowed you to really land the point for us. And we're going to build quite a bit on what you've shared. Louis, let me then just come to you next then to say, from an education system perspective, what are you seeing as the biggest gaps between having a provision of digital tools and those tools actually translating into teaching and learning outcomes? That's the first part of the question. The second part being, and what do you see the role and the opportunity for CSI, for corporates to play in making that bridge between the actual device and the learning outcome a lot shorter?
Thank you, Nozipo, and thank you very much for the invitation to government to participate in this very meaningful conversation. One cannot look at South Africa's education, state of education, I'm talking of basic education, or our education system without the historical context. Do we have challenges? We are dealing with the very basics of providing education. Today, 2026, we are currently replacing 4,000 pit latrines. We feed 8 million children every day in order for those children to learn. And this I mentioned, the dignity. A child cannot learn without dignity. So we're very much stuck in the basics of providing a quality education. And that is because where we come from. Having said that, the challenges present an opportunity to us all. Government itself cannot vastly improve and catch up with the quality of education. In terms of access and the digital divide, believe it or not, but we have around 80% of our learners who touch a computer for the first time when they go to varsity or start a job. And that cohort is what Taki has mentioned, the quintile 1, 2, and 3. It's a massive disadvantage to those children. The 20% who have access to technology get better jobs.
Yeah.
And this is where partnerships come in. Yes, government has the responsibility to provide quality public education, but we cannot do it by ourselves. All of us, business, the non-governmental society, government, our answer lies in collaboration and partnerships. But we as South Africans, we have overcome so much. There are not many countries in this world who come from our history that live peacefully today despite our challenges. So we see our challenges as opportunities. And this has made some examples of Vodacom's, and I want to use this as an example. There are many of our public partners in this room. Vodacom has done a lot to close that gap.
Yeah.
What the department appreciates of, and this is what I mean about meaningful partnerships and collaboration. It's not throwing money at a school. It is an integrated approach.
Sure.
You cannot give a child a device without the teacher having been trained to teach that child how to use the device. You cannot give connectivity to a school when there's not ablution facilities. And that is Vodacom's approach. It's an integrated approach. Another example is First Rand Foundation. Same thing. Not just throwing resources, but to take hands with government. Take has spoken a lot about it. How we work together with business as government to ensure that we close this gap.
Sure.
I want to touch on one last thing that Dr. Williams spoke about in the opening. Over the last 15 years in our partnership framework as the Department of Basic Education, we work with business to assist us with governance and accountability. And we, in all our partnership agreements, it is taken up there that we both share that responsibility, that what is given by business, their corporate social investment, they do get the tax benefits, but we ensure that it makes a difference in the life of a teacher and a learner. And it's only through partnerships that we can close this divide, all of us. Thank you, Lois.
Louis, thank you so very much. And I just want to underscore the point that you make on an integrated approach, because I think in the previous conversation, we had Tracy Webster up on stage, and she spoke about starting off with a line that says, we don't do infrastructure. That is, that was the line of the particular organization that she's leading. And then the opportunity to make a difference outside of the scope that we've always held, or the mandate that we've always held. And what I'm hearing you saying is that stepping into an integrated approach is going to require partners to think beyond the core business that they have to offer and begin to think, how do I contribute beyond this? And that's where leaning on others, but perhaps enabling them with resources and other forms of capacity becomes so important. I don't want that to be lost, because I think you make a very good point, and you make the example of Vodacom and others that are in the room. Staff, let me bring you into this conversation, because we also know that we're never short of initiatives. And I can imagine that with digital inclusion initiatives as well, that there are a dime at a dozen. Now, my question to you is, when do they most fall short? If you were to see a fault line, where do you think that fault line most often shows itself up? And what is it that we could be thinking about as we look at those fault lines to ensure that communities more consistently benefit from these initiatives?
Thank you very much, and good morning. And I think the issue in terms of what are some of the barriers which inhibits most of the digital inclusion initiative is the fact that by its nature, it assumes existence of particular basics. And those basics one is access to digital infrastructure, like computers. The second one is the fact that the users will have access to digital literacy. And most importantly is the affordability level. So if you look in terms of our context, especially in the schooling system, if we are saying in the world, and in particular in South Africa, the digital economy is what is going to provide opportunities for young people, what is the schooling system doing in terms of providing those basics? And unfortunately, in the last 30 years, there have been piecemeal, but no systemic intervention where, as part of provision of a school, you must have a computer lab. As part of the provision of the school, you must have an infrastructure which is making digital to have access to utilize the platform. And those are some of the things where you can bring innovations. But if quintile 1 to quintile 3 schools don't have computer labs, they don't have them in the homes. In the homes, they've got one room they share. Their parents are not concerned about them having computers. They are concerned about what are they going to eat tomorrow. So it is the obligation of the state and the private sector to begin to provide those basics. And therefore, you know, in my experience of working in the Technogirl program, one of the saddest parts is when that child, we have made sure that, number one, your success is dependent on you taking mathematics. It doesn't matter what you want to be, but unfortunately, the notion of mathematic literacy is a non-starter. You must understand that when you make that decision, you are putting a lifetime barrier. So, but they will take mathematics. We will support them with the support of companies, because in quintile 1 and 3 schools, there's no one at home who's going to check whether you have chosen maths or maths literacy. There is no one who's going to make sure that you apply on time. When the higher institutions have taken the decision that application will be online, that decision by itself is excluding them. So how are they going to do online application? And you have an organization like Grades Match, which wants to say, we will be there to afford them, we'll create clinics, and they can come and do application online, but they will not necessarily have an overwhelming support from corporates to fund that. So for me, those are the barriers of life, to say, if we are not going to make provision of basic service, which is important for these young people and for these communities to access and participate in the vast variety of opportunities offered by the digital economy. That's why initiative. In our case, we go and say we will provide virtual job shadowing. But you go to a school in the middle of nowhere in Limpopo, the teacher only has a phone. And that's a personal data. So what's going to happen? A school has got one computer with 600 grade 12s. A school has got one laptop. So there is no systemic, intentional decision to understand that provision of digital resource is mandatory, it's basic.
So if I take away from that response is that unless the basic service delivery is in place, basic conditions for us to be able to participate in this digital economy, the digital opportunities, unless those basics are in place, we might as well not even have any initiatives, because we're leaving the vast number of people behind in any event. So let's turn this maybe into bring in a bit of a positive tone, Simpletone, as I bring you in, because you're a graduate of the Youth Academy program. Tell us a little bit about your experience. I think that's one. But also, post the program, when you graduated, how did that translate into opportunities? How has that contributed to any success that you might have enjoyed since then?
Thank you, Nosipo. My journey through the academy has been very transformative. As a girl from Guyana coming to the big city, traditionally you're told you must go to varsity and work, which is the route I followed. Graduated, after my graduation, couldn't find employment. And I enrolled into the Youth Academy. And through that journey, that's when I realized that digital inclusivity is very important. Yeah. Because not only did the program as a whole give me confidence, discipline, it also gave me an opportunity to translate the knowledge that I had into opportunities. Yeah. Because later on, it opened doors for employment. It did open doors for facilitation role, which is where I'm at. And it has been a very incredible journey, I must say.
So it's opened doors for employment. It's allowed you to now play a role as a facilitator in your own right. Can you maybe comment for me, what do you think was the biggest difference? What made the biggest difference? What was the greatest impact for you in the program?
As a learner in the program, as it has been said by some of my panelists, coming from Guyana, I had never been exposed to any kind of technology. It is, you see it even currently with my current learners, you find that somebody has never been exposed to a laptop. Yeah. And you see that when you enroll them and you teach them and you take them through the program, and later on, whether it's intermediate course that they would have done, or because as the Vodacom Foundation, what we do is that we not only give the basics, right? Because we believe that continuous support is very important, which will then expose the youth who would otherwise would not have been exposed to these opportunities.
It's not lost on me that in 2026, we still speak about children who have never seen a computer. I don't want to reveal my age, but I remember my mother went to a loan shark to buy the oldest computer one could have imagined, so that I could have the chance of taking up coding in high school, which I then dropped after 3 months because it was just too difficult. But the point being that it takes that much of a commitment, even in a household and in a family, to put one device in. And I can imagine how many would just never ever have the opportunity. And you walk onto campus at a university, and suddenly you are submitting online, you are doing your assessments online, and so the challenge just becomes real. The poll that we put up, and I'm going to ask the team to put it back up now, the poll that we're going to put back up now is to look at the results and remember the question. The question was about where's the gap? And I think it's the reason why this conversation is really focused on those gaps for the most part. I'm going to bring in the questions from the audience in a moment, but I'd love to get a quick snap reaction to that. The audience is telling us, this is 128 people who have participated. They're saying, actually what they observe as the greatest gap between digital access and that actually translated into real inclusion at 52%, which probably has been the highest rating we've gotten over the last 2 days. They say, Taki, it's actually affordable devices and connectivity. So if we can get an affordable device and get connectivity, we're halfway there. That's 54% of the room. At 17%, we have saying, well, it actually it's the parents not having any digital literacy, and it's just the community also not being digitally literate. So there's an element in the room that says it's bigger than what happens in the classroom. It also extends into the home and extends into the community. That's about 17%. I want to highlight a few more. At 12% is teacher training and classroom support, so much lower than what I would have anticipated given the central role. I think you raised this, Louis, about the teacher having the capacity to understand how to use the device effectively. 9% say it's data to track learning and inclusion outcomes. And then at the very least, at 3%, relevant digital learning content. That for me is quite surprising, because for me it says you have the device, but if the content is not relevant to teaching and learning, surely, that must be important. So I don't want to overimpose my views on this. Taki, as you look at that very quickly, what stands out for you? What worries you about this picture, or what gives you comfort about this picture?
Affordability is the main issue.
Yeah.
So GSMA, which is an organization that brings the mobile network operators together globally and the partners across the value chain, has actually identified affordability of data, affordability of devices, and digital literacy as some of the impediments to access to communication. And that then begs the question to us in the technology sector to say, how do we remove these barriers? And as Vodacom, I remember when I joined in 2016, time flies, 10 years ago, 1 gig of data, a bundle for a month, was costing 149 rands. And the Competition Commission intervened after the hashtag Data Must Fall campaign, which was run in Parliament. The Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition actually took that project and handed it over to the Competition Commission. And after the inquiry, which was the data market inquiry, that headline price had to reduce from 149 rands to 99 rands, and today it sits at 85 rands. But do most people, especially the poorest of the poor, even afford that 85 rands?
Sure.
And we always reflect as Vodacom to say we should not only cater for the middle class and the rich, we should also look at the mass segment, the poorest of the poor. And for that reason, in partnership with Andy Sahir, my colleague, we have what we call personalized pricing.
Sure.
And this uses your emerging digital technologies, artificial intelligence and big data analytics to actually study the spending patterns and the geographical location of the user without impacting on your privacy.
Okay.
And from that platform, which is called J4U platform, Just For You platform, because of the use of these digital technologies, we can actually go to the platform based on our patterns. We can find that a gig of data for me may be costing 20 rands, and for him, it may be costing 50 rands. And when we talk about this, people say, but we do not know about Just For You.
Yeah.
We do not know about personalized pricing. And that is where we reflect to say, are we communicating enough? That's a challenge for us. Then there's the issue of devices.
Sure.
Now, there's always this misconception, especially when we work with our partners in government, we always get these requests about provide connectivity and also the devices. And we all say, we do not manufacture devices.
Devices, yeah.
We manufacture bundles, voice, SMS, and data. For us to be able to provide a comprehensive solution to a school, it means the original equipment manufacturers must also come to the party.
Yeah.
But in the schools that we have adopted, we actually provide those devices. Now, accessibility to smartphones is a big issue. About 50% of our customers are still on 2G phones, which means they don't have access to the internet. and it is because of affordability.
Of devices.
And we engaged with the Department of Communications and also Trade and Industry to say what needs to be done to ensure that people should have access to devices.
Sure.
And the Minister of Communications last year made a breakthrough when he engaged with National Treasury so that they should remove the tax that was levied on smart devices, because National Treasury was actually treating smart devices as luxury items.
Sure.
And through that engagement, now smart devices that are up to 2,500 rands, they do not have that tax. But we are engaging further to say it should not stop just with those devices that are up to 2,500 rands. It should be all the devices. And then what else do we do in partnership with government to make sure that this comprehensive approach works? We then provide connectivity to the schools, where we provide a router and a SIM. And here I'm not talking about our ecosystem schools.
Sure.
I'm talking about the schools
General.
broadly. And why that works the most is that we are not providing affordability to an individual consumer. When you provide data and connectivity to a school, you're actually benefiting about 1,000 learners in a school who are able to access connectivity during school hours. And then we also have our teacher centers, which we call community development centers, which are used to train teachers during school hours, where we provide a computer lab. But those centers are called community development centers because they operate as internet cafes.
For the community.
So that the poorest of the poor who do not have access to data at home can go in there without having to take a taxi to go and access the internet. They access that for free in our facilities. So that's the comprehensive approach that we have. And then, of course, we also zero rate some websites. And for most of the NPOs that are sitting in the room, if you want some of your websites to be zero rated, please reach out to ICASA, the regulator. They've got criteria where they screen the applications. And if you pass the test, and the test means that you are actually complying with South African laws. If you are complying with all South African laws and you are properly registered, then you can get your sites to be zero rated.
Sure.
And then it means the poorest of the poor will be able to access. We are also zero rating government sites so that the citizens should be able to get access. To citizen services for free. But it's a journey that we are walking.
So, Taki, thank you very much. And I think you preempted where the conversation was going to go, because I think this year, the year before, and the year before, every time we get to this conversation, the conversation always is about affordability. And you've hit the nail on the head. But what I've appreciated is that you've distinguished and differentiated between the affordability of data and the affordability of devices, because these are distinct things that we need to be thinking about. I just want to read a question that Daniel had put, which you've already answered, but I just want to underscore the significance of this. So Daniel was saying, when one operator can generate more than 14 billion rand from prepaid mobile data in South Africa, how do we balance shareholder value with the urgent need to make data affordable enough for young people to learn, to work, to innovate, and to participate fully in the digital economy? And to your point, personalized pricing, and again to the point that you make, do we know about it? Is there a broader awareness that there is a differentiation in pricing that people can pursue? So thank you for that response. And Daniel, thank you for the question. Louis, I want to bring a question from Khunsi to you. And Khunsi says, parents, where are the parents sitting in the integrated approach to ensure that the technological gap is actually closed? Yes, we need skilled teachers and good devices, but we also need programs that empower parents to provide the necessary support to their children. And more importantly, the guidance to use that technology responsibly. Where are we placing the parents? And I'm putting that back to you, Louis, because you raised the integrated approach and you raised it in the context of private sector partners. But Khunsi is challenging us to say, have we forgotten about the role of the parent in that ecosystem of support for the learner? What is your response to that?
You know, we must never underestimate the ability and the resilience of children. We have seen in the education system, once a child has an opportunity, connectivity, devices, the child actually becomes the teacher of the parent, particularly given our history. We have so many parents who cannot assist their children with homework because they were not educated.
Yeah.
And this is why I'm saying, instead of looking at the challenge, all of us, government, business, civil society, need to see the opportunities here. If I have a problem on my phone, I give it to my granddaughter. She helps me. She's 12 years old. She knows more about me than my own phone. Children do become the teachers of parents. And they are a huge resource. Just give them the opportunity. I agree, affordability and connectivity. The telecoms companies in South Africa, part of their licensing agreement is to connect X amount of schools every year. Some are falling behind. I'm delighted that Vodacom, I think, are ahead of their schedule. Together we can close this divide.
Sure.
And just give children the opportunity. I have seen, even in a classroom setup, where a child assists the teacher with technology.
Yeah.
We must just never underestimate the potential of children. Just give them the opportunity.
And provided, of course, that the moment and the environment is allowing for the child to do that in relation to the teacher, because the safest thing for the teacher to do is to this digital world.
I think in the big scale of things, no. It is statistically insignificant if you look at the rural schools. However, I think if you look at the new innovations coming, we have got what is now called the Transformation Fund. I think it is up to us as citizens to say that we'd like to see the Transformation Fund being utilized in deploying infrastructure in rural schools. Because one of the key criteria of the Transformation Fund is that it needs to transform societies, it needs to transform individuals. And if the intention is to make sure that rural communities and informal settlement communities are not left behind, let's deploy the infrastructure. Let's bring connectivity, let's bring computer labs, and therefore make sure that the schools, fortunately in terms of the new budgeting mechanisms, most of those schools are given budgets. Then when they have the infrastructure, they will be in a position to budget. But more importantly, let the ICASA also be intentional in terms of making sure that the service providers also zero rate those content.
Yeah.
But I think one of the things I just want to share is the fact that also it's important that we appreciate the fact that young people must take up their career as teachers, because young people, take up technology very quick, and they really embed it as part of their methodology. But the universities must also be on board, because we cannot continue at preset level where we are producing teachers, but digital literacy is not part of it. Integration of ICT as part of pedagogy is not included. I mean, in my other life, I do evaluation. So when Gauteng Online started, we evaluated its impact. And we went to one of these schools, and this teacher has been teaching grade 12 for the last 15 years and has been getting 100% exemption A and B and C's in mathematics. And he says to me, so tell me, Mrs. Sitoli, why must I now bring the laptop? Because my child is producing the A's. And he was very honest to say, you see this smart board the MEC has put, I cover it with my chalk, with my, I mean, yes, he has the pedagogy he's using is making them pause, but is limiting their potential.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm going to read this question, last question from Tamiko, but I'm going to paraphrase the question back to you, Simpleton. So Tamiko says, while we may provide pathways for digital inclusion at a young level, how are we going to bridge the increasing gap between cities and rural areas for meaningful economic inclusion and just jobs? Are we preparing youth for the jobs and the work of the future? And the way I want to paraphrase this to Simpleton is to say, as a facilitator, where you now have the opportunity to impact the lives of other young people, are you getting a sense that once they go through the programs that you're facilitating, that they are more or better positioned to get jobs? Are they getting the jobs? And do you think there's a greater sense of confidence that they are more employable and can participate in the economy?
Yes, definitely. As somebody who is on the ground, I get to see firsthand what impact skills development can do. As I did mention, we bring in these kids with basic digital knowledge. We equip them with information, and they are now able to use the knowledge that they have gained to seek employment opportunities. And not only employment opportunities, for them to go out there and start their own businesses.
Yeah.
We have seen from my center in Lemushanang, in Atteridgeville, which is a township, a girl child who was not able to enroll into university come into the course, and they do their training, and after that they are able to, one of them, for example, has started their own ECD center.
Wow.
Where they have taken the basic digital literacy courses that we have done. Now they are incorporating it from that early stages of education for their center. So from the ground, you really see the impact that real digital inclusion, if it is done properly with consistent support, with practical work, it does really trickle through families, through communities, and you really get to see the impact that it does to a household wherein they had never had a graduate.
Yeah.
But somebody who has gone through this process now is able to start not only their own business, but can go and be employed by either one of the government departments or
Vodacom.
Or Vodacom. Myself, my journey,
Yeah.
as I did indicate, that I'm a product of the program myself. And look at me.
What a beautiful way of closing it. Let's give you a big round of applause. Look at you indeed. And such a beautiful personal story, but also the power of realizing how your own story has amplified so much, and you now tell the story of others, and the impact that they're making in their communities makes this conversation exceptional. Can I please ask that we give my panelists a big round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're allowed to descend stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and with that is the end of our 6th session. I'd like to invite you to please rate your session. That 5-star rating is going to come up. Don't forget to share your reflections. Use your Volkswagen donated notebooks to capture for yourself, but also share with us. Share in the chat, share in the Q&A. The team is constantly looking for opportunities to identify some of these insightful contributions so that we can give away these NPO listings. I'm checking if there's any names coming through for me now. I have one more order of business left before I depart and release all of us to lunch. When we start, yes, I'm doing that now. When we ended yesterday, we ended with a reflection session where we had an opportunity to turn to those who are sitting around us to have a conversation on what new we had heard, an insight that stood out for the day, or maybe something practical that we're going to implement in our organizations. We're going to do the same now. I'm going to invite us to, if you're sitting at a table with an odd number, that you might kindly please turn and face the table behind you. And if you're sitting at a table with an even number, that you just stay put. There is going to be a timer that's going to come up on the screen that's going to keep us accountable, and then I'll take a few comments. What's new? What new insights? What's provocative today? What stood out? And what are you taking back? Thank you. I wasn't so good about. Ladies and gentlemen, if we take a look at our timer, our time is up. Can I call us back to center, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I call us back to center? Thank you. Thank you so very much. In the corner there, thank you. Thank you. In the corner next to you, thank you. Just tap them on the shoulder. Thank you in this corner. I appreciate your kind attention. Thank you. I appreciate your kind attention. I apologize. I know 15 minutes is not enough. I do apologize. Kathy, we want more time to talk amongst ourselves next year, please. So, mine right now is to just take a few comments. There are 3 sections in this room. I'd like to take a hand. And I'm going to ask that if you do have a comment, can we keep it to 1 so that we can at least get 2 hands here, 2 hands here, and 2 hands here? Because if you stand up and then you say, my 4 points, that doesn't really help me very much. So, do I have 2 hands on the side of the room? Going, gone. Right. Yes, I've got a hand. Can I have a microphone? Please, can you keep your hand up, madam? Is there another hand in the side of the room so I can cue you? Okay. I'm moving. There's a conversation still happening right there at the back. I can see you. My eyesight is very good. Turn around. Thank you so much. Then we come this side. Any comments, any hands? Anybody would like to contribute from the side of the room? Thank you. I see you. All right. Fantastic. I'll come back to the side of the room just in case. When you get the microphone, if you kindly please just introduce yourself and then please proceed. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Kheti Dlamini. I'm a principal in a school in Zanzibar. I think my point is on monitoring and evaluation. That's the biggest challenge I think that we face as NGOs, because we are looking for money for operational expenses, and monitoring and evaluation is a luxury to those. So I think that's what we need.
So that's interesting, monitoring and evaluation, given the fact that yesterday, remember when we were talking about catalytic capital, and we were saying it was actually amongst, and I think the way we had phrased it was measurement. We didn't use the language of M&E, we used the language of measurement. It was, if not the lowest, amongst the lowest in that ranking of things that we felt needed to be funded. And it's quite interesting, again, because we know that in the absence of being able to monitor and evaluate, and then to learn from what we get out of that M&E, we actually don't know whether we're on the right track, moving in the right direction, and also we don't have evidence of the narrative that we're trying to sell to funders and investors in the first instance. So thank you for that point. And I'm not saying the room should shift, but I'm just saying it's an interesting juxtaposition compared to where we were yesterday. I appreciate that. I'm going to go to my second hand. By the way, gentlemen, you are allowed to speak also. I know that things have shifted in the world, but yesterday we had ladies. Today I have ladies. I would love a brave gentleman to contribute to this conversation. Madam, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Charlene Nyembeya from Southern Labs Institute of Technology. Brilliant 2 days and echo just about everything from today. I think what sat with us here in talking about the stuff, that was spoken about, the big one was that my colleague here says she does mentoring at a leadership and at a professional level. And you can only imagine that if the mentoring is needed at that level, at the ECD, at the high school, and all we spoke about. And I shared with her that I'm a teacher as a chartered accountant. And I'd just like to encourage all of you to mentor, whether it's a high school, whether it's a tertiary, and the product of our future president, Bunhle, is what we would all love. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that because I think mentoring and mentorship broadly didn't come through very strongly yesterday. And I think when we think about where it sits in the conversation, it takes us right back to the first round conversation where we spoke about employee programs as well. And as a person who mentors, I know the gift that one gets as a mentor from those that become your mentees. So thank you for bringing that back into the room. I want to do a final scan. My last thing that I'd want is somebody to go into lunch feeling like I really could have said, and I didn't. And here's the brave guy who said yes, and there's another brave guy, and then we'll take that final hand, and then we'll wrap it up. So let's get our brave guy in the front, and then I'm checking online. I haven't forgotten about you. I'm on my phone checking to see if there's anything you'd like to bring up. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Andre from FNB. I look after social impact, so working very closely with the First Rand Foundations. I love coming to conferences where people sit on stage and say things that I don't inherently agree with, because that then challenges me to think differently. But I also love when certain things that you've come to believe get reinforced. And one common thing that has come out, actually two. One is the constant ask to look at the need. Do not forget where the need is coming from, what the need is, and how to solve the need. It's easy to get stuck in our frameworks and our strategies and our systems. But to stay connected where the need is, I think, is always the challenge for us when we sit around a table and make decisions. And that links to what Prof was saying about the soul. So that to me is where the soul of business is. We are decision makers. We get to make those calls. And regardless of the processes and the systems and the governance, we make decisions. So bring your heart and soul into those decisions and you will address those needs. Don't forget, you're a decision maker. You get to make some of those calls.
Sure. Thank you very much. I actually think that the provocation on soul is going to stay a lot longer than when we leave this room. For me personally, it's the first time I've heard that word in this context. But I think the beauty of language is that it sometimes begins an incessant knocking on a way of thinking that perhaps we hadn't opened ourselves to. So I don't know if Prof, you're still here. Thank you for the language of provocation that you brought into the room today and on the question of soul. I had another hand. Gentlemen, yes. And then the lady right at the back. And then we'll then wrap it up. Please go ahead, sir. No, this young gentleman.
Hi everyone, I'm Gyorapetsi Bismarck Mokwena. I'm from DKMS Africa, and basically my role is to kind of bridge the gap between what Germany is doing in our company to kind of bring it in a local kind of manner that people can understand in South Africa to helping people with black cancer and blood disorders. So what kind of stood out on this table for us is how the government didn't see themselves independently taking on digital access for the people or the future generations, but asking for the private sector to come in and invest. But what really brings investment, if we can be honest, is that the government firstly has to see themselves taking part and playing fully within the digital way of doing things before the private sector can come in fully and supporting to the future generation of tomorrow. I think if you go now on one national department, you go on, you don't see a chatbot, there's no WhatsApp, there's nothing. You have to call the government only to be ignored or send an email only for you to get an automated response. So I think the government has to fully see themselves operating within a digital way of doing things before the private sector can come in fully and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think overall, I'm very grateful for Mr. Louis Taylor, who joined us in his capacity as head of partnerships at the DBE today. But overall, a stronger government voice in the room is important. Otherwise, we're solutioning for around the key player. And I definitely think that it's important to have one conversation with them. Let's then get the final comment. Madam, let's keep your hand up right in the air. Thank you so much for being on your feet already.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Itumeleng Motlabane. I'm the General Secretary for Equal Education. Equal Education is a social movement for learners, parents, and community members that are using activism and research to improve the education system. And I think for today, one of my observations was the greater need for us to have a conversation about how movements and organizations that work with democracy assist in protecting the goals of the implementation of CSI projects, privately sponsored projects, but also make sure that we build the state capacity so that the state can have the ability to scale the projects that we have. For an example, the conversation we're having this morning about ECD, currently government is sitting with a 10 billion budget, and I don't think any of the CSI interventions or any funding can help us reach that amount of money. And therefore, I think one of the critical things is investing in organizations that build capacity of government, that make sure that there's accountability for the resources that already exist in the system, and doing that through communities and those that are beneficiaries, because we believe that communities are the ones that understand how to protect solutions in the ground. I was sharing in my group that one of the pandemics that we're faced with is school-based corruption, is vandalism at schools, and this is because communities are feeling far divorced from the solutions that we are bringing to them. And with organizations like Equal Education that are rooted in the ground, it's quite, we are able then to protect all of the gains that we get through our CSI project, through government projects, but also through privately sponsored projects. Enkosi.
Enkosi kakhulu. Thank you so very much. And again, the line that stays, so as you can see, I think in sound bites and phrases, and I love language. And the line that stayed with me is that I've never seen a church being burnt in a community. I'm probably going to be reflecting on that for a very, very long time. And what I'm hearing you say is that it actually takes us back to the question of ownership. And when solutions are imposed, then they're not ours, and we don't see them as assets, whether that's physical infrastructure or otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, mine now is to invite you to lunch, which is going to take place downstairs, so out of the main doors, a little bit to the left, and then downstairs, that's where we're going to be having lunch, to remind you to engage with our exhibition, this ground floor as well as the top floor, to also remind you that if you're in the physical space, that we would really like to have your feedback form in the Trialogue box, so that it can stand a chance to get that double page spread of 110,000 Rand, or worth 110,000 Rand. The draw is going to be done after the final keynote, and that's going to be around 4 o'clock. So you want to make sure that it's in before 4. And just to remind you that just because I'm leaving, it's not the end of the conference, so please stay. We're coming back at 13:45, where we're looking at a playbook for partnerships. And that is where we're bringing 3 nonprofits together with our sponsors in conversation. That's 13:45. May I please ask that we make that 13:40, so that we can just give 5 minutes to get settled. And the final thing that's left is for me just to reiterate the gratitude once again to our partners, to the First Rand Foundation, to APSA, to the DBSA, to EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, to MTN, to Vodacom, to Volkswagen South Africa, and Standard Bank. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? And then I wanted to read this message from Noma Africa, Nkwenkwe Makwele. I almost read that as Maxwell. I'm not sure why. No, yeah, it does look like Maxwell, but I don't know. But the Xhosa brain switched on. And Noma Africa says, a big shout out to the Trialogue and DK Sound Services team. I can only speak for myself, but attending Biz 2026 online has been an absolute pleasure. I've been blown away by the professional, clear, visually and audibly coverage of this conference. So to the men and the ladies in black at the back, a big thank you. Please enjoy lunch. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much. Oh, I thought you were saying something. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Kathy, Nick, thank you so very much. Ngiyabonga.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork. My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling, because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We did this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot. But after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotic class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our lives. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business?
CIPC isn't just paperwork. My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
Say I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We did this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot, but after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotic class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our life. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrowit Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork. My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W. Funkoma Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We need this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot, but after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotics class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedbacks.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our life. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W. Funkoma. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork.
My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling, because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
Say I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. and private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Nkoma Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We need this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot, but after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotic class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our lives. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkoma. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork.
My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
Say I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence, and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We need this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot, but after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotic class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our life. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork. My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
Say I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable, low-fee school development and important.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us for the final afternoon session of this year's conference. How it's flown by. Luckily, unlike Nozipho, I don't have to fight too much with people streaming back in and noise, but we will just give it a couple of minutes so that we get this afternoon underway. My name is Sheldon Moraes. I'm Thought Leadership Manager at Trialogue. I would have interacted with some of you in organizing this conference, so thank you very much for being with us. If I can just ask our ushers if there's anyone else outside, if we can have them come back in. To our online audience, thank you for staying with us and joining us this afternoon. It really is a fun afternoon session. It was really successful last year when we introduced it for the first time. So successful that we're running it again this year. It's our interactive funding session. You know, one of the things that we always talk about with our NPOs or with our corporate clients is always funding practices, right? And it's often the heartbeat of how we connect across the CSI sector, and how we ultimately, work together. We had one of the panels on stakeholder engagement this morning, or yesterday morning rather. So it goes to the heart of that and how we work together, the values, and it goes beyond so much more just than actual funding and grant making and that. It's how we truly work together to create impact. I see we've got a couple of more people coming in. Thank you very much. For those coming back from lunch, I hope you did enjoy lunch. To all our delegates, both online and in person, please do fill out your feedback forms. For those who are in the room with us, there is a box that you can leave them in for this afternoon before you depart. And for those online, to fill out the online form. It really does help us build these conferences into something that is really meaningful and impactful for you. And some of the suggestions and how we've shaped the conference over the last couple of years have come directly from the feedback that we have received from you. So thank you to everyone for rating the sessions and for also taking part in the polls on the online platforms as well. Just a reminder, I will be taking questions, as Nozipho did earlier, drawn from the platform. So a reminder, you can post your questions simply by clicking on the green Ask a Question button on the chat box. It'll turn green. You'll be able to then type your question, post it, and I'll be able to draw from there from our panelists who will be coming up this afternoon. A really nice mix of corporates, our corporate sponsors who you may have interacted with throughout the 2 days, as well as some NPOs as well. And NPOs actually drawn from our handbook research from last year. I know we've made mention of that as well. That handbook research, both for corporates and non-profits, is open for this year's handbook. So please, when you've got some time, we really do appreciate your involvement every year, and it helps us to get a true, accurate picture of the CSI sector in South Africa. Thanks very much. I think we can get on the go for this afternoon. I see some more people coming in. We can have them trickling in. But thank you very much. Just for those who may have missed it, I'm Sheldon Moraes. I'm Thought Leadership Manager at Trialogue. I will be guiding you through this afternoon, so please bear with me. Trialogue limited my guidance down to only the afternoon session, so luckily you had Nazi for 1.5 days, so you'd only have to bear with me for this afternoon. So thank you very much. This afternoon session, for those who missed it, is the interactive funding session, which we started last year, and it was such a success, we've brought it back for this year. That will start off proceedings for this afternoon before I introduce Mr. Lorenzo Davids, who will give our closing keynote. No stranger to any of you in the development work sector. I know him from my previous life as a newsman. He was the man who got us all talking about the train system in Cape Town. and really got stuck in. So he is someone who is not just at a high level, but got stuck in, and we all followed his train journey, both metaphorically and physically, throughout that time, as he, really did give us a picture of the train service in South Africa. So, Lorenzo, thank you very much for being with us for the full 2 days and for our closing address this afternoon. Thank you very much. So, before we begin and get into the interactive funding session, we just want to play a short video which was meant to go out yesterday, but due to difficulties and we shortened the time on that first stakeholder engagement session. So our apologies to both you and our sponsors, First Rand, but we will have a short video for you, and then we'll go into the interactive funding session, and I'll introduce our panel of speakers for this afternoon.
For years, volunteering has been defined by one-day acts of service, a day of giving back, a single act of service. We know the value of these moments, but real challenges don't begin and end in a day, and meaningful change takes more than good intention. So, First Rand volunteers asked a different question. What if volunteering looked more like leadership? Introducing the First Rand CEO Volunteer Accelerator Program, a flagship skills-based initiative bringing together employee expertise, social partners, and executive leadership to solve real challenges over time. It begins not with answers, but with listening, taking the time to understand the context, constraints, and lived realities. From there, teams work side by side with partners to reframe problems, test ideas, and shape solutions that are practical, relevant, and built to last. Supported by CEO mentors, coaches, and program teams, every step is guided, challenged, and strengthened. Ideas are not left as ideas. They are developed into clear plans, tested, refined, and challenged through leadership insight. Because meaningful impact does not happen in isolation. It happens through collaboration, through shared accountability, through sustained effort over time. This is where skills are applied where they matter most, where learning turns into action, and where solutions move from concept to implementation. The First Rand CEO Volunteer Accelerator Program. Lead with purpose, collaborate with purpose, volunteer with purpose, action with purpose.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to introduce the panel for this afternoon's interactive funding session. You'll see it coming up on the screen soon, and I'll introduce our speakers for this afternoon. You'll see there's a panel of 8 speakers here. We'll be bringing them up in 3 cohorts as we get through this afternoon's interactive funding session. So please let me welcome Mr. Mandla Mbuyazi from First Rand as part of our first cohort, Wendy Viljoen, EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, and they'll be joined by Kamala Pillay, the CEO of Citizen Leader Lab. So if you can just take a seat, thank you very much. So we'll start with an opening question for each of our speakers and an opening address to you. And as I introduce each of our speakers, we'll just tell you a bit about them, and you'd understand their role in the ecosystem and the value chain that is CSI. I'd like to start with Mr. Mandla Mbuyazi. He's ideation and impact investing lead from First Rand. It's great to see that he's been with us as well for the 2 days. So we thank you very much, Mandla, despite speaking on the final panel today. Now, Mandla leads impact investment and ideation for the First Rand Foundation and the First Rand Empowerment Foundation. He's a finance professional with 19 years of experience in the financial services sector. And in his current role, he aligns financial returns with meaningful social and environmental impact, creating innovative investment strategies that drive sustainable change. So I think the perfect person for us to speak to First Rand's partnering and how it aligns with their financing as well. So Mr. Mandla, I'd like to invite you up. You're going to do your opening commentary from the podium.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor to be here. Most partnerships don't fail because of lack of funding. They fail because capital and reality don't meet properly. The gaps are we fund from a distance, we measure from a distance, and we design from a distance. But impact doesn't happen at a distance. We need to design with proximity to reality. And before I continue, I'd like to pause and acknowledge something based on the last 2 days that we've had in the room. It's very obvious and felt when you are a funding partner in this type of conferences and one of the platinum sponsors that you've got a community of other funders, but it's not just funders, but you're also engaging with the large ecosystem of the developmental sector. So here it goes. So I've been a volunteer all my life, be it at church, be it in music, some of you may know, be it in the corporate career. That CEO accelerator, actually, before it, we used to run those type of programs at RMB. As much as I had the corporate work that I was doing, I was a coach in one of those programs. I had the privilege of coaching leaders and executives at RMB. And the circumstance that led to my role to make this to confess this about my current role is that my job found me. I did not look for it. I did not go looking for it. It found me. So I'm privileged. So I want to acknowledge everyone in this room who feels called to the work, whether you are a funder, nonprofit, intermediary, or any other player in the ecosystem. The immersive thinking that we do requires stepping into the ecosystem, into the system you are trying to change, not from the sidelines, not from the boardrooms, but to immerse yourselves directly, which actually means it costs money to do that. So I want to say this upfront that many of us here are here because we are led by purpose, we are led by something that is burning in our hearts. In my previous role, I worked in traditional capital. So when I think about capital today, I don't separate traditional grants from catalytic capital to impact investing, commercial capital into disconnected worlds. They work together. I see them as a part of one broader capital ecosystem, each with a different role to play. Because capital is not neutral, as well, as we've heard in the past 2 days. It behaves, it influences, and it directs. That's the problem, or a good thing about capital. And practically from our side as funders, partner selection is about trust, leadership, system around the work, potential to scale beyond us. We look for clarity of purpose, credibility of execution, and the ability to unlock something beyond our capital. We talk a lot about catalytic capital, but catalytic to what end? And the test is, when capital leaves, does the system continue? So not just to be there and be present as a funder, but when you leave, does the system continue? And I'll further dare to say, if the capital carries all the risk, I don't think it's catalytic, if it carries all the risk. Too many of our models are built on risk transfer and not risk sharing. And that's a problem. What typically happens is funders transfer risk to implementers. Implementers carry delivering pressure, and communities carry out outcomes. And yet we call this partnership. It's a contract. It's a tick size box. One that chases inputs and doesn't think deeply about outcomes. All hands must be on deck, is what I say. The intervention, how it's done, the problem, the solution, the outcomes must matter to all of us together. So as capital, we look at where are we going, how are we going, what are we doing, how will we know we are winning? It's clear, capital follows. And that's where the shift is from funding activity to financing outcomes. That has been a journey for us as we've been doing a strategic refresh in the different foundations. Is let's stop funding for activity. Let's stop counting how much money is coming out of the pot, but let's actually chase outcomes and be clear and be crystal clear what those outcomes are. As a closing remark, I wanted to say we've been talking about collaboration and trust over the past 2 days. I wanted to say that collaboration and trust are not soft concepts. They're not a soft concept. They are part of the capital strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mandla. I'd now like to welcome Wendy Fulyun. She's the Senior Manager who heads up EduInvest, powered by Wesgrow, which you've heard about over the past 2 days. Wendy, thank you very much. Wendy does have to leave us a bit earlier to get her flight back to the Western Cape. She took my joke about people from Cape Town bringing the bad weather. We were seeing in Johannesburg for the last 2 days, very personally, so she's decided to leave early. No, I'm joking. Wendy, thank you very much. You can either join us at the podium or...
Sure.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheldon. Yes, I took it personally, and looks like because I'm leaving, the sun is returning to Joburg. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's an honor to be representing EduInvest, powered by Wesgrow, this afternoon. I must tell you, I'm very inspired by the conversation and the dialogues that has been taking place over the past couple of days. And just to bring it back, EduInvest is a catalytic project that was established within Wesgrow about 2.5 years ago. And it was established in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department. And where this bright idea came from was at some stakeholder engagement where the Minister of Education for the province, Minister David Maynier, met with our CEO, and they literally had a conversation. Wesgrow is the official tourism, trade and investment promotion agency for the Western Cape. So basically, we do a lot of work to position the Western Cape as the province to invest in if you're considering South Africa. Sorry, Joburg. And so basically, we take the Western Cape to the world and we bring the world to the Western Cape. And we do, I must say this, a hell of a job to make sure that we are seen, we are presented, and we elevate the opportunities in the province. Now, back to that conversation. The minister was, if that is what you can do for the various different sectors for our province, I wonder what you can do for education if given the opportunity. And so the wheels turned. Now, EduInvest was then established to basically drive and unlock private sector investment in education. And this was built on a premise that education is not merely a social concern, but an economic imperative. And this can be many things, but it really positions education as a viable investment opportunity by making sure that we can facilitate investment into key areas within education, as well as mobilize CSI and philanthropy into the areas that's going to make the biggest, longest impact. Now, that being said, our core mandate is to facilitate investment, but we've also realized that there is a large gap where we need to position not just education for investment, but that we had to drive awareness around a shared accountability for education. And I mentioned that previously in a panel. And this means that we need to look at where are the areas of intersections. Now, our mandate is built on 3 pillars: investment facilitation, mobilization of CSI, as well as convening the sector. But it's underpinned by marketing and innovation activities that really changes the narrative of how we see education. Now, a lot has been said around investment here. And yes, I'm focusing on education. But we definitely need a vehicle where the ecosystem can be mobilized. And that's the role that EduInvest has played over the past 2.5 years. And I often ask myself, if not us, then who? If not now, then when? And that is the driving force behind the work that we're doing. And when we talk about connecting with like-minded individuals, fostering partnerships, we are definitely looking for those that are seeing education as a long game and that's willing to do the hard work that it requires, both from a funding point of view, an implementation, a good governance, promotion, everything in between. Now, this probably gets back to that African saying, you know, you want to plant seeds so that we don't get to enjoy the shade that that tree produces, but it is for generations to come, and education is that. And for anyone that has worked in education or thinking of investing in education, be aware it's not an easy sector to work in, but the rewards are great. And we are willing to work with anyone that appreciates that it will take a lot of elbow grease, but it will be definitely worth it. And if education is elevated, this country will be elevated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I'd now like to call up Kamala Pillay, someone that many of you in the room will have known and worked with in the past. She is the CEO of Citizen Leader Lab. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheldon. It looks like our process is the podium. So,
yeah.
So we'll follow the process.
We're flexible, very flexible here. Flexible funding.
So firstly, it's really an honor and privilege to be with all of you today. Thank you to the Trialogue team for creating this opportunity, this platform for conversation. Now, when you give an NGO an opportunity to talk fundraising, that's quite dangerous. But I'll try and behave. And I did look at the brief, Sheldon, thank you for that. So the question is, what is our experience with fundraising? So as an organization, we've been around 16 years, so we've seen some things. In preparing for this 5 minutes, I had a look at who's funded us over the 16 years, and actually quite interested to see it was close to 200 businesses and corporates that funded us over this time. And all different relationships. 200 organizations is a lot, so you can imagine the nature of relationships are different. So some of them quite short-term, rather transactional, maybe a year or two. Others long-term, developing really meaningful partnerships based on a lot of trust. And that's what we strive for. That's what I think all NGOs would love to have, long-term relationships built on trust. And these relationships have lasted more than 10 years. The interesting thing when looking at this is just the recognition that all these relationships take a massive amount of effort to create, to nurture, to sustain. And I think anyone who's in the NGO space knows that it's one of the delicate balances we have to walk as NGO leaders. How much time do we spend on fundraising? How much time do we spend evaluating our work, looking at our impact, optimizing, innovating, scaling our solutions? I'm going to come back to that, but I wanted to also just reflect on how we've approached fundraising. And of course, 200 organizations, they're not all in the room today. So every business that you approach is in a different stage of their evolution in terms of philanthropy. And that's useful to keep in mind. Our approach when we go to business, and this is not necessarily the approach to take, it's just what has brought us success. Our approach has been looking for mutual value creation. So what do I mean by that? Of course, we exist to serve communities. That is our reason for being. Specifically for Citizen Leader Lab, we exist to serve leaders. But we have found that you can serve the community and do that responsibly and effectively and also create value for your funding partner. And the nature of value, that ranges. There's actually quite a lot of things that we as NGOs can look at to add additional value to our partners. But just to name a few, I think just the basic, being professional and having good governance, helping your partner easily meet their scorecard requirements. Volunteerism, we were reminded again just a few minutes ago. We all understand the benefits for a company of volunteerism. It boosts morale, it boosts team spirit and cohesiveness, it improves long-term employee retention. That's something that just about every NGO can actually offer in a responsible way to their business partners, their funders. An interesting one that I've come across is community engagement. And the nature of our work is such that we do enable for deeper relationships to form between business and communities. And this has been quite interesting to see the result, the outcome of it, and the value creation for business. I've had more than one business come to me and say, I now understand the community better. Why is that important? Well, the community is also their customer. They're developing services and products for the community. So understanding them is really important, and that impacts the bottom line. My time's quickly running out. I did want, in closing, just to come back to this balancing act that we have to play. Fundraising is a time-consuming activity. And we need to balance that against actually doing the work. And I would like to take this opportunity to ask for some help from funders. This is not asking too much. You can help us manage our time better just by considering one thing that I think is not too big, and that's communication. How do you communicate with the NGOs that approach you? The things that would make our lives a lot easier is understanding what you fund, why you fund, where you fund it, understanding how much you're looking to invest, understanding your internal process and your timelines. We need to know when we're going to hear a yes or a no. And so importantly, give us the no. If it's a no, it's not what we want to hear, but if it's a no, tell us. That is much more effective for us to know so that we can close that chapter and move on. And give us feedback with that no. We're here to learn, to grow. The social challenge that we have is massive. If we're not learning from each other, we're not growing. So that's me. Thank you.
Kamala, thank you for that. And I think on that note, I mean, if we're not learning from each other, we're not growing. And that's exactly why we have the conference, number one. But from this session as well, and just to touch on the non-profits that we have, we've got ones like Kamala, Citizen Leader Lab with around 200, and then we've got more medium-sized, and then down to smaller. So that we get the experience from all levels of organizations in terms of what works for them and lessons that we've learned and what possibly hasn't worked in the past. Wendy, I want to start with you. You're in a unique position at Wesgrow where you're not just only as talking to non-profits, but you're talking to the corporates as well. So pretend you're talking to the corporates in the room. What is how can they partner with you? You've spoken about catalytic capital. Is it only in the catalytic capital when we're talking funding perspective, or how are there other ways that corporates can interact with you on your EduInvest?
Thanks for that, Sheldon. I think what I've realized is that there's not one size fit all approach. I think we can all agree. So not just catalytic capital, all forms of funding mechanisms we look at. And we start all the way back to the beginning. We look at what your corporate strategy is. We position, of course, education for that. We walk a mile with the corporates that we work with. And that's very important because we might not find something to collaborate on immediately, but we are building or working together for a longer term goal. And so EduInvest plays a facilitation part in that regard. Now, on the flip side, how we work with nonprofits and organizations, we see them as implementation partners. And so part of the facilitation role we play is to connect businesses with strategy in hand, with budgets cleared, clear vision, direction of what they want to achieve, and connect them with investment-ready partners, which is your NPOs. So we kind of the nexus between the opportunity or the intervention and the capital that is required to make it a reality. And so when we are engaging with large corporates, we're not asking for anything. We're really just evaluating where they are at and how that can be stitched into priority areas within our province and deliver long-term goals. And an example of that is we worked with a corporate that I got to connect right here in Johannesburg. And they then went on to commit 10 years of supporting 50 schools within the Western Cape, replicating what they are doing in Gauteng. And all it takes is to understand what does this corporate actually want to achieve at the end of the day. And once you understand that, then we can work around that. And from an implementation partner point of view, we then looked at, okay, what does the Western Cape then offer this corporate? What things do we still need to put in place in order to make this happen? And how do we move this along? It has been just over 12 months of working together, and we're finally going to launch that intervention in the Western Cape. So again, it's a longer game. We're willing to do the work if we understand what corporates want and what NPOs want to achieve with a willing partner.
Okay. I'd like to just turn your attention and launch a poll before I come to Kamala next. It's our first poll for the session. In your experience, how often do corporate non-profit partnerships achieve the impact both parties originally intended? So it'll be good to get your thoughts on that as well. As those come through, and we'll start sharing those. Thank you to the team. As you can see, and I'll be honest with you, I voted for sometimes, but not consistently. Seems to be most of us think the same. And I think that's the reality of where we are, right? And why we want to learn and improve, and that continuous improvement that we talk about. Kamala, I want to come to you. You know, the number 200 sounds impressive. And it is impressive. And well done to you and your team and the reputation and the work that you've built over time. But if you were even to get close to that, to 50, to 100, how do you manage those relationships? You mentioned transactional, and some of them would be transactional, but I imagine many of them would be building into longer-term partnerships. And how do you manage those?
So just to clarify, Sheldon, it's 200 over 16 years. So it's not 200 right now.
Yeah.
And absolutely, we did find that to be a challenge. You can't have a lot of deep partnerships with lots of funders. So our strategy of late has been to focus on the partners who we think are aligned in our vision. You know, what they want to achieve is similar to what we want to achieve. And then invest that time and effort into building that relationship. You can't be everything to everyone. It's not possible.
Okay. Mandla, when we talk about values and alignment, right? And I think for us at Trialogue, we've got strategic CSI, which is, you know, your ultimate level you'd want to work towards. And that's very much about what the business, strategic focus of the business is. And then you'd obviously go and look for partners who align to that. How do you determine that? I mean, is there a scorecard where you can determine value alignment with partners?
When it comes to value alignment for us, I think before we reach scorecard, what was important to us, I think I wanted to take your previous question that relates to the number of partners that we play with. I think we have been transitioning from moving from a strategy that seeks to engage more, to be all things to men in terms of how much we disperse funding. But now we've gone to a point where we are saying, look, instead of scaling wide, we want to scale a little bit deep. We want to focus on fewer partners. We want to focus on capital, and we want to focus on what that capital delivers. And then the partners that we work with is a level of trust that we measure. How long they've been playing on the space is important, and then also the relationships that they have around the community is also matter. And some of the projects that we fund, they do not take overnight to deliver. Sometimes there's a co-creation element, so we need to be engaging with partners that are able to co-create with us and think with us. So as a funder, you come into the space, the first thing is not just for us, it's no longer just to let go of the funding of the money, but it's also important that the outcome is delivered that we're looking for. So that journey is important. Of late, we just we're gratefully part of the launch of the Nature Bond on the JSE, the first of its kind in the continent, as an outcomes funder. We played a catalytic role, being the first ones to put money into the space and invite other outcomes funders to play with us in the space. And there was a whole lot of things to engage there, to balance from different interests to the interest of what we're all trying to achieve on the ground. But what's important, I want to say, is that it took 18 months to deliver. It can take that long. Okay. And what's important is, at the end of the day, are we meeting the outcome that you're trying to chase for? Or are we going towards the outcome we're trying to chase for?
You talk about 18 months, and you talk about, at the end of the day, do we achieve the outcome that we've set out to do? Kamala, I want to come to you in terms of the window period. 18 months. I think from your perspective as a corporate mate, you mentioned it took 18 months, almost with the underlying message being that it took long.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That type of view, and I think luckily we're not in America where we used to, quarterly earnings updates and thinking in quarters. But Kamala, what does it do for you and your organization when the time horizons from organizations and corporates may be a lot shorter than the type of time horizons you have in mind to have real impact, and not just outcomes, but to have impact?
So it's an interesting thing, Sheldon. So I've come out of a business environment, so I completely understand the timelines, the cycle, performance measurement cycles. There was a comment yesterday about being able to speak business, and I think as an organization, we're fortunate we have that. I think we need to help business to speak social development. That's a process, it's a learning, and it's possible when you have partnerships. And the word partnerships gets used a lot. But if you look at it really deeply, partners are two or more entities that are all bringing value. And their value is all recognized. So we partner with communities. We partner with funders. And we recognize the value of each one. And we need to help other people see that. I think it's easy to get frustrated because the funder does often set the agenda and the criteria. So it's easy to get frustrated, but it's our responsibility and our opportunity, because we are close to the ground, to help inform so that the funder can adapt. Whether or not we'll get the 10-year plan or the 15-year plan, I don't know, Sheldon, but we need to keep motivating for it as a sector.
Wendy, Kamala, before I get, Mandla, you indicated, and I'll get to my question for Wendy. You can go ahead.
No, what I wanted just to add, back to the example, is that part of why it took 18 months is because of the number of people that sit on the table. Okay. It was just not 3 parties on the table. It was plenty of parties on the table. And we're engaging, it was a bond, right? You've got senior investors who've got a very specific intent of what they're trying to do with their money. You've got outcomes funders that also have a very specific intent of what they're doing with the money. You've got the implementation partner that invites all of us to go and see on the ground what is happening and the impact it will make on the community. So sometimes, sometimes certain things get ticked off in terms of the actual relationship on the ground and what you see, the impact that it's going to make. But to get everybody on the table, on a round table, that's the issue, partly as well. You're engaging on the round table to reach consensus on direction. That takes its time. And I think for me, we need to be adaptable, especially on big type of initiatives that we're trying to achieve. That requires us to set proof points that will allow a momentum to build later.
I think, and I suppose, the importance you mentioned there, and I think we sometimes break it down into corporate,
yes,
non-profit, government, and we think of those three pillars, but actually community, and we've seen it with some of the panels in terms of the beneficiary voice, right? And I think what you mentioned, around stakeholder engagement is often more complex than we think in terms of those three pillars. Wendy, I want to come to you and for your final word before we let you go. Kamala mentions community, which I think is really important and maybe something for us to think about in composing the panels where we've got corporate, non-profit, right, is that community voice. How does West grow? So obviously you're interacting with the corporate, you're interacting with the non-profits or the implementers or some of the social enterprises that you work with. Being quasi-government, how do you interact with the community to ensure that the solutions in terms of schooling and structure and curriculum and all of those things in terms of how the schools are set up, especially where it's being targeted at poorer communities where you want low-fee schools at a high level of education, how do you ensure that the community voice keeps coming in terms of the solutions, that they're not forgotten when we're talking catalytic capital, innovative school devices and things like that, which can often be at a high level?
I think back to what you just said, and I made a note of this, is that informed decision-making. As EduInvest and as Westgrow, we don't know everything about the sector. Even the department, they're custodians of school scholars and teachers, but they don't know everything about the sector. And so we are driven to be on the ground. I get a lot of people that know me or know of me, knows that I'm always somewhere running around, and it's for that very reason. We make sure that we've got proper community engagement for project that impacts the community, number one. And that's where we start. We make sure that whoever is providing interventions into that community is connected to that community. And if we're talking about schools, we have amazing opportunities, for example, in the West Coast, all the way up to Vredendal. If you know the Western Cape, you know it's far up, 4-hour drive from city center. But what has been so amazing about that trip is once again reinforcing the importance of having the beneficiary at the center of that decision making. And that value cannot be understated. The fact that we had community leaders as part of the conceptualization of what is going to improve learning and education in that communities was vital. That we had the funders, the MPO, the schools, the WCD, everyone involved so that we can produce something that is unique to the learners that need quality education in that area. And so, yes, we work across the entire education ecosystem. So that is early childhood development, schools and post-schools, from universities all the way to technical vocational training and edtech and everything else in between. But that still means that we have to make sure that we are grassroots focused while we're doing broad sector strategy and implementation. So those two normally creates this chasm, this gap of nothingness. And my role, and through the role of EduInvest, we're really trying to narrow that gap between the on the ground and where decision is being made.
Wendy, thank you very much. That brings us to the last word on our first cohort. Thank you very much to Mandla Mbuyazi from First Rand. Wendy Fulyun from EduInvest Westgrow, and Kamala Pillay from Citizen Leader Lab. I'd now like to invite, in fact, let's give them a round of applause first. Thank you very much for your time. Now I'm going to invite our second cohort up. But before I forget, she's always the one asking us to clap for everyone else. But please can we clap for Nozipho Chabalala, who is an amazing MC, and I think you all agree on that. And hopefully she'll see this online. Even when she was slightly choking because of a lack of water up here, she kept things going. So thank you very much, Nozi, in your absence, and it was great to have her back for a third year for the Trialogue Business and Society Conference. I'd now like to invite up our second cohort of panelists, Mr. Lunga Skuman from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Lunga, you're already a hit. You haven't even said a word. No, but it was a really great panel this morning, led by in partnership with the DBSA. So thank you very much, Lunga and the team there for partnering with us this year. I'd also like to invite up Mr. Eric Mlambo, Footprints Foundation Chairman, Founder, who is with us here. Eric and I realized that our paths crossed many years ago across different sectors, and now we're both in the development space, so that was great to connect with. Eric and Lunga, thank you very much for being with us over the past 2 days as well. It was really great to have you with us here. And then I'd like to invite up as our final panelist on this cohort, Zintle Razia from ABSA. Thank you, Zintle. She's the Senior Manager for Corporate Citizenship Programs. I'd like to welcome them up, and thank you very much. We're now going to start with the opening commentaries. You get the flow of the session here. I would like to remind you that you can pose your questions on the chat. I will draw from them. I see the chat is going, so you are commenting and engaging. But if you've got any questions, this is your time to ask them as well. So thank you very much to our panelists there. I'd now like to invite Lunga. You can either do it from the podium or sit wherever you're most comfortable with. Lunga currently serves as the Corporate Social Investment Program Lead at the DBSA, the Development Bank of Southern Africa. You'll also see their stand outside with our exhibition stands for our sponsors. Please do engage with them. He's working at the intersection of development finance, social investment, and systems change, with over a decade of experience across corporate, philanthropic, and non-profit environments. He has led CSI stakeholder relations and sustainability portfolios at several listed companies, including Sanlam and the ShopRite Group. So someone who truly is experienced across the sector, and it's a pleasure to hear from you, Lunga.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I can't seem to beat the Vodacom intro of greetings on the data bundles bit. I thought about it. Do I say greetings from our hard hats and TLPs? I'm not sure. But good afternoon, and we really appreciate the opportunity for us to speak and share some of our thoughts in the space. In 2024, the DBSA rethinked or reevaluated its approach in terms of CSI. And in our approach, we took a pivotal shift. And we began moving away from grant making in once-off donations and disconnected projects, and framed our work as creating a developmental impact platform. By that, we meant that we are happy to frame ideas and fund them and back them, and for the sector to take and run with. We are happy to invest in the underdogs, the unusual ideas, in the unusual organizations, not the usual guys. And we're happy to partner with unlikely partners. And over the last 2 years, we've been able to show some tangible, quite strong results in that particular work that we've done. For example, as I said, our posture then obviously had to change. So we fund more the strength of the idea, not the strength of the proposal. We are able to accept proposals in any language. And also we're able to back the potential of an idea and the people behind it. We also ask the fundamental question, how far can this project go? Is it just a program? Can it drive systemic change? And can we leverage partnerships in the same time? We also aim to be quite fair also in terms of how we fund. It takes money, it takes costs to run non-profit organizations, and therefore part of the posture that we had to adopt is to be fair to non-profits. Fair in terms of what we expect from them, and fair in terms of how we pay them, in terms of how they deliver the work. We became very friendly to unlikely partners as well. For example, we've ran a number of projects with ShopRite, which is a food retailer combining their work with development of finance institutions like ourselves, Helion, GSK, and many others. And we knew that for us to drive development and impact, it will take unlikely partners and the unusual suspects to come on board. And so some of the ideas that we started working on and are building up is, for example, the infrastructure fund, which we spoke to earlier, where the DBSA is using its capability in infrastructure development and its track record to raise funds for ECD infrastructure at scale. We know that this idea cannot just live with us, it can have multiple partners as well. Another example, as I said, is a project we ran with Breadline Africa, where we were one of the first people to put the spotlight with them on the issue of pit toilets. And since then, that project has gotten more funding beyond the DBSA. Another one that we are trying at the moment is a project which combines all of our CSI partners in a single geographical area. And we're saying to them, could you do something together? Not compete with each other, do something together. You know our strategy, and could we use this as a model for the sector to learn from? So we are happy as a DBSA, and we believe in building Africa's prosperity, but it will take an unusual posture to change the problems that we face today. And the DBSA, we are willing to bet in Africa's prosperity through CSI. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lunga, and I really like that comment, strength of the idea, because we know that there are people who produce beautiful presentations, beautiful pitches, and not that the ideas aren't good, but how many ideas are being lost in the way through language barriers, and an inability to present something such as a PowerPoint pitch or a deck. I would certainly fail if that was the case. I'd now like to invite Zintle Razia from ABSA. She's the Senior Manager of Corporate Citizenship Program. Zintle, you're also a hit. I can see some clapping already in the audience. Now, Zintle is a Youth Development and Entrepreneurship Program VP with over a decade of experience supporting young people to access skills, economic opportunities, and pathways to sustainable livelihoods. We heard that coming through quite strongly in ABSA's panel yesterday, which was around pathways to economic opportunities for our youth. Zintle, over to you for your opening.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, Sheldon, and good afternoon, everyone. I think all protocol observed, so this is why I'm walking up to the podium. As you would have heard yesterday in the panel discussion with ABSA, one of the key areas that we look for in partnerships is working with implementation partners that we can co-create with. I think it's also quite important to acknowledge all the different partners and implementation partners in the room today. And as part of our strategy, which is financial inclusion through entrepreneurship, we've taken a stance to co-create solutions with our partners. And we believe that as ABSA, in driving economic activity for young people, we can't go on this journey alone, which is why we work with credible partners to help us deliver on our mandate. As a result of this, we've had to look at the next level. And what is the next level? It's reimagining partnerships together with the partners that help us deliver on our work. So this requires learning together, Part of co-creation in coming up with solutions is understanding where our partners work, the demographic reach that they have, and how we can come up with solutions to help us reach our mandate and objectives. So part of what we've done in driving our strategy is really moving from transactional partnerships to relational partnerships. And this means, how do we harness strengths of the implementation partners that we work with by understanding the values that each partner brings together and coming together to share understanding of the problem, but also not looking at off-the-shelf solutions in how we implement our interventions. It's about making sure that our partners have the credibility, we learn from each other, from the challenges that are happening on the ground, and come up with solutions, as Nhlanhla had mentioned yesterday, around the ecosystem lens and ecosystem approach. I think what we also wanted to learn today is how we partner with organizations. And this is through two approaches. The first approach is unsolicited, partnerships where partners come to us directly, to say these are the programs that we are working on, as well as solicited partnership engagements where we are quite clear that in aligning to our strategy, the partners that we work with must deliver on program relevance, must be able to show M&E capability and delivery footprint important. And as part of the learning journey in the partnerships that we drive, is we had to take a stance and understand from an M&E perspective, we would ordinarily look at M&E towards the end of an intervention or the end of a program. We've now reshifted our thinking to say, how do we bring our M&E team at the start of the journey? And it's very important to ensure that as we work with our partners, they too understand the outcomes that we are wanting to drive. As Nhlanhla mentioned yesterday, I think what's quite important for us is understanding the beneficiary voice. Lerato said that how does she as a beneficiary of our entrepreneurship programs move from saying I blew it to I grew it? And this is the mandate that we are hoping to drive in driving and creating young people who are economically thriving. And as a result of this, I think for us, what's also become quite important is that we believe that impact without accountability doesn't work. And the reason why we say impact without accountability doesn't work is that, for instance, if we've set a mandate to say the target is reaching 100 young people in Equno, and I think I need to use the click, as Nozipo said yesterday, and you can't show us where those young people have transitioned to, then it's a problem. So the M&E component has become very critical in how we drive impact, how we co-create solutions with our partners. And I think what's also important to understand is that as the custodians who have the mandate to drive social impact, we are responsible and accountable to our principals to report back on where the funding has gone, has it transpired into the delivered outcomes that we were hoping to achieve, and has the young person in Equno been able to receive the level of impact that we are hoping to drive. And I think with this, I just want to leave and say that the ecosystem lens and the ecosystem approach is very important in how we drive our mandate of ensuring that we are delivering and driving and building young people who are economically thriving.
Thank you very much for that, Zinhle. I'm glad you brought in the M&E part, because I think it's an important part of the partnerships which we maybe haven't touched on as yet. I'd like to now introduce Eric Mlambo. He's the CEO of Footprints Foundation, a non-profit which aims to empower disadvantaged youth with a special focus on marginalized girls in our society. Now, the foundation has a national footprint and implements programs across gender equality, youth empowerment, cultural awareness, and child safety. And why I mention the cultural awareness, you'll know from the Trialogue handbook every year, we profile the various different sectors and funding that goes into it. And arts, culture, sport, We know we're a sports-mad country. We're a very gifted arts and culture country. But often, much of the funding, as we know, goes into other areas where there may be a more pressing need, but, are parts of our country that we shouldn't forget, those culture, arts and arts and culture and sport sector as well. So now I'd like to introduce Eric, whose non-profit, I think, based on its profile, punches far beyond its weight.
Thanks, Sheldon. So I think the 5 minutes to me sounds like 5 hours, because the opportunity and the audience here is people that you would like to send proposals to. And I think you're all here. So let me speak on behalf of the NPOs that are out there that sometimes may not be given this chance. I wasn't sure that I would be given the mic after leaving it 16 years ago to come to this space, but today, yeah, I'm holding one. Footprints Foundation has been in the space for the last 16 years, and I think today it's an honor for me to be given this opportunity to speak about a bit of our work. One of the things that I've had being spoken today for maybe the last 2 days has been co-creation. And with us, one of the things that we did in the beginning, we had a partnership with one of the corporates. And the program that we were implementing in schools, we saw an opportunity that we could bring in more partners. And we asked them if they could give us an opportunity to establish a buy model in which we'll invite more corporates. It took us 2.5 years. And the reason is because the corporate wanted to own the name of the program. By the time they realized that what we were proposing, which was a new innovation, one, will extend their reach. Two, they were going to benefit because their product was going to be bought by other corporates that will then support the program. So I'm saying this because we're speaking about innovation. Innovation will come from us as the NPOs, and the space that you as the funders is, we know that you've got the mandate to deliver, to measure, and all of those things. But what if you were to take a chance and co-create with us with the innovation that we bring into the table? But well, at the same time, I've heard today that you guys have got set mandates that you need to make sure that we follow. Our mandate is to make sure that what we have identified as a gap in the communities, we try and resolve. And that gives us maybe an advantage to innovate. So one of the things that we've recently done is to introduce a program called Walk Her Story. Now, Walk Her Story would come maybe from an opportunity where we're seeing that there are a lot of victims of gender-based violence. When you think about it, if I'm a victim, I'm expected to go and sit at the corner and I'm profiled as a victim. But what happens to my livelihood, my life, my family, and everyone that is around me? And for us, we have created a platform through a website in which this website is double-sided. We want to create and put the stories that will be for the media so that they can access the stories and be able to show society what we are doing behind our closed doors. On the other side is to be able to profile some of these who are victims and give them an opportunity to be witnesses as opposed to being victims. And with the lady that we found in Mpumalanga, in Middelburg, one of the things that we saw just in a week's time, she was able to connect with corporates that have invested in her to transform her life from someone that was hiding to be able now to transform her life. So one of the things is, are you going to open up those spaces for those corporates that come with ideas that are not sitting in your strategic plans, but ideas that maybe are rooted within the communities? And with that, I would like to thank you.
Eric, thank you very much for that. And let's turn to the discussion. Just a reminder, you can send through your questions through the Q&A function. Lillian, thank you very much. I know your question is more phrased as a comment, but I get the ethos of it, and I certainly will pose it to our panelists. Warren, thank you very much for just submitting yours. Lunga, I want to start with you, where you said something very interesting. about considering the idea, not the proposal. And I think you touched on something that is often overlooked in the nature of our country. If I look at the NPO sector, if I look at the people who are often the creators of the organizations, it comes from within the community, because you've identified a problem, you've identified a need. We see it with ECDs, right? So you're not going to get, in many instances, a polished pitch, either from its presentation or the language that is written. So I think what you said was really powerful in terms of an idea. How do you go about interrogating that idea to get to the point from submission to where you've now, said, okay, we're going to back the idea? How does that process work?
Thank you. I think as my colleague spoke earlier, we have frameworks in terms of our focus areas. I mean, that's step number one. From a DBSA point of view, you've got three focus areas. ECD is one, access to opportunity is the second one, and then community support. So obviously one has to look at it in those lenses. But beyond that, one is to look at it in terms of what other picture is this idea aiming to paint. And what it will take is not to reject it at face value, but to make time with the nonprofit, to take time with the sender to engage with them. And as I said earlier, one of the ways that we do it, we allow people to send us proposals through various channels, our website, via emails, in whichever language, but also we do also encourage people to leave us voicemails. A lot of times there are people, grassroots organizations, who cannot access computers to send us tangible proposals. Therefore, we encourage them to leave us a voice message so that they can tell their own story. I think what will allow us to look at ideas that are brand new in the space is if we also dismantle the systems that we've created which exclude many people. And allow for unusual ways for us to receive feedback and receive requests from various people who talk to us. And also for a CSI practitioner to go out and see the project. There's only so much that you can see and visualize from just reading, but there's something powerful that happens when you go into community and ask the question of not what I can do for you, but to understand why this particular person has decided to do that particular work. And so that's the approach that we take from the DBSA side.
And what I take away from that, and I think to link it to Moki Makura's Tritalk yesterday, is the power of narrative, right? And narrative is not just a movie, whatever, but narrative is going into a community, hearing someone's story, being able to engage with someone's idea, see the seeds of it there and say, okay, well, what's the story behind it? So I think that really is powerful and really commendable of looking at how people able to connect with you, on a practical level. Simply, you mentioned M&E, right? And it's a necessary and very important step in measuring impact, right? To be able to say what's working, what's not working. Where should we be going? Where are we having the biggest impact? One of the things that again, grassroots level, organizations, one of the things that NPOs often note that possibly trips them up in the process may be, how do we document what we're doing so that we're able to show impact? And it's not just a governance matter. How does APSA support its implementing partners so that the monitoring frameworks as such are aligned right from the beginning?
Thank you for that question, Sheldon. I think it's a good one. So how we do it, as I mentioned, is that we've been on a journey, and even from a monitoring and evaluation perspective, understanding different partners are at different stages of the M&E progress. And so what we've done is, from a support perspective, is integrating M&E right at the start of the program. So as we engage with our partners, we try to be very clear on the goals up front. And I think you raise a valid question as well, and we've seen this as well. We've got some partners who have advanced M&E frameworks, and we have some partners where we are walking the journey with them on on their M&E and impact measurements. And so how we have approached it is by making sure that from a review perspective, because we are accountable and we have to meet our governance principles, is ensuring that, number one, in some instances we do pre-site visits before we go table a proposal with a review committee. Number two, it's quarterly reviews, quarterly insights. And I think what's also quite important is the feedback loop. And part of it is by listening to our partners in terms of what is happening and what's transpiring on the ground within the grassroots levels. But number two, how do we support them with some of the mechanisms that we have from our M&E team to help drive that impact and help realize the impact by supporting them? I think to close off, just reflecting on the question as well, is that we've been quite intentional in ensuring that as part of the M&E framework, how are we also not only measuring on outputs and activities, but the outcomes, getting to hear the stories of the beneficiaries, seeing whether the impact has really been delivered and derived. And through the collaboration and co-creation, even from an M&E perspective, we've started to shift the dial in terms of, number one, supporting partners, number two, being clear on the goals up front, and number three, being able to provide our partners with different templates and frameworks on how we are expecting them to report. And in instances where the M&E is quite advanced, we then make sure that the desired outcomes of the initiatives that we're driving are being met.
Okay, thanks for that. And it really does speak to beyond just fundraising, that partnership does roll into how do we design M&E, what sort of metrics are we looking at? How can we help you along that journey as well? Now, I want to turn to Lillian Masebenza's comment, right? Which I get as I'd mentioned, I get the ethos of what she's saying, and it goes to funding of an ecosystem or funding of an organization beyond just a program, which we know was the MTN panel at the end of yesterday. And Eric, I'm going to start with you, to speak from an NPO's perspective, and what you've done is take up the mic for not just your own organization, but all NPOs. Now, we know that there are head office costs, right, in running any organization. Head office costs that you just can't get away from. But a lot of funding goes into programmatic funding, right? And there are often hidden costs that a organization incurs that goes beyond what is possibly put into the pitch or how much it is to run the program. What would your message be to corporates or to funders in terms of how to think about funding, if it's not an ecosystem, right, because that's very big, but in terms of funding an organization and how an organization works? Eric?
I think yesterday there was the word that was used, the soul. Someone brought it here. So if we were to venture into looking at NPOs as partners, the first question at a personal level, if you're a CSI manager or head of corporate, you would have to ask yourself, how do they survive? Because if you look at them as a partner, you automatically know that you are earning an income. And the word that also today came was, we call NPOs implementing partners. But when you come with the budget, you say 90% must go to the beneficiaries or how you want it. And if the 10% is then for delivery, then it means that you've completely excluded the human factor in there, which is quite common. We speak of mental health, we speak of NPO leaders as people that have families, have children. I would say that most of the people that you interact with, their kids go to schools where you pay proper money for a school fees. And we all are aware that South Africa's education is a challenge. But I'm expected that I must give back to society and help solve a problem. But my child cannot access the same spaces because you are going to question the same line item that says I need to earn an income. And I think that's one of the most challenging things. The other thing is you will then speak on behalf of the company to say, we will not fund that. We expect you to go and find it somewhere. But you are not going to link me with an entity or an organization that will cover that. She's speaking about M&E. Why don't you just come with that support for M&E and pay for it and plug it into the NPO so that it helps the NPO to protect or deliver, but at the same time make sure that if I said I'm paying myself 5,000, that's what I am getting. And I think if I go to the way the soul is, at the end of the day, if we are human beings, when you do the budget, you will ask how many people does it take to deliver the program. Why don't you budget the same way you would budget for your internal staff members? Because at the end of the day, the impact, you claim it as yours, but you've completely neglected the delivery.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that, Eric. And just, we've got about 3 minutes left, and I want to come to both Sentle and Lunga. In terms of Lunga, you spoke about the development of the DBSA CSI strategy over time, and being very intentional about that. How have you factored in that development the overall support of your partners, the type of support Eric alludes to or mentions in his answer?
Yeah, I think for my sins, and I fully agree with Eric 100%. For my sins, I also worked in the NGO sector. So now that I'm in charge of the purse strings,
yes,
I understand what it actually takes to deliver the work. And I think we need to be fair. And I think I said earlier, we need to be fair in terms of how we fund nonprofits, but also how we treat nonprofits. We cannot expect nonprofits to fund their own operational costs, but deliver our own work. And we claim the pictures and put it in our annual reports. We have to be a little bit fair and be very conscious of what that does to the sector. So from our side, for example, we extrapolate or remove certain costs from the NPO. Whether it's the cost of doing videography, we don't expect them to do it. We have a specific line item on top of the existing budget for them to do that. In some cases where nonprofits have had surplus in terms of funds, we don't ask for them back. We say, go take out the team for a team building, go and do training and so forth. We are as interested in the impact and the story as the people behind the actual work. And that's how we're building Africa's prosperity, by making sure that we are supporting and fully intentional about how we support nonprofits.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Sentle, I'm going to give you the final word. APSA's, one of the CSI leaders in terms of South Africa's large corporates. You've got a very mature, well thought out, strategic CSI operation, and you can see it in the way you've partnered with a number of organizations, not just NPOs. In terms of that support that we talk about, how have you found that's developed over the years, from not just the funding support, the monitoring and evaluation support, but throughout the value chain of the program? How has that support developed over the years? Eric mentioned something as important as mental wealth and health and well-being for some of these organizations.
And I just want to also jump off what Eric said. And when we say that we partner with M&E from the start, it's exactly that. So we do support by providing M&E support to the organizations that we work with. And this is part of the way that, from a capacity building perspective, we provide that level of support so that our partners can leverage off the systems that we've also built. Broadly, from a support perspective, and I want to go back to what was shared yesterday, and it's really around taking this ecosystem lens and ecosystem approach, which then directly links back into co-creation. So when we partner with organizations, we take it seriously, and as he mentioned, he said we refer to implementation partners, and we believe that partnerships are key to help us deliver our work. So part of the support, number one, There's the M&E component. Number two, we believe that we need to be able to hear the voices of the young people. So we profile beneficiaries across our platforms. Number two, it's also about how do we bring business alongside us in terms of how we implement our interventions. So there is cross-collaboration across different functions and areas within the business where we can expose our partners, expose our beneficiaries. For instance, with the enterprise development team, where we sometimes see that we've reached our mandate from a corporate citizenship perspective, how do we then transition, whether it's our partners or our beneficiaries, into the broader ecosystem lens from an ABSA perspective? So ecosystem thinking, ecosystem building is quite important. And I think to close off as well, one of the friction points that we've seen is that oftentimes, organizations come to us and say, single year funding doesn't work. We heard Zimkita speak about that yesterday as well. And we acknowledge that. And part of the broader support is to say, how do we start to shift from single year support mechanisms to multi-year programs that we're running? And we've started to do that. So for us, being evidence-based is quite important. And being evidence-based means that we are listening to our partners and trying to implement and being agile in our approach and delivering our mandate. But it's not only about our mandate, it's about the young person that we are wanting to drive to be economically active and really change the trajectory of within this country, which is making sure that young people have the opportunities that they need to be able to drive impact within their community. So that's the broader lens that we look at.
You must be a mind reader, because Janine McAvoy, and thank you for your question. Janine's question in a nutshell is around, the shift to multi-year unrestricted funding. And to your point where you're saying, look, the thinking is changing around that. You're listening to your partners to say, well, this may not work in certain instances. How do we change that? I'd like to thank my panelists for this cohort. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Lunga, Zintle, and Eric for a really insightful session there. I'd now like to call up our final two panelists, Lesimola Selepes, Senior Manager, Education, Youth and Women's Programs at MTN, and Cara Jean Peterson. There we go. She's the CEO at the Phoenix Trust. Thank you very much for having you both on the panel today. So we're going to jump straight into it. Cara, I'd like to start with you in terms of your opening commentary. So Cara Jean Peterson is the CEO of the Phoenix Trust, appointed in 2022 at the age of 32 years old. So I think that is a great example. She's still youth considered, or was at the point of her appointment, according to certain organizations in the country. I, unfortunately, am no longer in that group and haven't been for quite some time. Cara Jean, thank you very much. She's a common fixture at our conferences, so thank you very much for your support. She was the first woman of color to lead the organization. She's dedicated to making tertiary education accessible to South African students, and overall, the Phoenix Trust has raised over 348 million and supported over 5,800 investment-worthy young minds. I think that is certainly worthy of an applause since inception in 2017. Cara Jean, for your introduction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheldon. Okay, I'm too short to stand there, so I hope you don't mind. I'll be moving around a little bit. Sheldon also stole a little bit of my thunder to announce the numbers, but it's fine. We're actually on 6,000 students now after our recent disbursement. Thank you, thank you. So what Phoenix is and does and who we are. So the Phoenix Trust is a public benefit organization, and we're actually the first of its kind in South Africa. We are both specializing in tech-enabled platform that allows students to fundraise for themselves, as well as administering corporate universities. So over the years, we've now actually raised just about 350 million, supported over 6,000 students, and over the last 8 years, we've worked with over 400 corporate donors. 70 of them are currently active, because as you know, we have life cycles. This has not been an easy journey. I had a very traumatic 2023, and it was actually my first year as CEO as well. So we went from raising 48 million rand in 2022 to 14 million rand in 2023. 1-4. The world changed. So many of our corporate partners were going through a CSI refresh. They had paused their money, and internally, we were also going through almost a 45% staff turnover in an 18-month period. Had it not been for our team's sheer determination, commitment to our internal why, our organizational why, our personal values, and our belief in trusting the process around fundraising best practices, we wouldn't have bounced back. But bounce back we did. In 2 short years, we experienced an unprecedented 580% income growth, going from 14 million to last year we raised over 95 million rand for our students. And that is thanks to our amazing corporate partners who believed in us and chose to the keyword co-create. Now, I only have 2.5 short minutes left, so I want to share with you 2 things we needed to adapt to. We call them mindset traps, and this is what we needed to overcome in order to experience the grit and growth that I just told you about. The first one, very important. I'm doing good work, funding us should be a no-brainer. Get over yourself quickly. Donors owe you nothing. It is your responsibility to do the research. Do you align to their business goals, their impact strategy? Are you able to integrate into their employee giving programs to add to their cultural value add? Are you able to showcase through good governance, through accurate reporting, what your multiplier effect is? For example, we are able through our reporting to show our donors that for every 1 rand you invest in our operational funding, we will raise 3 rand for your students. So that impact is big. So what we were able to do was to better understand our donors, to meet them where they are at, to co-create solutions. And by doing that, you shift from being a beneficiary, which has its own power dynamics, to a valuable strategic partner. Second point. Fundraising is a stand-alone function. The debates my team had around the leadership table, I cannot tell you, because we had them struggling on whose voice matters more, students or donors, the money or who we're serving. And we had questions like, why are students asking for food stipends? Are they not grateful for the tuition funding? Or questions like, why is it that donors only want to fund A students? Do they not really understand the challenges on the ground? And the truth is, both perspectives mattered. And it was our responsibility to bring those parties together through understanding, kindness, and solutions. And so we put a plan together. Fundraising started traveling with programs to universities, and programs started traveling with fundraising to donor meetings. Because once they understood each other's stakeholders better, they could better champion each other when decisions were being made. And that was how we made that difference. I have to close, but I want to leave with this final thought. Well, 2. The one is please invest in your people. Annually, we make sure that we upskill all of our team in fundraising best practices so we can live out a shared belief that everyone is a fundraiser. And the last question that I would like to ask everyone is, does the why of your organization still make you cry? If it doesn't, you need to look deeper, because the work we do here is hard. So at the very least, make sure it's worth it and that it still has your heart. Thank you.
Corriged, it wasn't easy to introduce a new element if you're the last cohort, but you certainly have, about introducing the concept of heart into it. And I think a lot of us in the work that we do, either as corporates, as non-profits, it is about changing lives, whether it's at ECD level, whether it's at tertiary level, whether it's in the health space or housing. Those are lives that are being changed, and we shouldn't lose sight of that in the work that we ultimately do. I'd now like to introduce Lesimola Selepe. He's the Senior Manager for Youth, Education, and Women at MTN. Let me not get that wrong. Lesimola, like Lunga, has extensive experience on the other side of the development curtain. He has previously worked in the non-profit sector, focusing on the management of HIV and AIDS testing and counseling sites. He has almost a decade of experience in the corporate social investment sector. Lesimola, the mic is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Sheldon, maybe just to apologize to you. I didn't know that you'd use the same photo where I'm wearing the same outfit. So apologies to you and the colleagues. Yeah, look, I think on my side, as a point of departure, I think one basic fact is that as MTN, we are socially aware, we are conscious that as a business we are operating within a society that is plagued with so many socioeconomic challenges. Not only are we operating within that space, but it's within the very same dynamics that we are operating within. We are also profitable as a business within the very same environment that is plagued by high levels of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. So it is for this reason that as MTN, the foundation was established with a clear mandate to say that it would be irresponsible of us as a corporate, the growth that we've seen since the birth of MTN in 1994, to grow in leaps and bounds and today to be called a multinational and not contribute to the socioeconomic developmental agenda of the country. So because of that fact, it's an imperative for us that the foundation was established so that we can facilitate and be part of the developmental agenda. And the topic that we are discussing today around impact funding. So the mandate that is carried by MTN to drive that impact, to drive socioeconomic development, sits with us within the foundation. And I think it's important just to highlight that because as I earlier on mentioned that as much as we are driving socioeconomic development, the development of MTN or the development of society is closely linked to the development of the business as well. So meaning that the social welfare of society is our business, is our concern, because if the society is developing and in a better position, so is the business as well. So the funds that have been put towards the foundation through the CSI Foundation, through the CSI budget, we carry the mandate around safeguarding it in terms of impact funding. So one, it's important for us to understand that the budget that sits with us as a foundation, we need to be intentional around it. Intentional in a sense that we are carrying that mandate of driving socioeconomic development. So there needs to be intentionality around it. Number two, if we are to drive funding that is impactful, besides being intentional around it, we need to make sure that the funding itself is measurable. So if we talk about intentionality, as CSI practitioners, it's very important for us to develop a framework around the funds. So the funds, what I'm talking about, one, we need to make sure that the funds that have been bestowed upon us as a foundation or as CSI practitioners, we need to make sure that it is strategically aligned to the business. As a business, we believe that everyone deserves the benefits of a modern, connected life. That's what MTN believes. So this gives us a strategic imperative to make sure that the budget that sits within the foundation creates shared value, so that when we put our foot forward as a business in driving socioeconomic development, we are doing so putting our core competency as a business first. Again, we need to develop focus areas in us being intentional around the funds that are bestowed upon us for impactful funding. I spoke also about we need to be measurable. The funds need to be measured. So what I'm talking about here, we need to make sure that outcomes are clear. We need to make sure that strong M&E is in place. We also need to make sure that reporting becomes a part of us when we deliver from an impact and funding perspective. Thank you.
Cara, Jean, let's start with you, because you know that's the heart messaging is there. How do you get that across in your interaction, whether it be, especially at the beginning of initiating an interaction with funders, be it corporate, philanthropy, and the like? How do you get that heart across?
There's this book written by Alan Clayton called The Great Fundraising Organizations. And one of the things that he speaks about is the truth well told. He speaks about you need everyone in your team to be able to perfect that pitch. How do you tell the real, authentic story of what you do and who you serve while highlighting the problem with dignity, showcasing a possible solution, but still showcasing a need? And the way that we got our team to do that is we recruited based on purpose and values alignment. It's already embedded in them. Many of them have real lived experiences of not being able to afford education and why what we do is so important. So they speak from the heart, from a lived experience, and through our engagement with our students. So having those touch points, being able to represent well, but being able to represent authentically, it conveys. Because we know when someone's speaking BS. And we know when someone's being fake about it, or they're just kind of saying what was written as a script for them. I'm not going to connect with that. So we take what would we connect with, what do we connect with, and we share that with our potential partners. And the ones who are valued aligned to you, you'll end up getting to do amazing things together. And the ones that don't, thank you for your time.
Now, Les, there was something that you said in terms of which was quite stark, where you say, you as MTN realize that you are a part of a society, in this instance, South Africa. You realize the realities of South Africa that we face, the developmental issues, and you mentioned that you're profitable in that society. And often we think of it as an either-or. Either-or, we have a profit mandate or imperative, or we, build our CSI. And we know in South Africa it has to be an and. If some organizations may not see it as an and, but it has to be an and you've clearly seen it as an and. How do you marry those two? Because we're taught in business that it's either or, right? Strategies of either or, of making choices. But clearly those two choices sit together.
Yeah. Look, I think one of the earlier speakers spoke about the soul, right? So I think one for me, I think it just shows intentionality from MTN. Clear, decisive to say that, look, you can't divorce yourself as a business from what's happening within society. So our, almost future-proofing the business depends on the welfare of the society and the customers that you are serving. So if the society, the clients are profitable, are economically active, then that means it's a positive outcome for the business as well, because it means we can continue to operate and transact with our customers per se. But I think in the same breath as well, being strategic around CSI, in terms of strategic CSI, to some extent, the business can also derive value from that, because we are leveraging the core competence of the business, working on, pulling the strings of our customers, the society, in terms of us being a good corporate citizen, but also using our core competence, which is innovation, technology, and connectivity for good, which also can translate to a shared benefit. So it is an imperative, and we can't divorce one from the other.
Before we go on to the next question, I'd just like us to launch the final poll for this session for you to consider as we go through the remaining questions. So the poll is, after today's conversation, what do you think is the single biggest barrier to corporate non-profit partnerships achieving lasting impact? So it would be great to get your thoughts on that. Let me turn to some of the questions that have been posed in the chat. So Warren Forer asks, and I suppose the first part of his question is self-explanable, because it describes the current situation for many non-profits. Warren starts with his question and says, if the treatment of non-profits is shaped by those who are holding the purse strings, who truly holds power in CSI partnerships? And obviously the purse string holder there. But the question continues and says, and how can systems change occur while that power remains unexamined? So I think the question, and possibly to build on from yesterday's conversation about funding ecosystems, for an ecosystem to work, how does the power imbalance change there? How does MTN view it? Les, I'll start with you in terms of how do we change the power dynamics for the ecosystem really to thrive?
I think the point of departure is really around acknowledging that, socioeconomic development or development in itself is quite complex. And you can't streamline interventions. You can't have one solution that fits all and addresses all. So that if you do have that lens towards socioeconomic development, then you are fully aware that your interventions have limitations. You can't be everything to everyone. That's why we embrace the partnerships model. So I think for me, from that point of view, it becomes evident that there shouldn't be power dynamics. I need the partner as much as they need me. I mean, even if you look at the key pillars around the UN SDGs, one of them speaks around flexibility. We need to be flexible as partners. We need to be flexible while we are implementing. We need to be able to take feedback from those that we are working with, even if it's your NPOs and your civil society. So we always have to be open, transparent, and accountable to one another, because no one corporate, the MTN Foundation, can't do it alone. So it needs to be approached in that sense.
Okay. Cara Jean, yeah?
Yeah.
before you move on, I actually really want to weigh in on this conversation around power dynamics. And I want to take the opportunity to give a very big shout out to two of our major donors, which is FirstRand and ABSA, with their strategy in this dynamic. So what they actually started doing is, and I hope that this is an example to some of our other donors, what they started doing was that they created partnership workshops where all of their different partners were invited, and we were able to have safe, open, honest conversations about what our challenges are, what's going right, what's going wrong. Not only did we form an ecosystem where we learned from other partners in the ecosystem and what was shared learnings, shared challenges. We could co-create solutions across the board of impact, but also they went further. We went into one-on-one sessions. There was anonymous survey sent out, and I think it removed the fear of, if I don't give positive feedback, my funding is at risk. And instead, they took that step to say, your voice matters, and we are willing to co-create with you. We are each able to put our hand up and say, this is what we could do better, because it's not personal. We have a shared impact strategy. So I think to give tangible examples of how to protect against that power dynamic, those for me were strategies that have been working.
That's and really, it's great to see that there are those practical examples, because then it's not just spoken about theoretically. It's there are organizations who are committing to it and rolling it out, and then obviously seeing the benefits of that. Cara Jean, I want to stay with you, and I'm going to draw the thinking of Warren's question, even if it's not in its strictest sense. So Warren has asked another question, and I think it's more from the corporate short-termism that I alluded to earlier, but can easily go into the long, how the focus of nonprofits. So how do you balance your short-term commitment? So specifically some of the ones you touched on. You've got a student who is hungry now. You've got a student who doesn't have food now. They can't concentrate when they are in class now, right? Balancing off those short-term needs with the long-term impact that you are trying to build as an organization.
So I think one of the things that's really benefited us is our commitment to making informed decisions. So on an annual basis, we do a survey with all of our students, current and past, in terms of what were the challenges that kept them in survival mode versus what enabled them to thrive. So in our day-to-day engagements with our donors, we bring that data forward. So it's not reactive. We are picking up trends. Before mental health was something on the agenda for bursaries, we picked it up back in 2020 because we were doing a survey and data collection during COVID. We were able to say 45% of our students are struggling with their mental health and have no resources. And we were able to take that, go to our donors and say who is able to help with a quick fix through different vouchers or quick sponsored, and who wants to have long-term conversations. At the end of the day with fundraising, you are filling a bucket with holes. You can't ever just be in retention mode, and long-term building, you also need to be in acquisition mode. So while we were getting new partnerships, we were also building long-term strategies with our partners that were willing to kind of stay 3, 5, 10 years with us. We're only 8 years old, so we'll have our first 10-year donor by the end of next year. I think for us that was really the balance we needed to strike. But being able to proactively go to those supporting us and say, this is really what our students need, both now and for the future, because no one wants to act in crisis mode, and in the sector it feels like that's the day-to-day.
That's the day-to-day. Les, I want to leave you. I know we've run out of our time and we've got the lights flashing, but I want to ask that of you. In terms of from the corporate perspective, you've got the long-term commitment, which we know is needed to have real impact. But you do have the short-term commitment now. So you can say, well, you're going to see the outcomes of a child's ECD investment in 10, 15, 20 years. But there are certain imperatives based on the nature of our country, where people need things now, and that short-term thing. So there's that element. There's also the reporting element where, you need to show how the money is being invested, how it's being spent. How do you balance those two in terms of the short-term commitments and then the ability to commit to long-term goals?
Yeah, I think it goes back to having an honest conversation with yourself about the kind of work that we do and the nature of the work that we do. My earlier statement around socioeconomic development or development itself, it's quite complex. And there's no one size fits all. So for example, on our side, like I said, strategically, we are driving strategic CSI, leveraging the core competence. So our focus, whether it's in education, it's in youth and women advancement, it's in arts and culture and the likes, the common thread is the use of technology for strategic purposes. But you can't ignore that sometimes when you are on the ground, we are delivering tablets in the name of driving access and inclusion towards quality education. Of course, we have to focus on marginalized communities, previously disadvantaged. You are talking about bridging the digital divide, which pushes us to go to your deep, remote rural areas that are characterized by high levels of poverty and unemployment. So you find yourself going to such communities with devices, yes, with strategy and thinking behind it, but you find that the very same beneficiary you are trying to support does not have shoes, does not have school uniform and the likes. And what do you do in such a situation? For me, it goes back to what I said. There's no one size fits all. You have to be flexible. Okay. So we need to be proactive while we are chasing strategic, long-term, sustainable outcomes. We can't ignore your immediate returns. And the earlier point, addressing one issue speaks to the other. Unlocking one issue, unlocking the issues of a learner who doesn't have school shoes, a learner who doesn't have food, unlocks their learning outcomes in a classroom through the digital device. So you can't ignore one or the other. And maybe if I can give just shortly a practical example. And we've had a situation where we run upskilling of unemployed youth on digital skills. Yes, in the boardroom, we are lining into strategy. We need to drive inclusion, access, demand-led digital skills. We need to go to the marginalized communities. Came with a fully packaged program, but on the ground, you find that we made a mistake and forgot that something as simple as catering is an imperative. We were open to hearing feedback from our training partners to say, look, the training is happening, but the issue of catering, making sure that there's food while the unemployed youth are being upskilled, is quite a critical one. We were flexible enough. We took it to the funding committee to say, look, strategically, yes, this might not be a focus, but this is how it's affecting the long-term impact that you are trying to achieve. And we're quickly able to, make the adjustments to meet the immediate needs for the sake of the long-term outcomes.
Lesimola, Cora Jean, thank you very much for your insights, those practical examples. I think that flexibility is key. Thank you to all of you for voting. I see the short-term imperatives, impacting on the long-term funding is certainly one that's come through strongly from that panel. To my panelists and those who came before them, thank you very much. We really thank you for your insights. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Just a reminder, please rate the session. Your feedback really is valuable for us. And I want to turn to our closing keynote, entitled, "The Future We Fund is the Future We Get," which I think is really important. And our closing keynote, as you know, will be delivered by Lorenzo Davids. Lorenzo Davids is the CEO of the Development Impact Fund. He's also a director at the Afrigo Capital Group. Prior to this, he spent 8 years serving as the CEO of Community Chest South Africa, and in his current role, he serves as a consultant to local and international funders on investment decisions. So you're getting his pearls of wisdom this afternoon. Lorenzo, if you can come up to the stage, thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying. I know you have a flight to catch. The last time I was here, I ran off the stage to go catch a flight. But I'm delighted to be with you this afternoon, and thank you very much. If you want to do a quick stretch, please do so. Is there anybody who needs to stand and just stretch their legs? We're going to be done in exactly 30 minutes. So please, you may just want to loosen your brain cells a little bit. Great. Thank you. Don't overdo it now. You may just enjoy it too much. So the future we fund is the future we get. We have to begin to talk seriously about where we are and what we do. We had some amazing talks, Hein on the first day and Cara Jean just now, and Eric at the other end, who really, I think, landed my own sense of feeling with these issues. I've been in development for a long time. I ended my career when I turned 60. I'm now 64, and I'm in the consulting space, and I'm a public transport user. I love buses, taxis, and trains. I have a love for them that's eternal. I dream about it. I fantasize about it. I just feel the sense of, I need a train right now. I even use public transport to get here. I took Flight Saf Air, whatever they call themselves. Yeah, nobody caught that. That's okay. It's late in the afternoon. Okay. Yesterday, somebody reframed what I was going to say. My colleague, Colin Brocker, in front here, who's the CEO of the company I consult for, sat with me last night as we were pondering this, and she said, you have to rewrite what you were going to say. And I had this thought in my mind, and it's on the second slide, please, if you will switch. This thing. Dorato. Stand up, please. There she is. She said, I registered my business out of anger. In a country with the data that we have about human lives, people, children, education, health, transport, housing, we should be a far more angry society. We should show the world that we are not satisfied with where we are at. Collectively, our corporates, ourselves as activists in the space, the individuals who work in the streets and towns and villages of our society, there should be a collective anger about this. We are not angry enough. All of us. And if my slide pusher can hear my voice and follow my words, then he can turn the slides. We are not angry enough. Because we keep placing ourselves in situations where we are trying to be nice, framing the conversation. Oh, I am supposed to do it. Yeah, there you go. Sorry. I'm apologizing to that gentleman there. I'm so angry. So there should be this deep sense of we are not happy. We should be building something that is far more profound than what all of us have together right now. We should be angry at poverty, at government, at funders, at communities, at ourselves, at our collective inertia, passivity, lethargy, rigidity, stagnation, and procrastination. We are not angry enough. There are too many things going wrong and we keep selling Panados, when this is a cancer we are dealing with. Children dying in pit latrines, women standing in the dark waiting for a bus or a taxi, people dying in clinics where they should be healed, children not getting an education in the schools that the government pays for. There should be a far more rousing in our minds, in our beings. And what it should do is trigger a big thought in us. Funding is world building. Every cent invested builds a particular version of the world you want. Which version are you building? Have you framed this? Karajin asked us your why. The stuff in your head that says, this is the society I wish to see. This is the world I'm going to create, help create, co-create in the spaces where I live and work. Anger has its own agency. Every feeling should live in the words you write and say. When the funder reads you, listens to you, hears about you, they should feel every emotion that you carry deep in your soul. We have made this far too technical. And as we said yesterday, taken the soul out of the thing. What are you communicating to your funders about your country and your dreams? And so despite all the funding and all the programs and all the strategies, the data tells us that change is not big enough to fundamentally impact the lived realities of our people. You know, you can take Pearls, you can take Makanda, you can take any study that's being done, you can look at all the data sets around us, and you can basically say, yeah, it's going to go in the wrong direction. Our problem is that despite the data, we are still fairly passive about our programs and interventions. The data doesn't rush us to revolution. The data is not rushing us to get together in our groups and say, hold on, hold on, hold on. We can't be doing this anymore. The data is not urging us to say, hold on, how many of you are in the space where I work? Let's get together here. Let's forget about this institution. Let's build something bigger. And so we use the data to write funding reports to maintain the system that doesn't change the data. I read funding reports. We read funding reports in the company we have for funders, our clients. And every report these days begin with, South Africa is the most unequal society in the world. Opening line. And then I read the proposal, and it reads like nothing they opened with in their opening line. There's no urgency. There's no sense of understanding. There's no big idea here. There's no passion. What they're doing is designing something which they've always designed in their proposal, sending it out annually. And that's scary in the country in which we live. That's scary in the country where kids can't read for meaning. That's scary in the country where literature cannot get to kids so that they can read at a young age. Why is that? We are acting like this because we have fallen in love with our own solutions and not with the problem. We have fallen in love with this great idea we had one day when we saw a picture of need and poverty and hardship and difficulty, and we designed a program, and we love that so much that we don't care what the actual problem is anymore. And that's both corporates and NGOs. We don't care what the problem is because we love what we do. It gives us a sense of satisfaction. Do you know that for us, you and I've been in the NGO space for 40 years. For us, we should be bothered by this. Deeply bothered by this. Because we will continue to raise money for our programs, brands, and interventions, and we refuse to see the great opportunity to design a macro collaborative solution to fix our country. I hope we can sit down in this room, and I want to say to Kath and to Nick and to the team, Sheldon and others, this is a damn great conference. You should never stop. I know sometimes you feel like this isn't working, but for goodness sake, help us. Put us in this room together, and I hope one day you lock the door and you say to us, you're not leaving here until you guys have designed a plan bigger than yourselves. I hope some of you will go away here and sit down and do exactly that. To say, my agency can't fix this. Let's get together with others and design a plan, not just to run a food program, to build food security for the country. Not just to run an ECD, to change the lives of children in this country. We must build bigger words into our solutions. Why? Because why are we only parading stories of individual change? We love showing a kid that's done well, a mother that's got food, a program that's reached a couple of people, and rightfully being applauded and funded for it. And yet we struggle to believe enough in ourselves to write up a plan to transform an entire community or a country, and our country, and rapidly so. Why is there no country plan emerging out of this room? South Africa needs that. The funders we consult for and talk with, everybody gives us the sense of, we can't keep doing this. We can't, especially with foundations and larger trusts. And we can do M&Es and we can do, you must improve there, and you can write brilliant reports and do all those things. But there's an uneasiness in the funding world at this stage, about South Africa especially, because the data speaks louder than your program. And the data says things are not getting better. And funders are worried that there's no bigger plan, there's no next coming out of the NGO community that says there are 50 NGOs that got together and wrote a plan up for food security in this country. And I can tell you that there are funders who are saying, I don't want to fund a 5 million rand proposal. Give me a 50 million rand proposal that builds food security. I want to talk to those people. Why would I give 5 million every year for the next 10 years when with a 50 million rand proposal we can build something that will last forever? But all of us are too scared to risk our organizations, our reputations, our status, our CEO roles, and all of the nonsense that we get so enamored with. Why? Are we only going as far as designing bracketed interventions? But we'll be brave enough to design expansive solutions and take that to the funders. I serve on the board of a fairly large foundation. One of the funders we work with, and Kamala is one of our beneficiaries. And let me just say that because I have to correct myself all the time. I want to kill the word beneficiaries. Either we are partners equally, funders, NGOs, and people, citizens, they are all partners in this process of fixing the country. What we are doing is country duty. And we keep talking in our meetings about what's the great plans that we are running into. And you know what? Sometimes we sit there and we go like, nothing here makes us enthusiastic about it. Nothing enthuses us. There's nothing we feel like, here's something finally. And may I wake you up today to be brave enough to go to a Lunga or to go to an MTN or to go to a Vodacom and risk yourself and say, I have a dream bigger than this. Because we are conditioned to be compliant and subservient and not disruptive and not brave. I don't want to do that. No, but what about the organization? No, never. Our board will never agree. I've said to you, if you have board members that are not brave enough to face the issues of this country, they are not your board members. I'm sorry to say that to you. You need people who will be brave enough to say to you, we will do anything to meet the demands, not of our business plan, of the country's need. CSI often appears to be too close for an open conversation with its external stakeholders. CSI should take you into its confidence and say, sit down, come sit with us, help us shape our strategy. And NGOs, you should be more open to having external people critique your plans. Who's critiqued your plans? While voices, values, and vision are crying out for a conversation. That's me in ECD there. I think I showed this picture the last time. That's me in ECD there. 1966. That man that taught me there is Dr. Frank Quint. Frank Quint later became ambassador to the Netherlands, the first person of color to become an ambassador in South Africa. But Frank was principal of a teacher's college. Don't try and look for me, you won't find me. You're all straining your necks to look now. Who's he? Frank was principal of a teacher's training college called Hewitt Training College in Belgravia Road, Athlone. And Frank woke up with this brilliant idea one morning. He said, why can't I have an ECD at the teacher's training college so that my teachers that I train can see children in real life situations? And he opened this ECD. He came house to house in our neighborhood and said, I'm starting an ECD next year and I want my teachers to train your children. Would you bring them to the college? And the college would run the ECD. That's where I got my ECD training. That's where I got my understanding about life. And Frank taught me the lesson. He said to us always every morning, close your eyes, close your eyes. And then, he says, tell me what you see. I told you that story. And then one day when we all couldn't see anything, he said, open your eyes. And we then closed it again. And he said, look, 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 look. And then we began to see stars and fishes and, little bright lights floating in our heads. And Frank said, open your eyes. And he said to us, in this country and in life, you must learn to see in the dark. This year is Alex Tabisher. He was my standard 5 grade 7 head when I was at primary school. He was about 32 years old back then, 32 years old, when Mr. Tabisher walked around, English, in his suit. And he was a dignified teacher. And he came around and we all standard 4s and 5s. Oh, when Mr. Tabisher comes to teach us, he's like, whoa. Alex is now 87 years old. He called me Monday morning. He called me Monday morning. He said to me, I'm thinking about you. What are you going to be talking about? Alex calls me once a week, every day, once a week, and finds out how am I doing. He's not let me go since standard 5. He and I write a column together for a newspaper today. And when I write my column, he wants to mark it. He calls me up and says, no, that's not that sentence. It shouldn't be like this. You have to have people who dream the dream with you. I was in London when this article came out. R.W. Johnson wrote this article for the Economist in 2013. I think it was May or April 2013. I happened to pick it up in London. And I read this very article, and I still have the actual copy of the Economist. That's how people see us. And it hasn't changed because the narrative changes all the time. Then we are rising, then we are hopeless. Then we are aspiring, now they're scrambling for us. And what I'm trying to tell you is, get together and plan. Put a different dream together for your country that makes it rise and not the subject of this kind of irresponsible reporting. In Mozambique, I was there at the end of the war. 1999, I was doing some relief work, and we were riding around some of the villages in northern Mozambique, Nampula province, those of you know the area. And we were on a vehicle and driving around, checking out the villages and, where help was needed. And I saw a bunch of kids playing with a soccer ball, playing soccer. And I stopped because I wanted to take, as we do in the NGO space, we take a picture. Because I want a good photo of what we've done. And so the kids are playing, and I stop and I see they're playing with this, like they make their own ball. The little ball is made of plastic bags and whatever they put in it. And so they're playing soccer. And I go to the side of the field and I stand there with my camera and I want to take the photo. And the guy who has the ball, as I lift my camera, he stops and he puts his foot on the ball. And he looks at me. He doesn't move, and everybody else stops. And I'm like, go on, play. He doesn't move. And I'll cut the story short. But he looked at me with intensity. And he said to me through his eyes and his silence, take your damn picture. It won't change my life. We have a program in our company called Building a Country of 6 Words. And we use the preamble to the Constitution. The Constitution is not the problem in this country. The policies there are these. How people shape policy for corporates, for business, for NGOs, for government, that's the problem. But those 6 words come from the preamble. They are the words respect, safety, justice, equity, inclusivity, and prosperity for all. That's what the country should be. That's what we are all aiming to be. The preamble says, and respect those who build it. And it says, build a safe society and justice for all and equity and inclusivity. That's what we are building. And most of us are not aware of these words. That's what the Constitution calls us to have as the ultimate mandate for our work. Most of us have funding without an imagination. We simply want to have funders give us money, but we have no dream in our heads of what we are going to do. And I'm going to say to you as CEOs, you have to have time where you are dreaming about what should take place, of what keeps you going in that bigger space. Are you and your teams looking at the most difficult challenges in your context and the most pressing challenges that donors and communities and governments are facing? Are they focused on solving those things? Because your problem in your community is not a food kitchen. It's not just a soccer tournament. It's not just to keep kids busy. Your job in this space, no matter who you are, ECD or big intellectual NGO, your job is to help deal with the most complex problems in our society. Design a plan for it. You may only get to do this part, but design it this big for God's sake. I'm a train user, as I said, and I got 5 minutes left. When they locked the trains away, I was very sad, and when lockdown ended, from late July onwards to October, slowly they rolled out the trains. And when they announced the train was on my particular line, where I live, in around September of 2020, I went to the station the first morning. And I stood on the station. And the train wasn't coming. Not on schedule. And I tweeted. And I tweeted, I tagged Metro Rail and Prasa in my tweets, which I tend to do sometimes. I used to dialogue my train journeys and tell the story of the train, just generally. And people used to enjoy that. So I said, why are there no trains? And I did it for about a week. And then I began to tag Fikile Mbalule in my tweets, the minister then. And after about the second or third tweet, he blocked me. You're just typical Fikile. And, but I did then interviews with the BBC and Financial Mail and others. But I kept on tweeting, I kept on saying, we need trains. The trains need to be back. We need everybody to get together to put the trains back on the lines. Now, who am I, for God's sake? I'm a little commuter standing on a platform with a phone in his hand trying to be smart. But in my heart, I wanted the trains back for everyone. And it did happen. And when Fikile came to Cape Town, I got called by Prasa. He invited me to meet him. And then we took a train to go see the opening of the lines. We traveled all the way Bellville, Belhar, and then we came to Langa on our way back, stopped at Langa station, and Fikile and I stood there, and he called me over. He was, with all these other people. He called me over, and that actual picture there, I was smiling because he's announcing to the people, today I am unblocking urban low. And I got to talk at Prasa events to spur commuters on to use the trains. Anything can happen if you have a big dream. Anything can happen if you believe that the funding that we have can build the country we need in the future. Helping people out of poverty is not a charity issue. Neither is the field of guesswork. It requires intelligence, innovation, collaboration, research, data. I can't tell you how much that is. I want to go to a quote I gave at the 2023 Trialogue conference when I spoke in this same slot. In 2023, I said here from the stage, stop using the severity of need as the basis for funding. Use justice as a basis for funding. Stop using the severity of need as the basis for funding. Stop telling funders how bad it is. We know. Sometimes you write proposals and it's 6 pages of what is wrong in the country. Let me just give you some information. Funders read about 1,000 proposals a year, all with the same first 6 pages. You don't need to repeat that to us. You can just say, can you refer to child welfare's proposal? I'll skip the first 6 pages. So the severity of need is not the issue. The issue is justice. It's creating a framework of justice in which we work as a country to become respectful, safe, equitable, inclusive, and prosperous for all. So I said by 2025, justice will be the dominant filter for grant making with intelligent donors. Not all donors, intelligent donors. Justice will be the dominant filter. Global philanthropy, a comparative analysis with focus on South Africa 2025 and 26. That's exactly what they say today. Says that funders are shifting from a niche interest to a core requirement for funding proposals. Funders are increasingly prioritizing initiatives that explicitly address systemic inequality, empower marginalized communities, and demonstrate particularly trust-based approaches rather than just measuring output. Equity and justice are moving to the center of the philanthropic strategy. I guess I should just shut up. Does your organization move the needle from passive consumers of donor funds to sector thought leaders and then to influencers of donor funds? I'm going to skip a few of my thoughts. Let's talk about risk. My time is up. But let me leave you this thought. Around 11.5 million people invest their money in stokvels. Each year, that carries a revenue base of 50 billion rand. Imagine if we engaged the stokvel community and could convince them that there's a better way to earn some kind of additional money on that. 800,000 communities are engaged in this exercise. That's a self-help scheme of note. Funerals, anniversaries, parties, graduations are supported by that. That's more than some of the corporate revenues per year. Our job is to face the chaos, frame the chaos, fund the chaos, forge the chaos. We have to go stand on the brink of the chaos in our country, whether it's train stations for me in 2020, or the 104 communities we visited over the last 5 years to go and do research, drive around the country, go visit towns and villages and speak to people and interview them and engage them and ask them what they want. Go face the chaos. And then come back and write. Not your proposal, your heart. Go write your heart when you've spoken to 104 communities and ask and let them tell you what they need. Draw up a plan for your country. Draft a budget for your entire community. Go to funders and share the unfixable problem you are working on. Challenge them to fund you. Some may laugh at you, but I can tell you, somebody is going to fund the dream that is bigger than you. What future are we funding? The voices of ordinary South Africans are crying out for a conversation to rebuild co-created and shared values and to re-envision the country we all love. The country we stood on the brink of in 1994. A country of 6 words. My call to you is please go talk to South Africa. That's the country we are funding. May you be blessed. Thank you.
Lorenzo, there's nothing else I can say other than thank you for your inspiration, your motivation, your anger. I don't think we often thank people for their anger. Your anger, Lerato, for your anger and the message you left us with. I want to thank you all. I want to thank you all as delegates for joining us and staying with us for today. We've got one more item on the agenda. If I can ask my colleague Lerato to join me on stage. We've got one last giveaway, the big one that we always have at the closing. But while she makes her way up, I just want to thank our sponsors, our partners who've helped us make the conference come alive once again. I want to thank our staff and everyone who's worked with us, our contractors, our partners behind the scenes who've made this come alive. We couldn't do it without you. And then just finally, thank you to you, our delegates, the overwhelming support that we received this year. Thank you for joining us despite the rain, despite the cold today. I know some of you had your laptops open. There was still Outlook open. There were spreadsheets, but you were here nonetheless. Thank you for your engagement. There certainly was a whole lot more. Thank you to all of our speakers as well for sharing of their time, their insights, and their knowledge with you. For any last-minute feedback forms, Lerato is coming around, and some of my colleagues are coming around with a box. You can just pop them in there. We will draw the final prize from that, and you have to be in the room. And that is for a double-page spread in our handbook, which is a perfect segue into the handbook. On that note, please do, corporates, non-profits, please do take that survey. We're always grateful for the time that you dedicate to it. It really does help us paint a picture and see the evolving state of CSI in South Africa and the good work that is being done on that front. A lot of those insights inform the conversations that we have, so that we are moving the needle forward. We're having conversations that make us uncomfortable at times, but ensure growth at all times. So Lerato's making her way up. If there are any other feedback forms, my colleague as well on my left, your right, has a box as well. If there are any others, just stick your hand up and we'll get those in as well. Just a final reminder, if you need to rate any of the sessions that have come before, please do that if you've missed the opportunity, and just the ones we had this afternoon. That feedback, as I mentioned, is really valuable to us and helps us grow and shape this conference to be what you need it to be. So thank you very much there, and thank you very much to our online delegates who've taken the time, who've joined us from across the country and further afield as well, who've spent the last 2 days with us. As Wendy from Westgrow was saying, when we were getting mic'd up, she's like, oh, it's almost done. And then planning starts for next year. And she's not right. Wrong. After a bit of a break, we will certainly be doing that. So we've just got a couple more, and then we will do the final draw, and then I will release you into the world. Angry, better equipped, more insightful to do the work that we've all been called on to do, and the work that I know we all feel passionate about. Through our dedication to be here over the past 2 days. We've just got a couple of more, and then do we have them? You can put them all in one box. Thank you. Awesome, thank you very much. Oh, she's just, we've got a couple more just filling in so that we ensure clean audit, a clean bill of health on our auditing. No employees are allowed to vote, so don't worry. The double-page spread won't go to Trialogue. Thank you. If any of our corporates who are planning to advertise with us and partner with us on the handbook do happen to win, as we've had in the past, some of those have donated their prize to one of their implementing partners. So feel free to do that. Okay, we've just got a couple more, then we'll pop it into one box, and Lerato will do the lucky draw. Okay. And then once the winner is announced, the person has to be in the room. We'll draw until we get someone who is in the room. Could they please just come up on stage, quick photograph, and also just to get your details and your organization's details as well, so we can be in touch. All right, awesome. There we go. I see that we're all done. Thank you very much. Okay. I have not touched these. I will do the messing around to ensure earlier ones get a fair shot. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as has become a tradition, and one we have to continue, conference usually happens in the week of Lerato's birthday. And Lerato is very humble. She has warned me she's going to take me to HR if I do this. I've said I'm going to do it in front of HR, in front of our directors, in front of you. So if I get fired, please have a job available for me. But please, can you join me in continuing the tradition of wishing Lerato, who is a driving force behind the conference every year, for many of you is the face of Trialogue. Can we wish her a happy birthday for next week? Okay, I'll start the singing. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lerato. Happy birthday to you. Thank you all. Okay. We may be here for a while. There we go. It's been shaken up. Lerato's going to draw the prize.
Just a quick one. Thank you so much to everyone. Rebatu kaluna. A quick one. Mutuki mutuka. Umuntu ngumuntunga. Thank you so much. Yeah, Sheldon did the most here. And it was very simple here. You just had to complete the form. The winner has to be in the room. Is the winner ready? Okay, I'll take this one. I hope it's complete. It's not. Okay, we'll try another one. Let's try this one. Okay, this is definitely complete. And the winner is BMGHT Amisi. The organization is BMG. I can't see the hand.
Partners.
Partners.
Partners one.
Partners one.
Will you close in the middle there?
I didn't forward it, so
post here?
It wasn't even me, so thanks for that.
No, but congratulations. I'm going
Lerato?
to take a quick picture over here. Sheldon, do you want to join us?
No, go ahead. Thank you so much, Bright. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor, but not a privilege, to call an end and a close to the Trialogue Business and Society Conference 2026. Please travel safely, and we hope to connect with you, continue connecting with you, and we'll see you next year. Thank you very much.